Hello, welcome. Hope you are having a good night. Let me just check the mic here. Check, check, one, two, three. Okay, everything seems to be coming through all right. How's it going, everybody? Hope you're having a great weekend. Um, as you may have seen from the title, tonight we're going to be talking about Lightspeed in Naruto again. Specifically, we're going to be responding to a video by Sage of Thick Cows. So let me get my usual disclaimer in before we get into the meat and potatoes of things here. As always, I'm going to be pausing quite a bit as we go through this video. I'm going to have a lot of stuff to say. Just, I know I've said this before, and maybe it might not seem like it based on my track record of the stuff that I've covered over the past little while, but I don't actually like getting all that worked up and getting upset, but I probably will be a little bit spicy on tonight's stream. So because of that, because I'm coming in with my own very strong opinions, anybody who's interested in this topic, please make sure to go watch Sage's video on his channel. Hear his arguments directly from him and form your own opinions. If you're watching the video on demand back after the stream is done, I would ask that you watch his video first on his channel to get the sort of direct from the horse's mouth interpretation or rendition, and then like you can hear me nitpicking about it after the fact. That being said, we covered Lightspeed in Naruto a couple of months ago, and we've talked recently about another one of Sage's videos where he was talking about how to use the Naruto databooks. So why are we coming back to this again? Well, my take on this is that many of the largest, some of the fiercest arguments that I've seen in the community, the largest, most pernicious, like persistent issues that people have with how they discuss Naruto in this community tend to come from a few common sources, namely from a lack of, let's just say, a lack of familiarity with how to interpret source material. Sometimes it genuinely feels like certain content creators are filtering the data that they are reading and misrepresenting it actively and deliberately. Other times it feels like there's just a genuine misunderstanding, not through any sort of act of malice or forethought or whatever, but there is just a lack of understanding of the source material that then sort of acts as like a, not to be dramatic or anything, but like a virus, you know. In that it kind of spreads and permutates and gets passed around, and then it becomes part of almost like a meme in the community, in the like Richard Dawkins sense, not in the like funny cat picture with a impact font caption sense, but like it becomes something that becomes embedded in our understanding collectively as a group, and then that becomes very difficult to kind of combat. So let me say that although I'm going to be pretty critical and maybe even harsh tonight, my hope, my intention is to provide a form of peer review. This is me speaking out about a topic that I find interesting and that I'm passionate about, and I'm going to do my best to assume, like with the benefit of the doubt, so to speak, that this is based on a misunderstanding as opposed to any sort of like manipulation or whatever, but sometimes it is genuinely kind of hard to be optimistic about that, if that makes sense. But that being said, let's try to be fair. Let's try to hear out the arguments and really give them the like some respect before being super critical. That's what I'm gonna try to do anyway. We'll see. We'll see if I wind up adhering to that. I'm a little distracted because I am also trying to get, before we get started, trying to get a couple of quick screenshots in from the fan books, because we're going to wind up talking about those tonight quite a bit. And I want to provide people with some context for what those are. So sorry I'll be distracted for like 2 minutes while I just take some quick screenshots with my phone, and then we can get started here. And also, like, my hope is that, for anybody who happens to be watching this video, rather than this being like look at me, I'm Mr. Super Smart Naruto guy, you should listen to me and not anybody else. Like, no, that's not what I'm trying to accomplish. More so just like, I made some of these same mistakes myself when I was first getting started doing Naruto stuff on YouTube. And it's the sort of thing where it's like an easy mistake to make, especially if you don't have like a framework to help you understand it. So that's what I'm hoping to try to do. That if people are like confused about this topic, that they can point to this video and be like, oh, that hopefully will help clear some stuff up. Also, I expect to be held to the same standard that I'm going to be holding to anybody that I criticize. So if you feel like there's something that I've misrepresented or I haven't understood, I'm not some objectively perfect source of information. I would never say that. So I want other people to help me learn in the same way that I'm trying to help other people learn. Please feel free to give me feedback. You are welcome to join the Discord. I've actually, like, fucking a year later, I actually put a link on my channel to the Discord. The only rules is that, like, be nice, don't be bigoted, don't, use slurs and stuff like that. Just try to treat each other with some respect. But I'm more than happy to have people come in and hit me up and talk about stuff, or leave a comment or whatever else. So, with that being said, there's a lot of stuff to talk about tonight. I'm going to try to keep a brisk pace. I usually fail at that. If you've been here before, you probably know that I have a rate of approximately 1 hour of me yapping per 1 minute of video that I'm responding to. Sometimes 2 minutes. I'm going to try and be a little bit more brisk about that today, especially since we've already covered some of these topics. But this is probably going to be a lengthy stream, so be sure to hydrate, take some breaks, stretch, and all that, And I'm hoping that we get through it all, because some really interesting stuff comes up towards the end. Sage brings up some stuff from the novels, like the photon cannons or photon guns that are mentioned in one of the Naruto novels. I think Naruto Retsuden, right? And so I was curious about that. I read that novel, and then I looked up the type of laser weaponry that they were referring to, and I actually think those fucking laser weapons are pretty cool. I would love to talk to you guys about them at some point if we have the time for that. I will also try to be good about putting together the timestamps. I've been neglecting that of late, and so I'm going to try to get that done so that if people are watching this back later and want to refer to certain sections, I usually listen back to the stream the very next day, and then I'll add the time codes based on like a review of that. So I will try to do that as well. That being said, we're going to get started in just a moment now. And I want to say hello to everybody who's already in the chat. Thank you so much for stopping by, as always. Sorry, I'm glad that you have gone through your knowledge and pre-John babbling cleansing ritual over there. I like to see that the dog has joined the little ritual as well. You get two different types of cats in the dog. That's very heartwarming. And now of course the knowledge emote, or emoji rather, is I'm very glad to have the context for that as well. Saria says, oh, hey, Dr. Strangle, how's it going? Thank you again for the discussion earlier this week. It was a lot of fun to go through the video with you. And I'm also going to be... I can't remember what it was, but you said something that was like a really great analogy, and I said it out loud to myself earlier when preparing for the stream, and now I forgot it, but I'm going to try to credit you with that at some point in the stream. And yeah, I do think you brought up a lot of really good points, and feel free, of course, to chime in at any point with anything you might want to add. Sorry that you didn't get the response you were hoping for. I've been there. It can be very frustrating. But anyway, look forward to further discussion tonight. Hope you've been doing well. And then how about No? How you doing? Thank you so much again for sending those scans previously. You've been super helpful with that stuff. I also appreciate the concerns about the potential for AI usage in some of the translations. So I wanted to like respect that concern. And so I wound up running a couple of the translations through a couple of different AI detectors, as well as, I asked to... So I'm working on the Haku translations now, and I ran the same prompts that I used for the Haku translation that I sent to the translators through ChatGPT. And the formatting and the indentation and the overall style of what ChatGPT gave me was very highly similar to what one of the translators gave me. Now, it was different enough, and there was enough bespoke commentary that I think I wouldn't necessarily say, like, oh, this is definitely AI, but it does kind of make me feel more confident in the idea that it's useful to try to get multiple different people's perspectives, because you never know for sure unless you have a direct relationship with somebody and you see them working. You never know for sure like what tools they're using, and so I think it's nice to control for those variables. Funny enough, I actually like my confidence in ChatGPT has gone up in terms of providing a translation. We can look at this in more detail later, but you know, here was Yui's translation that they provided, and then if we go down to towards the end of the page, this is sort of what ChatGPT provided, and you can take a look at it. You can feel free to pause the video if you want, but yeah, like it did a really good job of analyzing, like providing context for like literal use of language versus hyperbole versus literary nuance. I was kind of impressed. I also asked it a follow up question about like what the source data was. So I think I'm still very skeptical about the use of AI tools in general, but they are compelling for a reason and they can be useful. And this exercise has made me want to incorporate them more in the future. So I think from now on, I'll go back and do this for Kirian too, but from now on, I'm going to be trying to include at least one or two AI translations for comparison so that we can also be evaluating, like, okay, are we getting similar responses from humans and bots as we do this research? So that was genuinely eye-opening for me. But either way, we will get into that soon. For now, let me finish saying hello to everybody. Oh, hello, Ruan. No worries at all. I was a little bit late myself. We're getting ready for a storm over here, so we've been like doing some prep for that. I've also been trying to be better about making food instead of compulsively ordering DoorDash whenever I happen to have an appointment for anything. So I tried a new little, this is TMI, I'm sure, but I tried a new little recipe for some rice and some sweet potatoes and stuff. And so it was nice to kind of just spend some time in the kitchen cooking, relaxing a little bit before fucking whining for about Naruto for 4 or 5 hours. But that being said, I lost track of time, so I'm like, oh shit, I gotta get my scans and everything. So that being said, before I start responding to the video itself, I am going to just send myself a message with some of these scans. I will say over the past couple of weeks, I've read through a few different novels. I read through Itachi, Shinden, Midnight, and Daylight, whatever they're called, like the two Itachi novels. I also read through Kakashi's story, like the Frozen Lightning in the Sky or whatever it's called. And I've also recently read through I read through parts of Akatsuki Hiden. I haven't gone back and reread the Kakuzu chapters with the Kakuzu and Hidan chapters, but I read the ones with Deidara and Sasori, which is actually really fun. And then with Itachi and Kisame, which was like okay. And then the Conan one was actually pretty good as well, but a bit short, not a whole lot to go off of there. Yeah, but it's a decent read. And then, of course, Naruto Retsuden, specifically for information about like photons and photon guns and stuff like that. I will say so far that of the I also had previously read the Kakashi Retsuden and Sasuke Retsuden, and so far my favorite of the novels is 1 second, sorry. Sending message. I'm sending it to myself, you dolt. Okay, there we go. Perfect. Okay, so those scans are uploading now. So yeah, I will say so far my favorite reading, my favorite novel has been the Naruto Retsuden. I'm not going to spoil the whole plot, but basically it concerns a character who is a scientist who is essentially trying to develop like a renewable resource that can be used as an energy source, as an alternative to natural gas as a fuel, so that she can give everybody cool motorcycles. And basically she's trying to find a way to take chakra and turn it into a liquid form to use as a substrate for a variety of different like medical and technological advancements. Naruto can't mold chakra for a good chunk of the story, so for most of it. And so he basically just becomes a lab assistant. Orochimaru makes these goggles that let him sort of temporarily use the Byakugan, And then so he just spends all day in a lab, like looking at petri dishes and trying to help as a lab assistant. And then he goes off on a buddy buddy adventure with Orochimaru, and then other stuff happens. It's great. I had a lot of fun with it. There's some really goofy stuff in it, and again, I don't want to spoil it because it's like when it starts happening, you're like, "Are you fucking serious?" We'll probably talk about it at some point, and I will give people heads up. But when that happens, but I would highly recommend checking it out. Like, if I had to recommend one novel, it would be Naruto Retsuden. If I had to recommend two, it would be Naruto and Kakashi Retsuden. Sasuke Retsuden, you can just read the manga adaptation of the what is it called, like the Heavenly Stardust, and it tells the same story for the most part. Yeah. But that being said, I think I have what I need now. I'm gonna download those images, throw them on the Miro board, and then we can get started. How about No says, I greatly appreciate the effort. Oh, yeah, I really appreciate you saying that as well. It has been taking a lot of work to try to develop a better understanding of things. I would love to, I don't know exactly how I'll make this work financially, but eventually, like, I would like to continue getting translations and see what I can do to help fill in the gaps of, translations that we're missing as a community at the moment. And specifically, like, not to denigrate the work of the person who did this initial translation, but I think that where should I put this stuff? Throw it over here. I think that at the end of the day, it's like, okay, so I know where that is. It's sort of the translation for like the Momoshiki novel, like the adaptation of the movie, right, winds up being a little inconsistent, and there are certain things that I think just with 10 additional years of knowledge, because it was the translation I think was done back in 2016 if I'm not mistaken, with additional knowledge since then, we as a community could benefit from an updated translation. Again, I'm not trying to be disrespectful towards the very hard and sincere work that was done to help us understand, that was volunteered for free by some fan translator, but I am saying that, like, I think a second version that is updated and a bit more accurate, with the benefit of hindsight, would also be useful at this point. And so, if possible, I'd like to see if we could set something like that up, but that's a question for later. So let me just write a note to myself. So fanbook scans plus connections, data book entries. Okay, so let's just get started. We had a lot of stuff to talk about. If, of course, you have any questions about other things, I'm happy to change the topic up a bit, although I might be a little bit more laser focused tonight because I want to be time efficient if at all possible. Again, check out Sage's video on your own, please. Watch it on his channel and give him a like and subscribe if you like. I'm not subscribed for my own reasons, but, make that decision yourself based on your own opinion. And yeah, let's dive right into it. How about No also says, regarding the photon gun, similar tech is used for Delta's eye light rays in terms of them carbonizing cells to negate regeneration and such. Yeah, that's a good point. I need to go back and reread the exact description of, like, what the photon gun does, but yeah, it's basically like, so it's essentially very similar to a modern, like, conventional laser weapon, and that it fires a tight beam of light at a target, but the way that it damages the target is by causing it to heat up very rapidly. So my sort of position on that, when we get to the end of the video and we start talking about that stuff, to kind of summarize it, is that Naruto himself doesn't have to be able to, like, perceive and dodge the photons specifically to avoid getting damaged by the gun. He has to not be in its line of fire, which he can accomplish and does accomplish in a variety of different ways, but also, like, the time that it takes for the laser to heat him up is not instantaneous necessarily. It's specifically described as an excimer laser or excimer laser, which is the same kind of laser that gets used in, like, LASIK surgery in the real world. And again, the way that works is by the laser will fire a series of very short pulses of energy at very high frequency, low wavelength, and in the ultraviolet spectrum, and those pulses cause the heat up to happen, but those that whole process does not necessarily happen at the speed of light. And there's this, fuck, I gotta actually get the novel out, but there's a whole extended sequence where Naruto like grabs onto this drone that's shooting him with the laser and like pulls it down and like gets out of the way of the laser beam and everything. And it's or the photon stream, I should say. And it is actually, no, I guess laser beam is actually the right term. But anyway, he manages to accomplish this over the course of like uh, a tenth of a second, as opposed to, you know, like an extremely much smaller fraction of that, which would put him at the speed of light. So anyway, we're gonna talk about all that stuff as we go. I do have the PDF here. For people who are interested, don't have access to this. I don't know if this lines up one to one with the hard copy. I think it does. But this is the official English translation, and you can find this on the internet on like Amazon for $10. All the novels that I'll be talking about tonight, including the Itachi Shinden novels and Shikamaru's story and Kakashi's story and the Retsuden novels, they're all available in English, official translations, and they each cost between $5 and $10. Like you can get them for $5 used on eBay, at 10 or $12 new if you want them new. And it's also actually pretty easy to find the Japanese versions on eBay. I ordered a bunch of them. They'll be coming over the course of the next month, various shipping times from varying sellers. But my hope is that by mid-March, I should have like Japanese and English copies of all of them. And so if people need scans or whatever, feel free to let me know, and I can see about uploading those to the Discord. Or to the website as well. I want like a permanent repository where people can check this out. Dr. Strangle, I don't know if this has happened, if this is helpful for you, because it's in English, right? But like, here is the authorship page and all that, publication date and stuff like that. And then once I get the Japanese copy, I can send you that as well. As for Delta's photon gun, I don't know if there's like a Boruto data book. I haven't looked into it much. And we can actually pull up the scene with Delta because it does come up in Sage's video. But something that I noticed that we talked about this before in the stream is that Naruto X Boruto Ninja Storm Connections, the video game, has essentially a built-in data book to it. And I think, we have this entry for Delta that reads Ray of Destruction. The description is a scientific ninja tool developed for its regenerative capabilities that kill cells wherever it's applied. Its effect is so strong that even the regenerative powers of the Jinchuriki Naruto can't withstand it. And so, you know what? Since we're here just for fun, before we get into the full video, I am curious to see how it's portrayed in the series. I don't remember offhand where exactly this fight is, but I think it's pretty early. So this is still with Ao, or whatever his name is. So it's a little ways after this. I'm guessing it's going to be closer to chapter 30. Let's just take a quick look. I think it's, so somewhere around here. Let's see if we can find out where it occurs. So this is her absorption. Where does she actually fire the beam? Yeah, this isn't like a core argument or anything, but it's kind of fun sometimes just to go back with a different perspective. I've only read through these chapters a couple of times. Oh yeah, so I mean, like, I think it's useful also that we're getting like an initial healing feat, right? Like to kind of set the stage for how effective the negation of that feat will be when it occurs. Let's just see in context what this looks like. Okay, so he's returning the Rasengan, or she is, rather. I don't think this fight goes on for too long, so it should be quick to locate it. Lava Rasen Shuriken. Okay, if I can... Oh, here we go. Okay, so this is in chapter 32, so let's see what happens. High combat capability plus regenerative power, quite astounding. I suppose that is an option. So this happens really fast. Yeah, it does kind of look like she's just firing these beams out of her eyes. Naruto perceives it, and then he dodges out of the way. So if you... this right here is more discreet from my perspective than what happens in the novel. In the novel, it's more ambiguous as to whether the photon gun is like actually accurately aimed directly at him. I don't think we actually get a precise measurement of the beam width. We get a measurement of the wattage, but that I wasn't able to figure out how to translate that into like the rate of like how quickly it actually heats things up. So here, if you're looking for like a ray of light type thing, if we assume that these are basically lasers, right, and they do move at the speed of light, this would be a much closer way of saying that, like, okay, delta is the speed of light, or delta's ability is the speed of light, Naruto sees it, he dodges out of the way. So that's one thing, right? Of course, I would want to actually see it like in the anime and see how it's portrayed. Is it basically like a light bulb turning on, essentially, like a laser beam turning on, or is it like, does she have a more extended period of time where she like builds up the chakra in her eyes and then releases it? Could Naruto be responding to that, right? Like, could he be responding to the activation time, or is it literally just him reacting to the light? The answer to that would inform my perspective on whether like Boruto era Naruto is speed of light. So how about No says he outspeeds it in the anime? Yeah. Okay, then this would be a stronger piece of evidence for Naruto being light speed than most of the other stuff I've seen. Again, like if we assume that it is just like a laser beam and it's moving at the speed of light, then yeah, this is probably the most convincing light speed feat that I've seen so far. So it's kind of, I don't, oh yeah, obvious copyright stuff. Yeah, my stream has gotten interrupted, like force paused or whatever, multiple times when I've shown like anything from the anime, unfortunately, including YouTube clips. So I think I will hold off on that for now. But well, maybe if I can just find like a short clip. Delta Naruto. Oh, abstract's on. Abstract is awesome. Delta Naruto. Laser eyes, whatever. This is probably not the right one. Yeah, okay. I'll find a clip. Oh, is it this? No, that's not it. I'll find a clip from this, and I'll go through it like frame by frame. Maybe if it's in here, but of course I gotta like make sure to pause it and take off the. Okay, that was from before. Here's the rocket boots and stuff. Let's see. Does she actually fire the eye beams? You don't see it in this clip. Okay. I know for a fact if I bring up Crunchyroll that the stream's gonna go down because it's happened before. So I'll have to find the clip and then I can post the scans in Discord or something like that. How about No says you could also get a ratio based off of the manga, although it's obviously harder to measure. You mean in terms of like the distance that it covers and the amount of time that takes? Well, here's the thing that, like, I guess I don't want to get into this too deep yet to kind of preempt things, but what I do wonder about is, like, how do we go about reconciling this? If this is actually a laser beam, right, and it's moving literally at the speed of light, then Naruto, like, unless the speed of light just works significantly differently in Naruto, then Naruto shouldn't be able to perceive this, right? Like it doesn't make sense given like the physics of the real world. So we'd have to kind of come up with another model to explain what's happening here. In other words, if this is just a tightly focused beam of photons, right? If this is just literally photons getting cast out from Ada's eyes, Naruto's ability to see things, and it does seem like he's visually reacting to this, would be determined by photons hitting his retina, and then the signal not neurological, what's the word I'm looking for, whatever the term for it is, right? Like the signal being sent via his optic nerve to his brain decoding that stimulus and then firing out a response to get his body moving away from that. So in order for that whole chain of events to happen, a photon first needs to hit his eye. If the beam itself is just composed of photons moving at the speed of light, how is he seeing it beforehand to be able to get out of the way? Unless it's something like a photon is emitted, like the double slit experiment, like a photon is emitted from the camera and then it bounces off the photon that's incoming. So I guess like if a photon gets reflected back at him, then he would be perceiving that first, but that doesn't make sense either, because that photon coming back at him is still going to be at the speed of light. So if that's literally what's happening here, we need some other kind of explanation. Like, well, he didn't actually see it. He used sage mode to detect that the light was coming in and then got out of the way, or something like that, right? As far as I can tell, there's no diegetic model for how faster than light reactions based on visual perception actually works diegetically in Naruto. I haven't seen any explanation for that, so that's just something that I would want to evaluate more. He has sensory abilities and such, like when he sensed the limbo clones that he could see without seeing, or just the negative emotion sensing of KCM. Yeah, I think it would have to come down to something like that, right? In which case, then, it would be harder to argue for sure that he's only responding to the visual stimulus of the laser. Like, if there's any chakra buildup in Delta before she fires this off, if there's any kind of like malicious intent that gets focused or realized or whatever, that he can respond to, then it's not like he's visually responding to the laser and then out light speeding it, like moving faster than the speed of light, right? So this is still potentially a valid piece of evidence supporting like Lightspeed Naruto, but there are other variables that I would want to investigate and rule out before I accepted it. Hopefully that seems fair. But I guess it's good to start off the video on a positive note. Like, I'm gonna spend the rest of the multiple hours being like, no, this doesn't work, this isn't good enough, I hate this thing, I don't like that thing. So it's kind of nice to start off with a bit of an olive branch and be like, well, okay, this might work actually, right? And actually, I will say that based on the translations that I've gotten so far, the strongest evidence from Part 1 Naruto of any character moving at the speed of light is Haku. And I meant to say this before, sorry, but like as a disclaimer before we actually get into the video itself, at the end of the day, we're interpreting art here, and everybody is allowed to interpret art however they want. Like, there is no monopoly on how to interpret art. Now, I do think that some interpretations are based on, like, can be more based on personal elaboration and imagination, so to speak, as opposed to like a literal reading or a very close reading. But at the end of the day, I'm state for the record that if you, random person who might be listening to this, happen to believe in Lightspeed Naruto for whatever reason, it is fun to you, it's enjoyable, it enhances your understanding of the series, great. You are allowed to do that, and nobody gets to take that away from you. And if they try to bully you or like to be mean or shitty about it, you can send them to me and I'll sort them out. You hereby have the John the Maven official pass to interpret the manga however you like. That being said, I think that problems start to arise when people act as like representatives of the series, so to speak, and they curate and filter the available source data in a way that winds up discouraging other people from pursuing the knowledge accurately on their own. I think everybody deserves to have access to the genuine, accurate, like unbiased source data, and then you can come to whatever conclusions you want based on that. So really, my contention with Sage's perspective and with his video has a lot more to do with the way that the data is being shared, presented, filtered, sculpted, whatever you want to call it, and a whole lot less to do with whether any one particular person thinks Naruto characters can like shit out galaxies and like move beyond the concept of time itself. Like, whatever, you're allowed to believe what you want. But that being said, so I asked the translators again this week on Fiverr, as well as ChatGPT and DeepL, to translate Haku's Ice Mirror entry. And what was interesting about this is that I specifically asked them to compare their translation to the translation we did last week for Kirin. And I wanted to know, since most of the people who translated Kirin, I'm just going to say Kirin, I keep changing my pronunciation with the Kirin, right? Most of them argued that the Kirin entry should be interpreted as hyperbolic, metaphorical. It uses elevated language. It's very poetic. It's employs this register which is commonly associated with like poetry and myth and grand fables and stuff like that. So it was consistently suggested by those folks that that language should not be interpreted literally, even regardless of the data books themselves, like whatever context there might be. Just the language did not read to them as literal. However, the opposite was mentioned for Haku's ice mirrors. So again, before I start nitpicking everything, let me start off on a positive note, where this our first translator Yui over here did say that with regards to specifically the phrase "speed of light," the phrase "move at the speed of light" was used, right? Apparently, this is the standard expression for moving at the speed of light. It's not metaphorical phrasing in Japanese. It directly invokes the physical concept of light speed. And this is the one that's kind of similar to ChatGPT formatting. So, for whatever reason, if you want to be skeptical of that, I would understand. But also notice that Yui also elaborates on this by saying that while the language itself is declarative and it is precise and it is literal, and compared to Kirin, right, it is far less mythical and exaggerated in its tone, it is still worth considering that the overall tone of the data books does apply. I think she says it up here, right, where this is where, what did she say, like, about the nuance or whatever. Within Naruto databooks, they often use scientific phrasing, but are not always consistent with on-panel physics. Yeah, so there's some nuance to it, but I think the key takeaway there was that it was a literal reading. Again, over here, Firdaus said, like, here it's used to explain why the attack is impossible to perceive. The function is identical to use the measure of speed to signify a technique that transcends the capabilities of a normal opponent. So Firdaus came to the conclusion that it's colorful and hyperbolic, not a scientific classification. Flowers, on the other hand, I asked him for specific clarification, and their take was that it was literal. It doesn't come off as hyperbole at all. It seems literal. He does some research, or they do some research, sorry. And as a translator, I can say that these mentions of speed of light are statements and not hyperboles, right? So, like, there's some nuance here, but the human translators agreed much more consistently with Haku's light speed mirror statements being literal. ChatGPT had an interesting take, which we will get to, in that ChatGPT fucking pointed out that the phrase itself is used within the context of other battle manga to indicate extreme speed in a way that is not always literal, despite it being using the language literal. And this is where Dr. Strangle's analogy, now I finally remember what you said. You used this analogy the other day where it's like, if I say I went to see a scary movie and it was so scary that I literally shit my pants, right? That doesn't necessarily mean that I literally shit my pants, even though I am literally saying the word literal, because literally can actually mean its antonym, literally can actually mean figuratively or non-literal, depending on the context in which it's used. So technically speaking, it's not enough to just say, oh, this entry is using literal language, therefore it is literally true. You still need to look at it in context. And it's interesting to me that ChatGPT was the thing that pointed it out with the greatest amount of clarity and sensitivity in that regard. And it actually pointed out that there's two ways to look at it, right? The databook intends an actual light speed movement, or the databook uses maximal language to express untrackably fast or effectively impossible to react to. Shout out to ChatGPT for leaning more towards a nuanced, contextually appropriate reading as opposed to just spitting out, a direct translation. Their final verdict over here was, is it linguistically literal? Is it framed scientifically? No, there's no physics discussion. So again, even if something seems super literal, it is always important to consider the context. And I thought that was really fascinating that came out of ChatGPT of all fucking things, right? So that being said, we can actually start responding to the video in just a second. But I did want to mention that if you're going to argue for Lightspeed Naruto, I think Haku is the strongest evidence for it, and it's going to give you the highest probability of success, so to speak, if you start with that. But there's a major catch, which we will talk about in just a second. How about No says, if it's like telegraph, doesn't really matter at all. The important bit is the ratio of movement between Naruto and the beams, and he only begins moving after it's fired. Oh, I see. Well, right, the ratio of movement. So technically, he could be moving slower than the beam as long as... So, assuming that he can perceive it in a way that doesn't require the photons to hit his eyes first, then he could start moving. Depending on how quickly he starts reacting to it, he might not be going faster than light to get out of the way if he's like aim dodging it, right? Like if he's anticipating it beforehand. Obviously, like the more of a head start that he has, then the less impressive the speed feed is, in other words. So we would need to do some more digging into like a calc for it, is what you're saying, I think. The big important part in it is Japanese text meaning literally the speed of light, mojidori meaning literal. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, and that's something that everybody agreed on. Everybody agreed on literal speed of light, so that's worth noting. I want to be straightforward about that information, right? Just taking a drink. Okay, so that being said, I think we've done enough preamble and setting the stage, hopefully. Let's get right into the video. Make sure that I'm back down at regular speed. Okay, 3, 2, 1, here we go. Here we go.
In the realm of Naruto power scaling, there are many questions which have loomed over the community for basically the entirety of its existence, with none of them being as prevalent or hotly debated as whether or not the characters in Naruto breach into the tier of light speed.
So, minor nitpick here, not gonna hold it against anybody. Just anecdotally, this has not been my experience. I have found that people are much more like vehement in their arguments about stuff like, I don't know, like Itachi versus insert your favorite character here, or Minato versus Tobirama or whatever. It seems to me that people within the Naruto community, for the most part, do kind of agree, at least the part of it that I've been a part of, that Naruto characters are light speed, with some exceptions. Dr. Strangle pointed out that it's more like when you get involved in cross-verse debates, there is more contention about how Naruto, like there's more contention, more argumentation about it in the power scaling community in general, because when you start talking about like Bleach and Dragon Ball and One Piece and stuff like that, if other communities use lightspeed arguments for their characters, then there's more of an incentive, I guess, to get Naruto like bumped up to that level as well. And so that's when it starts to get more hotly debated. Not saying that my experience applies to everybody, just for what it's worth. I haven't seen it personally, so I'd be curious to know what other people's experiences are.
With numerous
Oh, how about No says, yeah, ratio calculations and such. In the anime, there's one instance that's downright wacky and vastly outpacing it, but in the manga, it's more so, yeah, he's moving at relativistic speeds or whatever. Okay, that's useful to know. I really do want to check out the anime after the fact as well.
videos covering the topic and countless discussions and debates having been done in an attempt to arrive at a solid conclusion, in 2026, the answer as to whether or not Naruto characters are actually lightspeed still remains far from unanimous.
Okay. Sorry, it says, I just realized that I've been very silent, but I've been grinding in Senran Kagura, so that's my fault. In my defense, let me enjoy my reaction hack and slash of peace. Yes, absolutely. Genuinely, if I can provide a kind of like passive background soundtrack to something else that you're doing, and that makes for an enjoyable evening, that's great. I love that, because oftentimes when I need to calm down or I just want to chill or whatever, I will listen to a long ass YouTube video and play some chill video games. Recently I've been listening to a lot of videos by Big Joel and some other, like Brainless Wonder, I think, while playing a lot of Mega Bonk, right? It's just it's a chill kind of experience. It is kind of grindy, and it's just fun. So I hope that I can pay that forward. How about No says Delta Fight is Boruto episode 198 and 199. Okay, awesome. I'm gonna check that out after the stream. I really appreciate the you pointing me there, so I don't have to trawl through the fucking episode, like hundreds of episodes on Crunchyroll.
So, in this video, I'll be diving into all of the relevant statements and feats, debunking some common misconceptions, and giving you a definitive answer to the enigma that's plagued the community for far too long. In other words, today we'll be exploring, breaking down, and answering the question, are Naruto characters light?
Sorry, I don't know why it was in 360. Yeah, I wanted to say something positive that I also, we talked about, in our review party earlier, but I really, you know, Sometimes I feel bad for saying a bunch of negative shit, so I want to like try to say something positive when I can. Sage does a pretty good job with his branding and channel iconography, and I actually really like this here. I like the fade in of the audio with that glitch effect, and I really like the fact that the audio starts off like kind of glitchy and dispersed and then kind of coalesces and becomes more solid, and that is mirrored or represented by the visuals of the text here. It feels kind of uniquely Sage, like I haven't seen anybody else do that, and it's kind of hard to develop like a visual and sonic identity that feels like it belongs to you amidst a sea of other people that are all creating like a lot of shit, you know. So kudos to that. It's I'm gonna immediately take some points back for the use of that fucking soporific, you know, thing, like Swag Kage music later on. But that's okay. There can be some nuance. I can dislike that and then still genuinely appreciate this. So kudos for that. Let's see. Oh, there's a leaderboard. Yeah, for whatever reason, YouTube started doing this thing where it like gives people rankings in chat based on how many messages they put in. I don't know how to turn that off. I think it's a little weird. Usually Saria is dominating the leaderboards on every stream because she shows up and like basically camps the point before anybody else can get out there. But there has been some contention. There's been some usurpation of the King of the Hill status from time to time. But yeah, it looks like well, Abstract, welcome Abstract. It's good to see you. Thank you so much for stopping by. It looks like Abstract has immediately taken the third place position, but how about no has no ranking at all? That is kind of weird. I promise I didn't set that up or anything. You should have way more points, but you're not even in the board. Yeah, it's kind of weird. Do you have a does how about no have a what the hell is it? Not like a business account, but like is your account non-standard in some way? Because there's another streamer that I watch from time to time, and for whatever reason, like if I donate like a gift sub or whatever, there's one person in chat who will never get one. And if everybody else already has a gifted sub and I donate, it'll refund me the gifted sub, but then this person still won't have it, right? It just like excludes them from the pool. And I think he said it's because he has like a business account or a brand account or something like that. Oh, you had it off. Okay. See, I didn't even know you could turn it off. If there's a way for me to turn it off and you guys want me to do that, I can do that for a future stream. I just don't know. Oh, it does literally say learn more or turn off in the help center. Yeah, let me know. Do you guys want me to disable that in the future? I didn't choose to turn it on. It just kind of showed up and I didn't even know you could turn it off. So yeah, let me know what you think. I'll just like, I don't care really either way. I'll do whatever you like. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Welcome Abstract. It's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Let me get the video started again.
To begin, I think the best course of action is to lay out all of the statements referring to Lightspeed throughout the entire series. That way we have a backdrop from which we can determine consistency, reliability, or the lack thereof. It is worthy of note that there's only really one Lightspeed statement in the manga as far as I'm aware, with Mabui's transmission technique being stated to be Lightspeed. So the majority of these statements come from other canon material, such as the official databooks and canon novels. However, this doesn't detract from the reliability of these statements in the slightest.
Okay, so yeah, I think that's fine. One thing that I want to try to get ahead of, so to speak, I'm not really going to spend a lot of time debating whether or not the novels are canon. You could, and I could say like, okay, if you come forward as a content creator or in a debate or whatever, and you say, I am going to use the novels as a source, then somebody else could turn around and be like, okay, demonstrate to me that the novels are canon and official and that they are reliable sources of information. From the 5 or 6 that I've read, I have found that nothing in them has jumped out to me as being totally insane or to the point where it feels like total fan work or whatever. I don't know if Kishimoto himself has personally approved every single statement, right? I don't know how much freedom to mess around the individual authors have to apply their own creative freedom and interpretations. I will say that the novelization of the Boruto movie is significantly different from the movie itself, and then there's more changes that get brought in with the anime and the manga, but to the point where, like, I think the Naruto wiki even has like this super long ass page like breaking down every single difference. Um, but that being said, uh, I find overall in my personal readings of the novels that the characters act in character. They act like similarly and commensurately with how they act in the manga. There's some stuff that feels a little exaggerated, a little fanciful, like the whole thing about Itachi living out an entire lifetime with his girlfriend when they're both 12. They have knowledge of certain things that maybe they shouldn't. And there are certain things about like Danzo that didn't quite line up to me, but for the most part, I wouldn't immediately like shit on them or be like, oh, you can't use them at all. I think uh any piece of Naruto material that's like officially published, endorsed or whatever is worth at least looking at, because even though you should apply some healthy skepticism to it, you are seeing another vision of the series from another perspective, from another interpretation. And even if you don't wind up taking everything from it literally, like you should look at it in context, it can still kind of help paint a wider tapestry of the like different renditions of the series itself. So for example, in the novel, in the movies, right? There's a movie called Blood Prison, and it talks about this place called like Hozuki Castle, that Naruto has to go to for a variety of reasons. It's really cool. I don't think it necessarily fits in with the main Naruto timeline. I can't really figure out when and how Naruto actually went there as part of the main series. So you can dispute that being canon. But it is brought up again in one of the books. It's like a major point in Kakashi's story. And the without spoiling anything, the novel concludes with a major thing happening there. So you could look at that and be like, okay, the official team of Naruto, the official owners of Naruto, cared enough about this location to bring it back, to elaborate on it, and to basically place it in two disparate points of the Naruto timeline. The Kakashi story novel happens after the Kaguya fight, because he doesn't have the Sharingan anymore. He uses purple lightning as well. But then that's another thing, right? Like, he uses purple lightning in the manga, and then I think he also does so in the Boruto anime. So that to me suggests, okay, maybe they're trying to establish a continuity there. Of course, you can dispute it. You know, you don't have to accept it at face value as gospel, but I think it's worth at least reading through them and then coming to your own conclusions about like what you think works and what doesn't, as opposed to just dismissing them outright and saying, well, they're not primary canon, so we're not going to use it. So in other words, I don't have a problem with using the novels, and I think Naruto fans should consider reading them, at least the Retsuden series, and then kind of see how you feel about those. Those are the strongest ones so far that I've read, and just see what they have to say. Like, I think Naruto fans should consider watching Ninja Clash in the Land of Snow, the Boruto movie, and maybe Bonds was okay. There's a couple other ones I'm blanking on. Yeah, Blood Prison was really good. Like, there's some movies that you will enjoy and that you will learn something from. Bonds is interesting in that I think if Bonds does canonically happen, it does change Sasuke and Naruto's reuniting in part 2, because it means that the time we think Naruto is seeing Sasuke for the first time since part 1 is actually the second time, if I remember correctly. And that to me kind of undermines the story. I don't like that. Now, me not liking it doesn't mean it's not real, but I don't know if it really lines up, right? So anyway, hopefully I made my point. I'm not going to contest that. What I will say, however, is that at some point in this video, if not in this video, then definitely in the video Sage made about the databook reliability that we talked about a little while ago, Sage is going to make an argument that he's going to term an absence of evidence argument. In other words, if you go looking for hyperbole in the databooks, right, he makes the argument that, like, if a given statement in the databook is hyperbolic or is non-literal or is metaphorical, whatever, we should be able to see evidence for that. if there is no evidence for it, since we would expect to see evidence if it were true, this indicates that it's probably not true, or it reduces the likelihood of it being true. In other words, if we don't see hyperbole, it's probably not hyperbolic. If we don't find evidence for hyperbole, it's probably not hyperbolic, and so we can assume that it's literal, or conclude, rather. Now, I have problems with that, we'll talk about later, but I will point out now that if we accept that that is a valid way of evaluating our data, absence of evidence arguments, and we also accept the statement that I do agree with, that Sage said that the only actual mention of the phrase speed of light in the Naruto series is specifically with Heavenly Transfer with Mabui. I want you guys to think about this. If you are a novel writer, a manga writer, an author, whatever, and you want to create a series that has characters that can move at the speed of light, like, I don't know much about the Flash or whatever, but I think he can, right? Or you want to make a character that can do something like move down to the quantum level like Ant-Man does or whatever, right? So think about a feat like that. You have over 20 years to do so. You have 700 chapters of a primary manga in which to do this. You have however many dozens of like spin-off things, including novels, including like Heavenly Stardust, Scarlet, whatever, Scarlet Spring, Steam Ninja Chronicles, all that shit. 10 or so movies and video games and all this other stuff, right? And 80 chapters of Boruto, 30, I guess, of TBV, all this time over like approaching 25, 30 years, right? And there's only one explicit statement of speed of light. And no characters comment on other characters being the speed of light. And there's no like physical implications, like there's no model ever presented to us about like how speed of light works in the universe, how speed of light affects travel and relationships between different nations. You know, they go into great detail about how like airships and the discovery of natural gas in Naruto Resident like led to an industrial revolution of this one particular country. And in Kakashi's story, like there's this huge big plot point about the fact that Konoha is developing, or not Konoha, but like a scientific research institute or whatever is like developing blimps, and it gives the blimps a top speed of I think 70, it's either kilometers or miles per hour. I can look up the exact thing in a minute. And that is given like this huge spotlight as representing a significant enough threat to other nations in terms of the advantages of transportation and commerce that it provides, right? That everybody's talking about it, and the other nations start to like get angry about it, and like the Tsuchikage gets involved, and it's a whole big fucking mess. Trains, right? The development of trains is heavily demonstrated as being this technological innovation that increases those things as well and leads to development, etc., etc. So there are instances both of character and then characters who have feats involving sonic speed or hypersonic speed. Those things are called out. But the only time in the entire like 20-year run of the series that a primary piece of literature mentions the phrase speed of light is specifically in regards to this one character using an ability to affect somebody else. It's never used in reference to a character moving on their own of their own accord. Now, the fact that there's no statements doesn't mean that there might not be any feats. Like, there could still be feats that are just, like, never fully explained verbatim. But it is also kind of weird. Like, wouldn't we expect to see some evidence? Wouldn't we expect that if the author's intention was for us to come to the conclusion that the characters in his universe that he's been curating for over 2 decades can move at the speed of light, that he would have taken the time, especially when he gives us these detailed breakdowns about like, well, no, you see the reason why like a Tsunade sent electrical impulses into Kabuto's body, which meant that it fucked with his nerve conduction and transmission, which caused his limbs to act inappropriately. Lee was thrown off balance and then like shows us a literal like science textbook diagram of the inner ear with the semicircular canals and the cochlea and everything, and being like, yeah, it disrupted his vestibular system, which is why he was getting off balance. Like, when Kishimoto wants us to understand something, he wants us to understand the principles behind it. Like, he specifically uses the terms osteoblasts and osteoclasts when describing how Kimimaro generates his bones, in order to try to provide us with at least some kind of pseudoscientific, like semi-grounded in reality framing for how these characters accomplish their feats. But he just, for whatever reason, didn't think to mention the speed of light, except this one time, which demonstrates that if he wants to, if he actually wants to make sure that we know that something is moving at the speed of light, he'll say it, he'll call it out. He's not afraid of putting it in the manga or anything like that, but he just so happened to only do it in this one instance. Again, this isn't some sort of global debunk that's like, okay, well, this is the nail in the coffin. But if we're talking about expected evidence, I would expect to see more than one statement, especially given the way that the author explains things consistently with other jutsu, with other quote-unquote scientific principles and things like that. It's really, really, really weird, and should feel very suspicious to anybody that he didn't like put more than one in the entire fucking time. I'll say that, and I'll leave that for now. Let's see. Sorry says, Daidoji is so hot, by the way. She's basically Jotaro, but a muscle mommy, so she's better in every way. Have you played fucking Overwatch? I feel like you would like Zarya. How about No says, we'll say video did not need to be a databook fest. There's plenty of decent travel speed feats he could have used for consistency. Mention guy bending space. Heck, hit me with some other arguments. Yeah, I'd love to hear some crazy shit. I'd love to hear, as much as I'm not a fan of Noodles, and as much as I think the arguments that he made at the time were really, really bad, I still reference the Kid Choji versus Gamabunta debate. I think he did with, it was either V1 Batman or Jay the Great, I forget. But, like, that's the kind of shit I want to hear. That is an awesome topic. Like, Minato versus Tobirama, sure. Pain versus Itachi, great. But, like, I want some, like, kooky shit. To his credit, like, Sage recently held a debate tourney, and the final debate was Conan versus Deidara, which was a really interesting topic, and it inspired the recent Deidara versus Sasuke videos, right? So I think that stuff is genuinely really healthy for the community. I like unconventional stuff, and I'd rather hear like weird, goofy, out there takes that stimulate discussion than just kind of trawling through the same old stuff over and over again. But I will say, although I've heard it before, the mentions of like bringing up stuff like the novels is good, because I think it encourages more people to talk about them and be aware of them. I disagree pretty strongly with Sage's conclusions about them, but at the same time, I think like mentioning them and also mentioning like how people can get access to them encourages more people to be aware of them, and it's just like more conversation, right? It's more data to work with. So that much is good. The third Raikage can move through the air at light speed without damage. Temari's wind style can damage him faster than light. Air attack, easy, just hit me with some novelty. Yeah, there you go. Well, this is probably not what you're asking for exactly, but we're gonna talk about Water Fang Bullet in a little bit, and to give you a preview, the second data book says that Itachi's Water Fang Bullet that he uses on did I say Itachi? Itachi's Water Fang Bullet, he uses it on Kakashi, moves at the speed of light. So power scalers generally will, when calculating like DC feats, for example, or even AP feats, will make certain assumptions about how physics works. Like they will reference Newton's laws, laws of thermodynamics. They will reference stuff like F equals ma, right? So if F equals ma is true in Naruto power scaling and applies to the Naruto universe, and those water globs are moving at the speed of light, they should be generating basically like small nuclear bomb levels of force when they hit the water wall. I think 3 of them hit Kakashi's water wall at the same time. So Kakashi's water wall is, if we accept all of that, is capable of withstanding multiple nuclear blasts, just like the water with chakra in it. Now, obviously, nuclear blast is a vague term. We can get an exact calc on how big they are, but it's a pretty fucking huge bomb going off, essentially. And Kakashi himself and part 2 uses a mud wall. Now, obviously, different elements, but we can assume that he's probably able to create something of similar strength, right? Given that it's still his chakra, it's a different element, but it's his proficiency as a jutsu user creating the wall. Pain, with a casual, like, no, not even really paying attention, like standing still, no sweat, Shinra Tensei blows up that wall of part 2 Kakashi. So a baseline Shinra Tensei from Pain should be stronger than 3 of those, whatever the size nuclear bombs are, that were generated by the Water Fang bullet, which means that when he uses a larger Shinra Tensei, or at least an equivalent Shinra Tensei on Gamma Bunta, Gamma Ken, and Gamma Hiro, their durability is enough to survive the equivalent of multiple nuclear bombs going through them. Because they get hurt by it, their bones break, but they still survive. And Konoha, man, since Pain uses a much bigger and more chakra-intensive massive Shinra Tensei to level the village, the stone in Konoha and the buildings and the materials that it's made out of, like, it doesn't all get like crushed and vaporized and turned into like a fine powder, right? There's still a lot of rubble and stuff that's standing. So the building materials in Konoha must be like chakra reinforced to be able to survive that like multi-nuke level explosion. That all gets focused and contained like in a relatively small radius. So yeah. Now, obviously, hopefully it's clear by my tone, I don't believe any of the shit I just said is true. But this is the thing. I would actually love to hear arguments like that, because by engaging with them and picking them apart and talking about them, we can start to better understand the problems, right? Like, if we assume that F equals MA can apply and we're okay with using that in general, then we also, to be fair and to be consistent, have to say, okay, if this thing is literally moving at the speed of light, if we assume that it's even only like 1 pound in weight, then the fucking force that it's generating is like astronomical. It's like a meteor slamming into the earth, like a big one. So, you know, how are we calibrating this? Like, what standards are we using? How are we staying fair and consistent? It's a valid question, and those questions wind up coming out of sometimes ridiculous arguments. Noodle saying that because Choji is as tall as a mountain, he is mountain level. Well, to evaluate that claim, you have to know what mountain level means. You have to know what that term is calibrated to. You have to know, like, okay, is Choji actually the size of that mountain? What size of mountains? What is the size of mountains in Naruto? After all, anyway, like, how does that compare to mountains in the real world? If we want to use those trees in the background to count the size of the mountain, okay, well, how big are those trees? Like, doing this investigation just helps us better understand. And so in a way, I'm kind of grateful to Sage for making the mistakes that he does, because I find them provocative, and then I go research and I go learn more, and then I can come back with a greater understanding, hopefully, if I get things right, assuming I get things right, right? So it can actually be healthy to stimulate discussion, to say a bunch of out-of-pocket shit. But it's also helpful to just, make good arguments. Target says, I'm speaking literally, by the way. Blizzard is renaming Overwatch. Oh, hang on a second. I think I'm missing some messages. Blizzard is renaming Overwatch 2 to Overwatch. That is bizarre. I guess they just present it as a service, as a live service, as like a platform now, like Fortnite, right? There's never going to be a Fortnite 2. It's just Fortnite. I guess that kind of makes sense. Anyway, more video.
Specifically because of the canonicity of these guides and novels, as well as what exactly these guides are. I go over this in depth in my Are Naruto's Databooks Reliable video, so I'll have that linked in the description and have it as a suggested video at the end. So if you do want to understand why they are reliable on a deeper level, check that out after finishing this video.
Okay, so we did respond to that video. I'm going to try not to get into it too much, but suffice to say that I didn't agree at all with his core arguments. He presented, I would say, go watch that video in context if you haven't already, if you haven't seen that stream, and also just like watch his video in context, right? But my main objections to that video were that he only showed a couple of actual pages from the databooks, and he used those few databook pages that happened to not have a lot of hyperbole on them, combined with this categorical statement about the databooks apparently being a certain type of literature, like the databooks are expository text. Expository text has these properties, therefore the databooks are literally true, and didn't actually like provide anything remotely resembling consistent data, sufficient data to back up his points. He then went on to say stuff like the databooks do make mistakes, but the only mistakes they make are related to the timeline. The examples that he used for the timeline being erroneous were, one of them was totally wrong, which was the idea that Tobirama would have had to have died before Hiruzen and Danzo would have been on his team or something like that. Like, I explained that badly, but basically there's like a statement in the data book that Danzo and Hiruzen and the two advisors were part of Team Minato or something like that, and Sage was like, well, that's not possible because Minato would have been dead, but not Minato, fuck, Tobirama. The Tobirama would have been dead by then, and that's not true. Like, on the same page that he showed, he just cropped out the part where Tobirama is on the page, like, with them. And you can just read that manga chapter. It's like 460, 470, 480. It's like right after the Sasuke Danzo fight. And yeah, he's just like, they're literally on the same team. They're depicted multiple times on panel as part of the same team. So that doesn't work. And the other one was like Itachi's age. Like apparently we talked about this last time, right? Like Kakashi thought he was 13 when he was an Anbu captain, but he was actually 12, and then there was some weird stuff with him and Orochimaru, and that's just like kind of a mess. But it's not the databook's fault that it's a mess. It's like there are discrepancies between the novels and the databooks and the main series, and there's like diegetic misinformation that makes everything more complicated. So that didn't work as a way of like kind of weirdly strawmanning the databooks themselves, to be like, yeah, they make mistakes, but the mistakes are all timeline related. Well, neither of the examples provided really demonstrated that either. So I found that whole video like very frustrating. But there's one specific point that we'll talk about in just a second that's more relevant for this video. I want to focus on that because that's the biggest thing, right? How about No says, I will say in versus battles, default assumption once you do reach light speed is nothing, which is consistent with Mabui's jutsu. For another fictional example, Flash's infinite mass punch abuses relativity for infinite energy, but once he does reach light speed, it does nothing at all to the environment, pretty much. Oh, okay, that's fair. So you're saying that like if a character in Naruto is light speed and they do a light speed punch, or like using the Flash as an example because I don't know anything about like comics for the most part, if the Flash is moving at the speed of light and kicks, then we wouldn't necessarily assume that the kick has F equals ma amount of force behind it, because the Flash is like moving in a way that is just sort of like outside of the way that normal physics equations would work or something like that. Like, if that's the case, how would you go about calculating how strong the Flash's punch would be if he was moving at light speed? Would you need to use like a different set of rules or equations, or would you basically need to get to like use a feat of the person that the Flash was attacking, like look at their durability, and then if the Flash damages that durability, then you calibrate the Flash's AP to that? Like, do you have to involve other characters in the scaling chain to like level it out or something? Sorry says, can't do the no more mutants thing. Everyone hypes up because they don't know the context for why she did it. Oh yeah, I'm not sure I know the context of that either. But I'm happy to hear more if you like. Hey Luan, I saw your comment. Thank you for stopping by. I hope that you are doing well. I'm glad you're still finding some enjoyment out of this. I'm sure I sound like a broken record at this point, but yeah, I do genuinely really enjoy talking about this stuff. So to kind of paraphrase what I said before, like in a way I'm kind of grateful. I hope Sage keeps making these videos because it keeps giving me shit to talk about. Yeah, I hope you're doing well. It's good to see you.
In a nutshell, though, the databooks are reliable because A, they're written by Kishimoto and published as official manga canon material by Shueisha, and B, they're expository reference texts. The default
Okay, so before we talk about the expository thing, I want to clarify that I do think it is entirely valid to ask whether or not a given text that you're using as a source is reliable, and to check to make sure that it's actually like published officially and not just like some random person writing something on a wiki that hasn't been evaluated, right? That's important. However, I don't think Sage is really asking the right question. What Sage is a power scaler, a debater, and we are doing power scaling, which is a certain form of interpretation that is based on a certain perspective of the series. And the real question to ask is using Databooks for power scaling reliable? The question that he's really answering or asking or whatever is, are the Databooks official and legitimate? And if they are published by the author or published by Shueisha, and they are endorsed by or written directly by the author, then yeah, they're official, they're legitimate. They aren't just some random fan creations that were created totally out of pocket or whatever. But at the same time, are they reliable for power scaling? And what that means is that if we take a statement out of context from the data book, like we just pick a random statement, is that statement genuinely useful and applicable for power scaling? In order for it to be the case, in order for it to be useful for power scaling, we need to test whether the way that we're interpreting it actually affects what's happening in the manga. So, for example, Tsunade's Heavenly Foot of Pain entry for the from the second data book, right? It says, let's just look at it real quick. I know I bring this up all the time. I'm sure you guys are familiar with it, but right, like Heavenly Foot of Pain, right? Okay, makes the ground rumble, ultra hard smackdown. Nothing and no one could receive a direct hit and avoid pulverization. Okay, so if we take that literally and out of context, we would come to the conclusion, perhaps, that Tsunade's foot has universal pulverized level AP, which is kind of ridiculous. And we know it's ridiculous because we compare what Tsunade actually does in the manga, in the anime, etc., etc., and then we compare that to what the statement says. And by making the comparison, we can notice that there's a contradiction. And then we can dispute whether, like, which one of those is authoritative. And I think most people would agree that if we read the manga and we don't see her, like, we don't see evidence that she could, like, pulverize, Ishiki with this particular hit, then if the databook says that would be the case, that conclusion that we're coming to from a power scaling perspective isn't appropriate. Now, this doesn't mean that the databook itself is full of shit and we should throw it in the garbage and set it on fire or whatever. But it also doesn't mean that, like, that we should take this literally either, specifically for a power scaling argument. There's nothing wrong with reading this and coming to the conclusion that Tsunade is really fucking strong and can do a devastating devastating attack. There's nothing wrong with that. And that it can, maybe even that it could kill anybody up to and including other Sanin in part one, right? But if we then translate this specifically into power scaling terminology, namely like universal AP, infinite AP, etc., then we start to run into problems. So the real question that I would like people to consider is not just, are the databooks official, are they canon, are they legitimate, but are they reliable for power scaling? Are they an appropriate tool to accomplish what we are trying to accomplish as power scalers specifically, or debaters specifically? If we're making videos that are trying to elaborate on and specify the actual strength of these characters, are they genuinely useful? Now, obviously, this is just one example, right? And one example could be an outlier. And so I know I brought this up before. I don't want to spend too much time on this because I want to just make this a video and I want to release it on its own. It's going to take at least a month to finish it, but I am working on an overall assessment of the databooks, right? And I've gone through all 4 of the databooks, and these are all of the entries. And feel free to pause the video if you want to have a little preview of this. Just understand that it's like really sketchy at the moment and needs a lot of work. In terms of formatting and stuff like that. But here are all of the jutsu and character entries in the first data book that I found that have hyperbolic, exaggerated, colorful language, or might just be incorrect, or might just need a little bit more information to clarify, or might be open to interpretation, right? There's a lot of shit in here that I think is open for interpretation or disputation. Here's all the stuff from the second data book, right? Got hundreds and hundreds of individual entries. Got about 250 things I found there. Third data book as well. Okay, whole bunch of stuff. Fourth data book, whole bunch of stuff. Now, I'm not asserting that every single one of these things is, proof of the data books not being reliable, or even that they're necessarily correct. This needs to be peer reviewed. This needs to be elaborated on and actually published correctly. This is a draft, right? But let's take some random sentences over here. Onoki inspired everyone's heart. Okay, if we read this like a well-adjusted human being, we come to the conclusion that that statement means that he was very, very inspirational, and that's fine. If we take it in a power scaling, hyperliteral way, are we supposed to assume that that means that he literally inspired every single person on the battlefield, assuming that we're talking about people that could even hear him? Or is that maybe not 100% accurate? This phrasing for Butsuma Senju, right? We have a simile. Facing him is like fighting against a rapid. Okay, what exactly does that mean? Should we assume that we can use power scaling terminology and a power scaling perspective on that and say, okay, well, let's look up the average speed of a rapid in this case referring to rapid waters, like a raging, like a waterfall, or not a waterfall specifically, but the term rapid, if you're not familiar with it, it means a very fast moving, choppy river that you would go whitewater rafting down, as an example, right? Okay, so should we assume that Senju Butsuma's AP is equivalent to whatever the average force conveyed by a length of river in the real world is, or should we understand that this is more of an abstract metaphor to help us understand that it is very intimidating? You see what I mean? I don't think that we should throw away Senju Butsuma's entry. I don't think that if you're trying to learn about his character that you should not consult the data books. You should. You will learn something about him. The problem is when we try to force this into a little power scaling box and try to say, well, okay, well, it's referring to a river, so clearly we can look at a river to get a calc. No, we fucking can. That's not what the data books are written for the most part. Anyway, there's a lot of different stuff to talk about here. I don't want to spoil it because I want to finish my work on it. But yeah, I just wanted to mention that. Let me catch up on chat real quick. Luan says, I just got here, accidentally passed out and missed most of everything. Oh, no worries, dude. We're really just getting started. This is going to be a long one, and I'm still kind of building momentum. We've gotten almost 2 minutes into the video, so you haven't missed all that much just yet. I hope you're okay. If you just passed out, are you getting enough sleep? I hope you're taking care of yourself. Sorry says, wait, was that comment removed? Oh, for the record, I didn't remove any comment. I just last time I think that something that you wrote got removed because you were saying, wait, why didn't that show up? And then you said something about I am speaking literal, by the way, but I don't know what that was in reference to. I'm looking both at Streamlabs or StreamerBot and at the YouTube chat, and I don't see anything that you referred to there, so I think it was automatically removed. Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't get a notification or an auto mod thing about hey, you should review this comment, unless it showed up in my other window. Let me check the studio page. One sec. No, I'm not seeing anything there either. There's nothing. So I'm sorry, I'm not sure what's going on there. Not saying his superhero name in case it gets removed. Yeah, that sucks. It's so frustrating. How about No says, broadly, that's the default assumption, as certain super speed abilities don't work under normal physics, like Quicksilver can sometimes move at super duper speed without harming the environment if he needs to, but he can also just actually damage stuff if he wants. Yeah, that makes sense. I think, honestly, it makes a lot of sense for, creators of fictional universes to try to write in some stipulations about so do you remember that scene have you ever seen Austin Powers where they're talking about time travel, and basically Austin Powers is saying yes, but if I go back in time and I meet my former self, then that will mean that my current self remembers my former self, not remembering my, I've gone all cross-eyed, right? And basically he gets totally confused by the paradox of it all, and then his Q equivalent, whatever his name is, he's I suggest you just not overthink this and just kind of have fun with it. And then they break the fourth wall and turn to the camera and says, that goes for all of you too, right? I think to a certain extent, a creator throwing a bone out there and being like, hey, look, just if anybody asks, this is how it works. Like, he can just figure it out. Don't worry about it. Just have fun, right? That's totally legitimate as well. Again, I think that we power scalers wind up creating like way too many problems for ourselves because we're trying to force the source material into this one very particular, very narrow form of interpretation. I'm not saying we can't do power scaling. I'm not saying it's like invalid or anything like that. I think it can be a great way to understand and a very fun way to talk about the series, but also it's not like the series was designed specifically for us to have this incredibly myopic view. Not everything works when we apply this paradigm to it. How about Noah says, as in all it says, things that can take a direct hit will probably be smashed. Oh, for the Tsunade thing, yeah, Tsunade databook entry in Japanese has a probably. Okay, that see makes it feel better. That makes it seem more grounded, right? Saria says, wait, how come you can? He can say it. Wait, who can? Oh, Quicksilver. Wait, what? It it deleted you saying Quicksilver? What the fuck? That is so bizarre. I can't imagine why. I mean, I know like Quicksilver is synonymous with Mercury. Did you capitalize it? Does it think that like lowercase Quicksilver is like referring to the chemical substance, and does it not want us talking about chemicals or whatever? Or like the element or whatnot? That is so fucking weird. Yeah, I don't know, dude. That's weird. The one says, I used to not mind databooks, but over recent years I found people have been using it wrong, as in they consult the databooks first before the manga before making claims. I think it's because I was watching some racing and cars zooming as like white noise that caused me to become sleep. Oh yeah, okay. I hope that's the case. Well, that could actually be a useful thing if you know that white noise helps you sleep. You know, if you ever wind up struggling with that, you can get these little. If you're not aware, you probably already know this, but like they have these little $20 or $30 little white noise machines that you can get that I have found helpful sometimes in relaxing. So, that being said, yeah, I hope you're doing okay. Yeah, so what I'm going to be a little unfair here potentially, but the way that it seems to me is that anybody with like a third grade reading level can pick up the data books and understand very quickly that the content is written with a variety of different styles of language and with a very like loose and playful tone. And there is a lot of stuff that is basically just literal, like, hey, this character is this many meters tall, and this blood type and did this many fucking missions and whatever. But there's a lot of stuff like to go back to the sheets for 1 second. Let me get my little fucking spreadsheet out again. Not to go through this for too long, but Choji. Is it Choji? How do I spell it? I guess it's in the second data book. So, like, there's a couple of statements about Choji, right? Choji's fist is describing as howling. He's described as having a fiery friendship with Shikamaru. Shikamaru's plans, which fool not only the enemy but also his own side, are recognized immediately only by Choji. So Choji apparently is the only one who recognizes Shikamaru's plans. What the fuck does that mean? The red medicine ball is described as surely going to kill Choji, and yeah, like if he doesn't receive treatment, but obviously he survives. Choza's character profile entry has the line that Choji is kinder than anyone. It's mentioned multiple times that he is the kindest shinobi in the world. Are we supposed to take that literally? Is it not possible that there is potentially another shinobi out there who's at least as kind as he is, or is he literally like factually the kindest shinobi? But my favorite is from his butterfly bullet and super multi-size technique, which I mentioned before, but like the phrasing is his massive body becomes a mountain, which the technique multiplies the user's body size beyond belief. The spectacle, the glory, crushing everything in its path. Just seeing this unbelievably giant body makes most enemies lose their will to fight, right? I mean, like, Choji's fist pulverizes the ground and many. One blinding punch that shakes the earth. It's like, okay, right? So, like, there is a lot of stuff here. Tsukuyomi, the grip held onto the principles of all creation, thoroughly annihilates one's heart and soul. 10-finger drilling bullet fired from the 10 fingers. The lightning-fast projectiles will tear through flesh and blood. Dance of the clematis. The howl of this vine extensible and retract. What? The howl of this vine, extensible and retractable at will, is the introduction to a hellish symphony. It's a dance that beckons certain death, a dance of demise. Right? The clematis dance. Its destructiveness is a power bestowed by the god of battle. So the literal god of battle came over to Kimimaro and said, "Here, have my cool fucking dance, bro." Like, hello, there's some metaphor here, there's some playful language here, and like, you don't need to have a fucking English degree to read through this and be like, I think this means that the literal god of battle literally exists and came and visited Kimimaro and taught him how to dance, right? Like, you could tell that this is like not necessarily meant to be taken literally. It's basic shit. It's like really easy to figure out if you actually read the fucking yeah. Part 1 Naruto's Rasengan is described as ultimateness itself. Dance of the Willow is described as agile, free, and endless dance. So I guess he could just like dance forever, etc., etc. You get the point, right? So like, yeah, I hopefully I don't need to elaborate more on that right now. That video will be coming out soon, and I will go over all of this stuff in great detail. By soon I mean like sometime in the next year. Realistically speaking. Saria says, I was talking about how my girlfriend didn't want me to play Overwatch, and I realized she was right after Overwatch 2 into Overwatch 1, literally erasing the 2, so people bought us. Oh my god, that sucks. Yeah, that is pretty frustrating. How about No says, I have had a message disappear when the chat updated. Maybe it was that. Yeah, there's something kind of screwy going on. I wish I knew exactly what it was. Okay, so we're right on pace with like almost, we're 1 hour and 40 minutes in. We're 1 minute and 40 seconds into the video. Perfect. Abstract says, it's actually so weird to see how literal everything is to an average power scaler. I think the reason why is because people want to make provocative, compelling statements to spark discourse. And you can do so by using databook statements pretty easily. Is my opinion. Luan Jack says, I think the most annoying databook entry for me to deal with is Sakura's databook entry recapping her story before the Fourth War and the iconic moment she reached the back. Oh, yeah. Is it the one that says, like, now that she's reached them and she will, like, never fall behind or whatever? And then people just use that to be like, okay, well, this must mean that she is, like, literally equivalent to them in power and will always be, on their level indefinitely going forward. Like, again, don't have to interpret that shit literally. Actually, a more literal interpretation is that her back is literally touching theirs at one point during the war, right? So, I do find it funny that pretty much every female character in Naruto, I would say like 80% of the female characters in Naruto, their databook entries all have something about like them being a flower or being like a blooming flower. Like, I want to do a short on that, so I don't want to spoil at all, but just for fun, if I go here and I just search for bloom, flower, I guess it starts showing up later. Let me make this up. Oh, I think I moved it to a different section. The red-haired kunoichi who could rival a man, more spirited than a man. That's nice. Yeah, so I guess I don't have it prepared here the way that I thought, but a lot of the female characters are described specifically as either being a flower, being a blooming flower, being in bloom, blooming on the battlefield. Like, all the main female characters are described as blooming flowers, and after a while it's like, okay, like, women have other parts of them. Conan is described as a flower. Chio is described as a flower. Rin is described as a flower. Sakura obviously is described as a flower. It's just like, again, like Hinata in the fourth data book describes it. Like, every single fucking female character is described as a flower in bloom. Like, I think I got pissed. I was like, again with the flower shit. Even Tsunade. And it's always specifically like, this majestic flower blooms, of course, right? So anyway, I guess it's not everybody, but it's a lot of people. Oh yeah, I'll just throw this out since I'm here. Apparently Tayuya, during the when her body is summoned by Kabuto during that fight, she makes the flute that she plays using Kimimaro's bones to make the flute. I didn't realize that at first. That was pretty cool. Um, anyway, let's get back on topic. Let's see. Lawan says the reason is that most people I've encountered use it to reference the Kaguya fight when the extract makes no kind of reference to that to build any kind of consistency. Yeah, and like, yes, I know she hits Kaguya. Yes, I know it does damage to her. That doesn't mean that she is like on par combat-wise overall with Naruto and Sasuke at that point in the series. She has some abilities that allow her to participate in the fight. That doesn't mean that she's like equivalent to them from my perspective. Sorry, I said I'll finish that video in like a year. Me making a Carrie lesbianism video that turned into a lesbian erasure in media video with Carrie as an core focus. Hey man, however long that takes you, it's going to be amazing when it comes out. So take your time, enjoy the process. Don't do what I did with the Itachi versus Pain video where I fucking tortured myself. I'm exaggerating and being too dramatic, but you know, like I fucking spent so much time on that and it was like way unhealthy. Don't do that because it killed my desire to make any content for a long time. Base Sakura, when she's no longer nerfed by charging, is greater than KCM 1.5. Naruto is stated in that instance in the manga. Her mitotic regen state is the one that's harder to quantify. Kabuto does also make the flute that way in the K fight. Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Specifically in the K fight when he's like sprouting all the different sound characters like out of his chest or whatever. He uses the bone to make the flute is what I'm saying. That then she plays. I think her flute during her fight against Shikamaru is literally just a fucking flute. But the one during that fight is like made of Kimimaru's bones, which I thought was really cool. Yeah, okay, so let's get back to the video. Okay, so this is actually going to be the hardest thing to address. But I think it's very important because, well, hard not in terms of difficulty, but in terms of like how fucking convoluted it is. So let me back up a little bit and just play this section and then I'll explain what the problem is.
Canon material by Shueisha, and B, their expository reference texts. The default reading of any given statement in an expository piece of work is factual, as the majority of the information will be just that. This is due to the fact that the intention behind expository text is to inform the reader with facts.
Okay, so I'm going to keep going before I dive into this, but to try to steelman, like paraphrase what Sage is saying, is that there is a category of text called an expository text. Expository texts have the intention to inform people, not to mislead them. And as a result, if you pick up an expository text, then it is safe to assume that the majority of the content in the expository text is going to be factual. I think what he meant to say there is that it's going to be safe to interpret it as though the intention was literal, right? Like I'll give him the benefit of the doubt and say I don't think he thinks that just because somebody wrote something that is written with an expository tone means that everything in it is fact. Because you can use expository writing to write whatever bullshit you want. Like, you could pick up a book that's like an official published scientific textbook that's peer-reviewed, blah, 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 on Flat Earth and how Flat Earth is true. And everything in it can be fucking bullshit. But it's still expository language. The fact that it's expository doesn't mean that it's true. But it does mean that the author's intention was to try to convey truth to the reader. I think that's what he's saying. Okay, so just keep in mind that that's an important distinction. But that being said,
that doesn't mean that such text can't contain figurative speech, but it's important to understand that figurative speech in expository writing tends to follow strict rules and guidelines, such as the figurative statement in question needing to be obviously figurative as to not mislead the reader and thus detract from the intention of the text.
So what Sage is saying, again, trying to paraphrase and steelman and make sure I understand it, the way I understand what he's saying is that, again, there is a category of text that exists as like an archetype, as like almost like a Platonic ideal, right? This category of text is called expository text. And expository texts, by their nature, follow a strict set of rules. That strict set of rules determines that necessarily the majority of the writing in the expository text must be literal, must be accurate, must be presented in a dry and straightforward manner, right? Because otherwise you might be misinforming the reader. Otherwise you might be not succeeding with your narrative goals. So basically, or with your communicative goals. So basically what Sage is saying here is that when writers write things, They agree to abide by rules of engagement, and specifically when they write expository texts, they agree to abide by these rules of like, I am only going to write for the most part in like I'm almost only going to write in a very, very specific way because that's the rule, because that's the way it's supposed to work. I have to write an expository piece of information, or I chose to write an expository piece of information, so I have to write it this way. The benefit of this argument for Sage is that if he can simply say or argue convincingly that the data books fit into this category called expository text, then that means that we can just assume all of these things apply to it. In other words, if the data books are expository text, and we've already established that expository texts are mostly literal, then we can just assume that, or conclude, to be a little gentler with it, that the data books are literal as well. So, a couple of issues here. First of all, where the fuck is this coming from? What is this article, right? I see something up here that says Grammarly. Okay, we're going to talk about Grammarly in just a second. We talked about it last time. There's a major issue that I have with the way that a lot of content creators present their shit is they will find some fucking thing on the internet and they will crop it and paste it and be like, look, since I found this thing somewhere, somebody wrote this is true. Sage did not provide, as far as I'm aware, a link to what this is. Let's see if hopefully I'm wrong. No, I don't see it. Okay. He did make sure to include commission links and Venmo links, but he didn't see fit to actually credit the author of this supposedly authoritative statement about the nature of writing itself. Didn't credit the person who wrote this and didn't do anything to establish its credibility. So as far as I know, as far as anybody knows watching this video, this is just some opinion piece written by some fucking person somewhere on the internet. And Sage is claiming that this declarative essay about the nature of writing holds sway over writing in general, like I guess across cultures and I guess across times, because it applies to Kishimoto's writing. That because some fucking person on Grammarly said that, hey guys, writing falls into these categories, then Kishimoto, who clearly chose to write an expository piece of text, must be following these very strict specific rules, according to Grammarly. So let's find the article. Sage didn't provide a link to it, but since I can transcribe text, I typed some of this text into Google and came up with the link. We went over this before, but let's give credit to Lindsay. Thank you, Lindsay, for writing this article. Lindsay is a prolific writer for Grammarly. Lindsay writes good stuff. Support her work, or their work. Maybe I shouldn't assume gender. Support Lindsay's work. If you reference Lindsay's work, give her fucking credit. Sage, and anybody else, give credit to the work of people that you are using for your for-profit fucking videos. Okay? It's not that hard. That being said, let's see what Lindsay has to say. Because you may notice that what we're looking at here is like 3, I guess, phone screenshots of this article from a blog. Okay. Out of context. So let's actually see what the context is. Okay. Let's read together briefly. Expository writing, according to Lindsay, shout out Lindsay, is, as its name implies, is writing that exposes facts. In other words, it's writing that explains and educates its readers rather than entertaining or attempting to persuade them. When you read a scholarly article, a textbook page, a news report, or an instructional guide, you're reading expository writing. So the examples of expository writing that Lindsay has provided for us include textbooks, scholarly articles, news, instructional guides, etc. So if you pick up an instruction manual for your TV set, right? Or you pick up, a paper on quantum physics. These are going to be texts that are filled with very specific, very precise language that is perfunctory and specifically designed to teach you about a specific thing. Now, that doesn't mean that the instructions are going to be good or that the writing itself is going to be correct, right? You can write something in a scholarly tone and have it be total bullshit if you didn't do your work right. But the tone of it, the way it's formatted, the way it's presented, is going to be literal. So the first question we should ask ourselves is, well, how do we actually know that the databooks themselves are literal or expository writing? In Sage's previous video, he compared them to a Marvel encyclopedia, and he mentioned that the Naruto databooks have dictionaries in them, right? Which they do. Some of them do, at least. Let's take a look at the third databook. I like to reference the third databook because it is one that is the only one that has an official English translation. You can pick it up, you can buy it for cheap, and so I recommend most people start with this one if you don't have if you don't know where to get started with the databooks. The first piece of writing we actually see in the databook, okay, we have a table of contents. Sage referenced this as well. Okay, so it does show you where to find things. It does give you a summary. What is the first official actual piece of writing? Like, not like a summary, not like a preview or whatever. What is the actual first piece of writing? In the shadows of a turbulent world walked 132 shinobi whose tread left not a trace. So this expository text, which by the way is expository, which must mean that it's following very strict rules of literature that everybody agrees to, starts with a fucking poem about, apparently there were only 132 shinobi in the Naruto universe, or specifically these 132 shinobi left not a trace when they walked. Okay, so what exactly are the conclusions that we're supposed to come to from this clearly expository text, this obviously expository text here? What exposition is this poem providing to us? So now we do have an example of expository text, because this is basically the instruction manual that we were talking about, right? This is, hey, if you're reading this book and you see this symbol, this is what this symbol means. If you're reading this book and you see this character's name, this is what this means. So now we switched it from poetry to expository text. Now let's go on to the next page, and then we'll go back to the video. The first text that we see, like I guess the first one is really like up here, but the leading text, the header text of this entry, razor sharp claws and fangs, swift as a shooting star. So are we supposed to look at this and conclude that like Akamaru can go as fast as a shooting star? How fast is a shooting star? Okay, so Akamaru canonically moves 160,000 miles an hour, because that is a potential actual value of a shooting star. I mean, it literally says it, right? It says it in an expository text. That's an official source. But wait, didn't we just say that this was a text featuring poetry? But wait, actually, I thought we said that this was a text featuring literal dictionary-style expository language. But wait, now it's actually featuring metaphor and hyperbole. The databooks are full of different kinds of language. Factually speaking, power honed by an insatiable appetite. Does this mean that Choji never ever feels full ever? Is he like fucking Tantalus, who never, like out of Greek myth, that never experiences any satiation? Aburame Shino, he is how old? He is where's his age? Okay. Fuck, why can't I see it? I'm looking right at it. 16 years old. He's 16 years old. Okay, that's expository. He towers above the rest in this skill. The skill being analysis. Okay, so he's smarter than Shikamaru. He's like a better battle analyst, and he is a better tactician than Shikamaru and Kakazu, right? Because it literally says in this supposedly expository text, he towers above the rest in his skill. You know, like a literal tower, like human beings are literally towers. You see what I mean? A loyal ninja hound and fangs that will rip through the air at super speed. Okay. He probably does rip through the air. He probably does tear through the air. That's fine. At super speed I'm sorry, senpai. What does super speed mean? How are we quantifying that? What does super speed mean in terms of power scaling? Is that sonic? Is that supersonic? Hypersonic? What? Right? The reality of the matter, which is very, very easy to confirm, within literally 10 minutes of reading, less than that if you don't have to listen to me yapping at you the whole time, is that based on any given page, the context and tone of the page, based on what's happening in the series, based on the comparison between the page itself and what actually happens in the manga, any given statement from the databooks might be literal, it might be figurative, it might be poetic, or not. The idea that we have to shove and forcibly cram these data books into one particular style of literature, because our good friend Lindsay over here said so. And no disrespect to Lindsay, she's just trying to help. It's not her fault that she got roped into this bullshit. But you see how it doesn't make any sense at all? This is not a scholarly article. It's not a textbook page. It's not a news report. It's not an instructional guide. It has elements of instructional guides. It has elements of like encyclopedias and dictionaries, but it is not categorically, wholesale, in general, totally that. There's nuance to it. And again, this is extremely obvious and extremely clear to figure out if you just read the motherfucking books, right? So that raises the question, how could Sage have possibly gotten to this conclusion? Especially since he claims multiple times to have read all the data books. How could he possibly have arrived at this perspective, given that this is incredibly simple, incredibly self-evident, very easily verifiable, and also like not hidden or anything like that? What do you think the answer is? I'll leave it up to you to interpret. Let's see. Wiki uses the expository text much more consistently, says Luan. Like water prison jutsu is actually very factually explained. That's a good point. We can talk about this more later, but also I think it's worth noting that the Boruto, what the fuck is it called? It's Naruto X Boruto Ninja Storm Connections, blah, blah, blah. It's the most recent Ninja Storm video game. Also has some entries on in like this sort of virtual data book that you can access. You don't need to like unlock this or anything. I guess some of the entries need to be unlocked, but like the vast majority of them you can just access from the title screen, right? So like let's compare Kirin. Oh, let's just like look at the entry for Kirin, right? A jutsu that shapes natural lightning and directs it towards the enemy by rapidly heating the air using fire style ninjutsu. Violent updrafts form cumulonimbus clouds. Right? There's nothing in here about like the mythical cry of a roaring beast shatters the heaven and the earth. The enemy is vanquished in a flash, right? This is actually much more dry and much more literal than what we find in the data books. Same thing with Beam of Light, right? A sword technique with one sharp lightning quick slash, it slices enemies in two, right? So, is there anything else in particular to go over? Ray of Destruction we already talked about. Laser Circus, right? It's like we can go through the whole data book entries if you want. Like there's 400 or 500 individual entries in there. The ones that I scanned through, like I scanned through about 20 or 30 of them before the stream today. That's like the vast majority of them are like this. They're actually more literal and more dry and more, I guess you could say, reasonable than the stuff in the actual data books, funny enough. So, Sasuke even taunts Naruto, telling him he's slowing him down, and he's slowing Sakura and him down. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I think that, or dragging them down. Okay. Sorry says, I thought you were going to say this is just from some bozo. It is from some fucking bozo. No, I don't want to like slander Lindsay. She's just doing her job, right? As a shooting star, note 2, the starting poem is very different. Let us follow in the footsteps of 132 ninja who walk the path of their lives during times of turmoil. Yeah, that makes sense. That's a little bit less poetic, a little bit less abstract. I do wonder sometimes about the creative liberties that the translators take. Like, how did they get to the conclusion that they should be that abstract with it? So, as far as I'm concerned, anybody who wants to be skeptical about any entry in anything and wants to get like another translation or another set of eyes on it, feel free, because clearly certain creative liberties have been taken pretty consistently. Let's continue with Lindsay's assessment over here. So, what is expository writing? Expository writing is writing that aims to inform its reader. As we mentioned above, this includes all types of factual writing, like textbooks, news stories, technical guides, blah, blah, blah. Many journalistic pieces are pieces of expository writing, but not all are. Okay, we can skim this. An easy way to understand expository writing is to compare and contrast it with other types of writing. 3 other commonly recognized types of writing are descriptive, narrative, and persuasive. Now, notice what Lindsay says specifically. There are other types of writing, and 3 of them are as follows. These are the ones that are commonly recognized, which implies that in general, people tend to generally lump things into these categories. So this is not some sort of set in stone rule. This is not something that like the cabal of expert writers and the guilds have all convened at the council, at the wordsmoot, and who have decided that, like, if you are going to be a writer, you have to adhere to the sacred traditions. And no, this is just a fucking trend. This is what people usually do, excuse me, right? So we also talked about previously that, like, there's nothing saying that you can't combine these styles. The example that I used in the previous stream was, like, let's say I wanted to write a book that was similar in tone to Saving Private Ryan, and I wanted to tell a story about these people who went through a world war. And in doing so, parts of the book were what would be called descriptive or narrative writing, where I was essentially saying, hey, this character that I invented had this emotional reaction to a thing that happened, and this was going on inside their mind, and this was what they were afraid of, and this is what they did. But then I also included a bunch of historical facts and information, and was like, hey, they arrived at this particular place at this particular date, and, like, that literally did happen in history. And then I also try to end the book by saying, hey, I think war is bad, and you should also think that too, by leaving that message in with the narrative, like weaving it in together. There's nothing stopping me from being descriptive and narrative and persuasive all within the same text, and also using expository writing to inform people about the actual literal historical things that happened. Over the course of a given piece of text, any individual sentence might you might be able to categorize it as only being one style of writing, but over a book in general, or any other piece of writing, you can employ each of these tools in various fluid, dynamic, and contextually appropriate ways, in nuanced ways. Sage is trying to say that since the data books contain text that is expository, the data books themselves are expository texts, plural, in general, like as works, and therefore we can just assume that it's all, like, logical and factual. Now, for a little contrast over here, let's go to Lindsay's article on descriptive writing. Right. So, what does Lindsay list as examples of descriptive writing, and how do they contrast with expository writing? Okay. Examples: metaphors, similes, sensory writing, hyperbole, personification, onomatopoeia. Okay, let's look at a metaphor. Metaphors examples include: my child is the light of my life. He's the black sheep of our family. She's a tornado that destroys everything in her path. Now, this one I find kind of interesting. Specifically because we've talked about a certain character from the 4th data book, right? Where are we? Not this page. Is it this one? Who's described as the fierce tornado that blows the entire universe away. Okay, now what do we say? A tornado that destroys everything in her path. Literally everything, right? So that's a metaphor. A simile. A simile is like a metaphor. And yes, that was a simile, right? They ate like a bunch of vultures. She drives faster than a NASCAR racer. The building was as tall as Mount Fuji. Okay, so let's go back to our sheet for a second. And I am going somewhere with this, right? Should probably just keep this up at this point. So, Gamabunta. Gamabunta is as big as a mountain. Okay, so here's a very clear example of a simile, which is descriptive writing. Sensory writing. When the cool water splashed my face, the contrast made me realize how red hot my skin had gotten. I wanted to make sure to include this. The sticky substance reached every centimeter of my skin, oozing into my pores and gluing my fingers and toes together. I'll just leave that for you to enjoy, right? And then, of course, there's hyperbole. So, honestly, all I need to do to demonstrate that Sage is wrong here is just to do what I've already done and point to the fact that if you actually read the fucking books, it becomes incredibly clear, again, that there is a variety of different languages being used. A storm that blows violently. Without Sasuke's existence, Naruto's growth would be impossible. There's no way to escape from the rain of needles. Sakura is braver than any man. She loves with every fiber of her being. Neji's father's words pierced his heart like thorns. Earnest feelings are stronger than any weapon. The Hokage sees all and protects everyone in the village. Kurama was described as the greatest of plagues. Anko learned everything she knows from Orochimaru, literally everything. Zabuza, the fire of his great ambition never disappears. The fire of his ambition. Lee has unlimited potentiality. Gaara's ninjutsu is bottomless. Sound 4 formed an impenetrable barricade. Naruto transforms into a perfect girl. Its proportions are whoa, a super sexy girl you've never seen before. You've never seen it before. Lee has off the charts speeds. The shadow of the dancing leaf is described as just like a leaf that dances in the air is followed by its shadow. Shadow imitation technique is described as a devilish shade. Great release, great fireball technique. A massive flame engulfs and vaporizes everything. The flame is described as roaring, right? Blade of wind is described as an uncatchable, unavoidable longsword, okay? Dragonfire is described as consisting of innumerable blazes, etc., 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 right? So, destroys all sense of balance, Echo Drill. No enemy can escape. It goes, blah, 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 blah. Hiding and miss technique. The user goes in and out at will from the pearly white realm. Pause. What else do we have? The 5 element seal is described as being carved on the user, carved on their heart, and it being demonic. Sand, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so you get the point, right? It's not just that there's some hyperbole over here, like ultimate pressure, which reduces everything, or whatever, or like this attack can't be avoided or whatever. It's like there is literal like metaphor and hyperbole and fucking poetry. Lion combo, the lion's roar calls upon a storm. Obviously it doesn't literally do that, but this isn't hyperbole. It's not just an example of an exaggeration. It's not just slightly exaggerated compared to, like, it's not like saying that this is country level when really it's city block level. It's not an exaggeration. It is metaphor. It's poetry, essentially. Sharingan, the Uchiha clan's god-given clairvoyant dojutsu. Again, right? Like, this is just the first data book. The other data books are longer and they have more in them. So it's just not true that these books are only expository texts. They don't only use expository text. And this would become incredibly clear not only if you read the rest of this article and listen to what Lindsay has to say, but also read the other articles that Lindsay has written. By Lindsay's own description, the data books are not exclusively expository writing. In fact, if you use the criteria that Lindsay here has shared with us, I think there's a strong argument to be made that the data books are mostly non-expository writing. Sage didn't bother giving us that context, did he? Sage didn't think we needed to know who wrote this in the first place. Sage didn't think it was important for us to have links to these other pieces of writing either, or that we ought to compare and contrast that. Sage didn't even think that we needed to read the full article. But apparently, this uncredited, unsourced blog post has the authority to dictate the precepts and axioms of writing itself. And from that, we can derive the conclusion that Kishimoto's work must adhere to those strictures. And that we can go into his work without having read it, without even having opened up a fucking page or turned a fucking page, and just assume that the language we're going to encounter is going to be literal. What the fuck are you talking about, bro? If you spend literally an hour reading the text, you will find this to be blatantly, patently false. It's not even like debatable, right? It's there. It's right on the page. So I don't really know what's going on here, but it's really dumb and I hate it. Okay, getting back to chat an hour later. How do I feel? Oh, message got deleted, so reposting. Kiba's databook doesn't say he's as fast as a shooting star in the JP. Oh, what does he say? I'd be curious to know what the... Oh, it's Akamaru's entry, right? You mean? Yeah, I'd be curious to say what language... curious to hear you say what language is used specifically. The one says, how do you feel when talking about light speed and somebody makes a distinction between reaction, movement, and combat speed? I think that those can be useful, helpful distinctions. Let's take like Sonic the Hedgehog as a random example. Or no, I was playing Armored Core 6 recently, so let's take Armored Core 6, right? It's a mecha game, and there's an ability that your mecha has. Let's just call it Turbo Boost. I forget what it's actually called, but basically you press a button and your mecha goes forward super, super, super fast in a straight line. Now, your mecha is not capable of doing that level of speed in a turn or in a like quick dogfighting maneuver or anything like that. It can only achieve this speed by going straight forward in a boost with very minor adjustment. So there is a very obvious and very clear distinction between like turning speed and maximal travel speed, and consequently there is a very different categories of speed between, you know, like how fast the thing can punch and how fast it can turbo boost. So especially in universes where characters have abilities that they can activate that increase their speed, um, and aren't just like purely stat based fighters. I think drawing a distinction between travel speed, combat speed, etc., and reaction speed, they are factually different things, and it's important to draw that distinction. However, we'll get to it pretty well sometime this year. When we talk about heavenly transfer, Sage makes this argument that like the reason why heavenly transfer hurts people is because it's transporting them over vast distances, which he never actually substantiates. But basically, his conclusion is that people in Naruto can move over short distances at the speed of light safely. And that kind of gets into this distinction about, like, okay, light speed travel speed is a problem, but light speed combat speed isn't a problem, and then it kind of gets more messy. So we'll talk about that more in a little bit. But yeah, I think it's an important distinction, and it can be fair, but you shouldn't just use it to like as a get out of jail free card or whatever, right? To shut down an argument. Oh yeah, you mentioned the Akamaru thing. Yeah, that's fine. I appreciate the clarification. Let's see. How about No says, I mean, there is a martial artist kick got measured at 136 miles per hour, or 5 times faster than Usain. Wow, that's pretty impressive. Instantaneous sprint 10 times faster than the fastest marathon run. Obviously, that martial artist isn't a sprinter. Theirs will be far slower. Oh yeah, no worries about the Akamaru thing. Yeah, that makes sense, right? And like, another good example, you know, the mantis shrimp. The mantis shrimp has a fucking punch that oh boy. Mantis. What? No, don't end my stream, please. Mantis shrimp punch. Okay, so yeah. I don't know if this will be what we want to see, but essentially these little guys, I would encourage you to look into them. They're very fascinating creatures, and they punch so fast that it I think it's faster than the speed of sound. I forget exactly, but basically their punch is so fast that it actually creates a cavitation bubble. It creates like a little hole in the water that then produces like a little flash of light, which is crazy. Now, I don't think they can fucking swim that fast, right? They can't necessarily swim consistently at the same speed that they're able to punch in that little burst there. So if we're talking about like the mantis shrimp power scaling, it does make a lot of sense to differentiate between, you know, movement speed and punching speed. I want to see if they actually show the cavitation bubble. Spring-loaded clubs strike 50 times faster than we can blink. Yeah, it's pretty fucking fast. Are we gonna see it? Yeah, that punch right there, really, really fast. I don't think they can swim that fast. Oh yeah, here we go. For a moment, the surrounding water reaches the temperature of the surface of the sun. This thing is yeah, see that? That's what I was looking for. I think that actually might be, that looks like an effect that they layered on. I don't know if that's real, actually. Like the little sparks over there, that doesn't seem right. I think that's edited. But I think I think they probably couldn't get the real footage of it. They edited that. That seems suspicious. But regardless, yeah, the science does support it, as far as I know, that like they punch so fast that they create a cavitation bubble, it's called. Yeah, see, it auto completed for me. Look into that. Anyway, I'm obsessed with mantis shrimp, so I'm getting off topic. But yeah, hopefully that answers your question. Luan says, I know that it's just that in the series it's mentioned that moving at light speed is dangerous. Maybe that's because of Mabui's jutsu. Who knows? Well, yeah, I think that, like, I do. So what we're going to talk about this more later, but what Mabui says specifically is that the transfer rate is so fast that the body can't keep up. And so that, to me, is her telling us that one of two things. Either A, that unless you have some sort of protection against it, like the V2 Raikage's cloak, that moving at that speed is just something that the human body can't really handle unless you are around the Raikage's level of durability or higher in Naruto. She's telling us that. Or she's telling us this jutsu works in a really weird way. And like it transfers you in a specific way that yanks you at this speed, and that transfer itself, like the two things are not necessarily contingent, right? Like it is transferring you at the speed of light, and also because it is a transfer from this external source, it's like yanking you there to your destination, that is actually hurting you. And so you could interpret what she's saying as specifically just referring to like the technique itself hurting people rather than the technique being at the speed of light. But I think her language specifically is more like, hang on, let's just look at it. I have to look up the chapter 1 second. 529, 562. Okay. Yeah, it's going to come up later anyway, so let's just take a look at it right now. 562. Why can't I read? Reading comprehension is harder than you would think. Okay, so Tsunade says, Mabui right, prepare your ethereal... The ethereal transformation jutsu is for transporting objects. It's not like Kuchose summoning and reverse summoning. It's not meant for people, really. We do know the transmission rate is so fast that the body cannot keep up, and one just comes out torn apart and dead on the other side. So what's interesting there is she says like torn apart and dead. So maybe there is something about like, I don't know. Right? I think that there's two possible interpretations of this that make sense to me. The first one is that like because of the amount of force that you're getting applied to you at this particular speed, that your body literally like can't withstand the amount of energy that's being applied to it. And so like let's say if the ability like pulls on your head and shoulders, so to speak, and pulls upward, like the rest of your body can't accelerate fast enough to keep up with your head and your shoulders. So like your chest can't do that, and so it like gets ripped apart, right? The cells themselves can't actually withstand the amount of pressure and force that's being pulled on them by like the tension as your body is like yanked towards this other location. That's one interpretation. Another interpretation is literally that just like you're moving way too fucking fast, your body can't handle it. Right? And what she does say is the transmission rate is so fast that the body can't keep up. If we interpret this in the most literal way possible, like just directly, she's saying because it is fast, the body can't keep up with it. Because it's the speed of light is too fast for you and you will fucking die unless you have some sort of ability to counteract it, right? The only one who is able to do it is the third Raikage, so maybe it would be the fourth Raikage. So again, this doesn't like shut down light speed travel in the entire universe in general. It just means that if you travel at light speed in a way that is analogous or like similar or whatever to the heavenly transfer, and you don't have some kind of extremely high level of durability, then it will hurt you. So basically anybody who you can demonstrate has the durability of the fourth Raikage or third Raikage or higher, this would not inherently debunk potential light speed feats for those characters, if that makes sense. What it does establish, though, is that like a baseline durability that is necessary to comfortably perform light speed travel, so that anybody below this durability, essentially anybody who has Tsunade's durability or less for sure, is going to be hurt by light speed travel, I think is what this is establishing. So some nuance as well, right? Because again, and like people, Sage is going to talk about this in a little while as well, but like when Tsunade comes out of the heavenly transfer, she's fucking bleeding from all over the place, right? She's got like blood all over her. Look at all this fucking blood that's just like spurting off of her, right? She got blood everywhere, and she's like, she has to release her seal technique to heal herself. So it's a big fucking deal. It really hurts, and this is a Sani level character by definition, right? So yeah. Worth considering how that relates to part one characters like fucking Kakashi being like speed or whatever. I mean, come on. Um, do we really think that? Well, I mean, like here, like think about this, right? If moving at the speed of light, you need to have Raikage level durability to guarantee that you don't take any damage. You have to have at least somewhat higher than Tsunade's level of durability in part two, right? Then this would imply potentially that Haku in part one should also have a level of durability that is higher than Tsunade's and approaching the Raikage's, because he's able to move at the speed of light. And if light speed travel damages you because of how fast it is, then he should have that level of durability. So then when he warps in front of Kakashi, like he goes through the mirror and shows up in front of Kakashi, then in order to penetrate his fourth Raikage, third Raikage level durability, or whatever, approximate level durability, then part one Kakashi's Chidori would need to have durability sufficient to like be approaching getting through the Raikage's like fourth Raikage's lightning cloak, right? Does he actually use the lightning cloak here, or is it just no? It's just his physique. Okay, so just using like approaching his level of durability. Does that actually make sense? You could be like, okay, well, Haku wanted to die, so he wasn't like really trying. He wasn't allocating chakra for his defense, except that he wanted to die because he wasn't a useful tool for Zabuza. And if he could have been a useful tool and like deflected it or absorbed it or whatever, he probably would have, right? Because that's his whole thing. He wants to be useful for Zabuza. He's more useful alive to him if he can deflect that attack. So does it actually make sense that like chapter 27-ish Kakashi has a Chidori AP or Raikiri AP that would be on like 4A's level? I don't know, maybe you could get there. I think it's grounds for skepticism. And this is the point, is that like the real problem with Sage's video and the real problem with a lot of Naruto discourse in general is just a complete lack of being willing to consider the implications and like the chains that branch out from a given statement. Like we were saying before about the part one fucking water fang bullet, right? Like if Kakashi's water wall is capable of sustaining like nuclear blasts, what does that mean for the scaling of other abilities in the series? Like where does that lead? How does that reflect on pain and stuff like that, right? How does that reflect on Gamabunta? All of these statements ripple out and connect to other things and like affect our overall perception of the general world building. So you can't really take any of these things out of context. You have to test each of these statements to see how, if they are true, how they affect the rest of the world, and whether those effects are consistent with what we actually see. So there's another expected evidence argument, right? Like if Haku is actually light speed and physics works at all in Naruto, we would expect to see this. We would expect to see these characters scaling in this way, blah, 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 and like look for that evidence. And I don't see that shit happening. So Saria says, feels like the problem here is the same reason people shout bad writing when a story doesn't follow the hero's journey or chooses not to develop characters, or it follows the heroine's journey. That is to say, it feels like the problem is that Sage thinks that there are rules when it comes to writing, when it's more like suggestions and guidelines. Yeah, exactly. It's like the line from fucking Pirates of the Caribbean, right? It's less of a rule, more of a guideline, or less of a law, more of a guideline. Luan Jack says, dancing leaf shadow was my favorite technique. Yeah, as a kid, it just sounded so cool. It sounds fucking awesome. There's a lot of genuinely wonderful, creative, expressive jutsu names in the series for sure. And having them all in one place in the databooks, especially for jutsu that don't get a name call out in the series, is actually super useful. How about No says the Raikage doesn't actually use the cloak. Yeah, that was my mistake. I thought that he did. I had it in my mind that he had to use the cloak for that. But no, you're absolutely right, and that was my mistake. I didn't realize it. I think I saw the blue in the background, and I was like, okay, that's clearly the cloak, but he doesn't have it on here. And then this is, like, Tsunade has the same blue shit as well. So this is just the Heavenly Transfer, like, beam or whatever the fuck it is, right? So thank you for calling that out. I appreciate it. How about No says, late on this, but if the sound fours barrier you mentioned earlier, JP just says it's extremely difficult to break through. So it's interesting. It feels like the English translations are taking things in a more hyperbolic and exaggerated way in general. That's interesting to me. Like I genuinely Maybe I should see if I could like reach out to the translators on Narutoversity to get some insight on like how they got to their conclusions. Because it occurs to me like we're doing a whole lot of discussion almost behind these people's backs, right? Like they put up these translations and we're bickering about them without ever talking to them about their work directly. That's kind of weird. Maybe I should just see if I can say hi. First of all, thank you for making this incredible labor of love and giving it to people for free. Also, oh god, did you start a whole bunch of bullshit with this? Not their fault though. Um, yes, you're right. How about no? Sasuke Chidori does stab through the Raikage's cloak, um, but that is part two Sasuke versus part one Kakashi. Now maybe they're relative, so maybe it is possible. And like maybe that example that I gave is totally fine. Like maybe you go through all of those questions that I presented almost as like rhetorical questions, and maybe you find out that they don't need to be asked rhetorically. Maybe they are actual like you go through and examine all that data and you're like, yeah, this all checks out. If so, that's great. Now you've just gone through, you in general, not you specifically, you've just gone through this process of evaluating not just the statement at face value, but also how it fits into the larger tapestry of the story in general. That can only help to like strengthen your argument, right? So I guess I'm just advocating for using that process as a general rule, even if like one particular chain does or doesn't work. Um, Dr. Strangle says even if his argument for that where sound it still falls victim to being a common sense fallacy. Yeah, I think I see what you're saying. Yeah, it's not enough to be like, well, this is obviously the case or it isn't the case. You have to actually like intuition is not necessarily compelling evidence in and of itself, right? If your body can't keep up with a rapid transfer, you'll be torn to shreds and die. That's that's good. I appreciate the context there. I appreciate that translation. Um, so I guess what that's establishing then is that the Raikage can keep up with it. So that's one way that you could look at it is like the Raikage can withstand light speed travel because he doesn't seem to get hurt by this. But Tsunade can't. So it's similar to what she's saying, but it does add like more context and more clarity in terms of like how to build scaling around that. Now that doesn't necessarily mean that the Raikage can move at light speed on his own. It also doesn't mean that he can't. But what it does mean is that like you could look at this and say like, okay, we shouldn't think that the Raikage would get hurt by light speed travel in general because Mabui is essentially saying as long as you're capable of dealing with it, then you'll be capable of dealing with it. And clearly the Raikage is capable of dealing with it. Something like that, right? So there's a way to kind of spin it that way, I think. Luan says weapons scale to the user. Kid Naruto's kunai scales to him, and he damages Zabuza, who doesn't scale to him. It's just upscale for Kid Naruto, bro. Consider the implications of what you're saying. Yeah, that's another thing that I'd like to talk about more about durability specifically. Like, I think probably for narrative purposes, you could argue. Like, I seriously don't know if Kishimoto worries all that much about, oh shit, I gotta make sure that the durability, that I always portray the durability of kunai consistently every time they're used, or like, every time a paper bomb goes off, I have to make sure that I have specifically calced the explosion of the paper bomb to be the right size and it's consistent throughout the whole series, right? I think that weapons can be exaggerated or restrained based on the narrative needs of any given scene, right? In the same way that certain characters from certain angles might appear bigger or smaller, depending on where the emphasis is, where the emotion is, right? Like, Kishimoto does not necessarily constrict himself to depictions of feats and objects and stuff that are necessarily, like, perfectly adaptable for power scaling purposes. We can try to apply a power scaling perspective to them, but it's art at the end of the day, right? So it's not always going to fit this laser precision, pun intended, I guess. But yeah, I think like as a narrative device, if I were an author, I would want the strength of weapons. Like I wouldn't feel the need to be like, okay, if I think it's really cool for like Tobirama to have a sword, and he's going up against Madara, like if I want his sword to damage Madara, I don't need to necessarily write a whole blurb about like, oh no, this is an adamantium sword that was specifically forged in the heart of a dying star that counters Madara's you just put a sword there and be like, okay, it works, right? It really depends on how you're calibrating your expectations. Saria says Naruto Versity translators need to translate something important like Senran Kagura lore. I want to know how many breasts Katsuragi has groped in her first year of the academy. I'm sure that there is a precise calc out there somewhere. By the way, because I'm me, I have actually downloaded Pac-Man World Repacked, and I played through the first hour of it when I was supposed to be helping with chores. So I haven't found any great lore so far. I do think that it's fucking wild that when they decided to make a Pac-Man video game, they started it off with basically like the Ghost Cartel abducting his entire fucking family. It's pretty fucking brutal. I can see why you wanted me to take a look at it. But hey, Zoro Moon, how's it going? Thank you so much for stopping by. Appreciate you checking out the stream. Zoro Moon 1 says, no, dat make no sense. I'd be curious what you're referring to specifically. Let me know if you have a specific critique or something you want me to address. Happy to have a conversation about it. How about No says, I had a discussion about this earlier, but I think the gap between Zabuza and the kids got retconned. Sasuke was far stronger than 1/10 of Zabuza clones, or the 1/10 Zabuza clones, but then later in the show, a stronger Sasuke is more than 10 times weaker than Special Jonin. Totally makes sense that if the gap was that small at that time, that a blade pressure boost would close the gap. I think retroactively, Zabuza was just sandbagging. What adult would fight seriously against a child? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and that's fine too, right? I think it's also the case that Kishimoto was under a lot of pressure. Like, I just got through reading through the interviews and stuff, and like the art books have Kishimoto like commenting on his own writing, on his own like drawing and stuff, and it's kind of sad. He's actually very critical of a lot of work that I think is really beautiful. He's like he's like his own worst critic, it seems. But anyway, he was talking about how like there's I should pull this up actually because it would be useful, but like in the first art book there's a statement that he says that like the interviewer asks him, are there any strict rules that you follow when creating the Naruto world? And he says, well, I can never have guns because no shinobi could survive getting hit with a bullet. And if we ever introduce missiles or weapons like that into the series, then the series would be over. So basically, he's saying, like, if anybody showed up with a rocket launcher and, like, a fucking Tech 9 or whatever, then they could solo the verse. Now, this was before Shippuden had started, right? And we literally do have the Asura Path firing missiles at people. So the scale from part 1 to part 2 is completely different. And we shouldn't necessarily judge chapter 700 by statements from the author about his intentions back in chapter like 50, 60, 70 or whatever, right? But it is really interesting to note that he had decided, like when they asked him specifically, what are the strict rules that you will follow, that you will not change? And he's like, I won't have missiles, I won't have guns, that would ruin everything, it's not going to happen. And then a few years later, that did happen. Let me see if I can find, I think I took a screenshot of this before today. If I have it on my phone, then I will share it in just a second. But of course, it takes me more than a minute. I'll probably just go back to the stream. For fuck's sake, come on. I don't know how to use phones. I'm an old man. 1 second. Photos. Oh yeah, I just saw a photo I took the other day. Have you guys heard of oxygen bars? I found this incredibly distressing, but I guess like you can go places where you can just sit and like sip primo oxygen, which is, yeah, I was at CVS and like I had just recently found out about that, and I was like going down the aisle and found that they were selling canned oxygen, and they have like the canned oxygen that's branded for men versus branded for women. It's like new oxygen now for women. It's like a pink bottle, and it's like, oh my god. I don't know what's wrong with us as a species. Okay, yeah, I think I found the scan. One rule so there can't be projectile weapon. Oh yeah, okay. So let me send this to myself. And then I will send it on screen. 1 second. Okay. Good time to stretch for a sec. Get a drink of water and all that. Okay. I think it's coming through. 1 second. Thank you for being patient. So this is from the first art book, which I highly recommend. I don't really recommend the other art books. They're not bad per se. Oh, for fuck's sake, this isn't even a good picture. I gotta get a better picture of this, but for now, I'll just show you like because it cuts off before the full scan, so I gotta like go back and get it, and get the proper page number and everything. So sorry, this is kind of shitty, but in the meantime, just so you can get a preview of this until I find like the better version. Can I just fucking do this? Come on. Okay. And so, okay, here we go. Okay, yeah. So really crappy screenshot. Sorry, but this is from the end of the art book. It's the first art book. I highly recommend this art book. It's like $20, I think. It's got a bunch of really beautiful art, and the art itself is some stuff that you won't find in the main series or on the main covers or anything like that. It's got great interviews. It has a whole breakdown of like Kishimoto's whole creative process, like every single pen and pencil he uses and everything. It's really great. The other art books are also good, but they don't have as much of that extra bonus stuff, and it feels like it's more like just the covers, and like the two-page spreads and stuff like that, which honestly I would rather just have as posters. So I didn't get as much value or insight out of them. They're all fine, but the first one is the one that I would recommend if you have to choose one. So this is what it says, right? What about the location, reference materials? At first glance, it seems like anything goes in the world of Naruto, but have you set any hard, non-negotiable rules? One rule is that there can't be projectile weapons such as guns in the story. No ninja would have a chance against the power of a gun. Gunpowder alone has appeared in the animation, and I didn't mind that, so gunpowder by itself is okay. Also, I don't draw vehicles like airplanes in the story. To some extent, I have to avoid drawing technological weapons that can be used for war. For instance, if missiles could be used, the story would be over. Now, so I think that let's see. I think the fucking temptation here for like the anti-Naruto crowd would be to look at this and say like, see, this is an official statement from the creator that like no Naruto character could survive a gunshot. That sits like, if we just assume like I don't know, like I think I saw somebody write AK-47 in chat, right? Like let's just assume that however much kinetic energy is behind an average AK-47 bullet, that is the max durability for anybody in Naruto. Then obviously like that sets a pretty low cap on durability feats. But this is before like Kishimoto had figured out like what the Susanoo was, right? Like this is before we saw Madara and Hashirama in their prime or anything like that. So I don't think it's fair to hold the entire series to this. I'm just sharing it because it's like kind of funny, and it's also, well, not even funny, it's just like an interesting insight into the creative process and into how things change over time, right? So Pac-Man 2 World is the Pac-Man World 2 is the best one. Spooky is top one. Pac-Man villain and isn't close. Well, I'm enjoying kind of like the mixture of the different like game styles so far. It's been pretty fun. Like I'm having fun with it. Knife scale to the user. I think, yeah. So I don't think like literally diegetically there's some like the material, the physical steel or whatever in the kunai shapes, shifts, and alters its properties to fit the user. No, like I'm just saying that over the course of the series, if Kishimoto wants to make a character have a if Kishimoto in chapter 650 or whatever wanted to have a character use a kunai, and that character scales way over a character in like chapter 20, and it looked visually like it was the same kind of kunai, I don't think he has to give us like a specific explanation of, no, this is an adamantine kunai as opposed to, like just a basic like hollow steel rat tail tang kunai or some shit from part 1. Like we can just assume that they have a weapon that is appropriate for the fight that they're in, and that maybe there isn't some elaborate explanation. But you could dispute that too. I mean, like, if we see a kunai get used on like Sasuke's Susanoo by Danzo and that shatters, and then we see another character who's supposed to have much higher durability than that like incomplete Susanoo, and the kunai pierces through his skin or through his defenses, you know, like if somehow it got through Madara's Susanoo, then we would be like, oh shit, maybe there's something special about this other kunai, and we would have to look at it. Right? It really just depends on the context, but I think also sometimes the way that weaponry can be presented is more metaphorical and more just like an extension of the um ideological conflict between the characters, and taking it literally doesn't always work, is what I'm trying to say. Anyway, speaking of rocket launchers in Boruto, they have guided heat-seeking kunai with paper bombs on them. That's pretty cool. Like somehow that thing was tracking the target mid-flight. I'm gonna have to the thing was tracking. I'll have to check out that episode as well. Thank you for that suggestion. Yeah, I mean there's in the it's a little bit different, but in the Blood Prison movie, no, in the Clash in the Land of Snow, there are these trains, and this is part one. This is Kid Naruto, right? So there are these trains that have like these arrays of ballista bolts that all fire out in like extremely fast, like shotgun clusters or whatever. And there's an extremely brutal scene where they just tear through a bunch of shinobi who are like charging the train, just like rip them apart with all of these like basically stakes being fired from these massive volley stake launchers. They kind of look like surface to air missile batteries almost. But then I forget what movie it is. It might be the Stone Tower, but there's one where there's a conflict between, I want to say, the Land of Wind and Konoha, and they start to mobilize and get ready for war, and they kind of like cluster up on the border between the two countries, and they have like cannons and shit, right, and catapults. Or maybe I'm getting confused because like fuck no, I think they have catapults there. But in the novel, that's right. Fuck. So in the novel where Kakashi goes to the land of Redaku, there's a scene where like the local insurrection or whatever, the hired shinobi that are part of the coup, they get a whole bunch of cannons together, like actual cannons with like lead cannonballs, and they besiege this city that Kakashi is in and just like pelt it, like artillery siege it with cannonballs, and Kakashi has to make a massive mud wall like around the whole city to protect it. So I mean like that there if you consider that novel to be canon, that there is like a canon debunk to this art book statement, even though it's from the author. Like the author corrected himself, or at least allowed for that to happen by another author, right? Because there is cannon fire, literal cannon fire in Naruto, and Kakashi negates it with his mud wall. So you can dispute the canonicity of it if you want, but like the data is there if you want to investigate it. He literally drew a shopkeeper with a shotgun. Yeah, that's right. I saw somebody else mention that. Amateur6287, welcome to the stream. I hope you are doing well. Thank you for stopping by. Yes, you are right. There's like a gun in a shop somewhere, right? That's like a curio shop or something. And it's just kind of like hanging out on a wall somewhere, if I remember correctly. There's a couple of other instances. The phrase gunpowder does get used in the manga. I forget where. I could check my notes. I might just do that out of curiosity for a quick break here. Let's see. It's going to be in my big old stinky note pile. 1 second. Eden. No, not the novel notes. Shit. Second. Databooks. Okay. So, gun to unravel. Okay, yeah, so in chapter 70, let me get that ready too. Let me do my one first, because my one is more special. I wrote down in my notes, for whatever reason, that there's a mention of gunpowder and a gun barrel and explosions. So let's see. Looks into him. Oh, yeah, I remember this now. Okay, so he's looking at Shino. His whole body's infested with them, blah, 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 the Beetle Masters. It's when from the looks of things, the Shino character directed the Beetles to plug up the exit hole in Zaku's hands. When Zaku tried to unleash the Zankuha, the pressure built up inside his arm with nowhere to go until, like a gun barrel, when the path of a bullet is blocked, Zaku blew off his own arm. So, I mean, like, this could be an issue of, like, translation, just looking for a metaphor that was culturally appropriate or something. But we do have an example diegetically of characters referring in universe to guns and barrels and gunpowder. So, you know, like, they're never actually used in combat, but apparently they're around somewhere. I guess you can reconcile that however you like. And then, oh shit, I lost chat. 1 second. Okay, there we go. Yeah, nuclear fox is less than a gun. Let's see. You said it was in chapter 19? Do you happen to remember where it is? Oh yeah, it's like in one of these shops, right? Oh yeah, he's got a rifle here behind the counter. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's kind of funny. Well, I guess maybe there's an argument that like civilians rely on them, but like shinobi don't for whatever reason. I don't know. It's kind of a cool piece of trivia though. I like that. Or maybe you can make like a slightly wormy argument that like it's just a prop and it's there to scare people off. But for that to be the case, people would need to know what a gun was and to recognize it as a threat anyway. So yeah, I'm just kind of like reaching at this point. Um, yeah, Zora, a grenade is god tier. I mean, like, I kind of view paper bombs as like Naruto universe hand grenades minus the shrapnel. But you know, Temari's whole thing is like she combines shrapnel with like paper bombs with metal, and presumably creates like the equivalent of shrapnel with kunai and shuriken and stuff like that. Temari doesn't have great feats in the. I'm sorry, not Temari. Tenten. I always get those two confused. Tenten doesn't have great feats in the manga itself, but she has, like, in the data book, she's described as having more completed missions. She has slightly more elevated statements. She does more things like off screen, it's implied. She's not like, we as fans look at her as fodder sometimes because we don't see her doing a whole lot, but diegetically, like, she is a full-fledged shinobi. Like, she goes out and fucking kills people, so clearly, like, her techniques must be effective to a certain extent. We just don't happen to see how effective it is. Um, so yeah, like, paper bombs seem to be like little grenades, and they are a standard ninja tool, which I think implies that they are considered to be useful for general like deployments and stuff like that, right? Sorry, says the Dr. Strangle. I think that was a football. I thought that was a football at first, and I was like, oh yeah, the nuclear fox is less than a water gun. I mean, pretty much, pretty much. I imagine like a whole bunch of people, like Kurama shows up in all his majesty, and Obito's there. It's like, finally, Konoha will pay, and then somebody just fucking pulls out a bazooka and one shots him. Um, but yeah, I mean, it is kind of funny that like the Asura Path's weapons get described as being like so advanced that they're not a part of this world. The Asura Path in the fourth data book, the Jutsu entry describes it as like being a certain death attack. Let's take a look real quick. Yeah, so the Shurado's missile, I'm assuming that it's missile, is what it's being referred to, is like not yet produced in the ninja world to deal with the enemy. A nice advantage being to create loopholes. Where is it? That it said something like, yeah, the enemy undergoes a certain death attack, right? So like the way that I interpret this entry is that I think what it's saying is basically like Hagoromo had access to some highly advanced weaponry that he created and he conceived of, maybe using something like the creation of all things or whatever. Nobody else has replicated weapons with this level of technological advancement at this point in the story, but they are considered so fucking scary to the average person in the Naruto universe that they are given this description of a certain death attack. Of course, that's not literally the case. I mean, if we actually did some calcs on the explosive radius and AP of one of the Shura Path's missiles, I don't know how high it really scales, right? But it's worth noting that this would still be kind of like on par with this art book statement, technically speaking. But anyway, multiple instances of paper bombs making explosions that are that are greater than a Moab. Holy shit! I didn't even realize that. But yeah, I mean, like one of the most terrifying things in the series is just Tobirama's many lots and lots, oops, all paper bombs jutsu. So, Dr. Strangle says 1010 be committing war crimes with their shrapnel bombs. Honestly, yeah. Oh, hey, Captain Cat, how's it going? Thank you so much for stopping by. I hope you're doing well. I think, if I remember correctly, I meant to thank you because I think I was on your stream a little while ago and you said something vaguely positive about my thumbnails, and I'm actually like very critical of my own thumbnails, and I was like, oh, that's sweet, and like it helped give me some encouragement when I was in like sort of being grumpy about it, so I appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I've been enjoying your content as well, very much so. Um, so let's see. Sorry, it says, yeah, enjoy your latest vid. Yeah, I agree with that. Dr. Strangle said, which paper bomb is 1 megaton? I want to see it. Saria says, as someone who has genuinely enjoyed Naruto's time skip because it wasn't super conventional, it was awesome to see someone actually defend it. Um, do people generally not like the time skip? I thought it was. Oh, you mean like Naruto into Boruto specifically, like the technological advancement? I mean, like, I genuinely really liked Naruto Retsuden, the novel, because of how it delved into, like, the advancement of technology and stuff like that. I do think, and Boruto in general as well, like, the idea that this shinobi culture and tradition that is so deeply steeped in, like, like national pride and individual like value and honor and like culture and legend and history, like it all kind of gathers together and coalesces on the identity of the shinobi as being like an intrinsic part of the world. And now technology comes along, and anybody who has enough money or has just like access to a scientific ninja tool can accomplish things that shinobi would have trained for years and years and years to try to do extremely easily with no training or whatever, right? So it's like you can imagine that it kind of parallels how knights might have felt or how samurai might have felt with the advent of gunpowder, the democratization of violence, so to speak, or at least self-defense. Self-defense. But no, like the baseline level of training for an average soldier and the level of proficiency and money invested in raising somebody up to be a knight versus just like handing a random militiaman automatic weapon and teaching them how to use that, it's a massive delta, right? So apply that also to all the other utilities and techniques and things that jutsu can contribute to, and all of a sudden you have a severe existential threat to the very identity and nature of shinobi, and that has profound implications for like the economy and the culture of the nations that they're a part of. So that conflict in and of itself in Boruto is probably the most interesting part of the series to me. That combined with like the um, bad father arc, for lack of a better way of putting it, like the abusive parenthood of Kawaki and what he deals with Jigen, and then also like Naruto struggling to figure out how to be a dad. That is interesting. I don't love the way that they handled it, but the actual like underlying conflicts or whatever are actually really interesting when they're done well. Um, let's see. I think I was referencing your video. Oh, for the Moab stuff. I don't think I've seen that, but I'd like to. If you have a video recommendation of something that you made on that topic, I'd love to check it out later. Sorry, it says Naruto into Shippuden. Okay, I don't feel like there was a huge technological jump there, but do you mean just like sort of the characterization and like the focus on missions and stuff like that, like the transition into the Akatsuki stuff? There's a gun, cannon, barrel. Yeah, Zaku thing is also in the Japanese. Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah. Um, you're a girl. Okay, had you guys working that out? So Captain Cat, to answer your question about light speed, I'll to briefly paraphrase what I said earlier tonight. I think it's open to interpretation, and I think since at the end of the day, like we're interpreting art, like the manga is art, obviously, that people are allowed to come to whatever conclusions they want to. I think that there are certain things in Naruto that you could look at as light speed. I think the strongest pieces of evidence are Haku's mirrors and maybe like Delta's I beam, whatever it's called. The hell's it called? I just had it up here a second ago. Ray of destruction, like we were talking about that earlier. I think though there's some decent examples of things that could potentially be light speed, but overall I don't think that the characters in Naruto are light speed. If they are, I think that just reveals like pretty inconsistent and inconsiderate world building on the behalf of Kishimoto, which I don't think is like checks out with my reading of the series. More to the point, though, I think that a lot of the arguments that people happen to make about Lightspeed in Naruto are misleading or at least confused. I don't really like accusing anybody of dishonesty. That feels kind of gross, but sometimes it's hard not to, given the nature of the arguments that come up and the way that they're presented. I think that there is some deep-seated confusion, and a lot of it is kind of based on a misunderstanding of how to interpret the data books that then leads people to just be kind of entrenched in inaccurate ways of looking at it. So, in other words, there might very well be evidence that proves, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that Naruto characters are literally Lightspeed. I haven't seen it. The arguments that people make, I tend to find pretty discouraging and pretty disingenuous. And so, rather than say, you're not allowed to believe in Lightspeed Naruto, I would rather just say, I think we should make better arguments about the topic. And that's kind of why I'm yeah, well, yeah, you kind of beat me to the punch. This stream is a direct response to Sage's video. I also talked about his video on the Databooks previously on a previous stream. I really was not a fan of his approach to the statements that he made about the Databooks and his interpretation of them as being like expository texts and stuff like that. I strongly disagree with his interpretations there. And I also strongly disagree with the way that he's presenting his arguments here, like using Grammarly blog post to try to make a declarative statement about, well, the databooks are expository texts and therefore they likely contain this sort of writing and therefore we can make assumptions about them, etc. Like, yeah, I'm not a fan. And so that's, I mean, nominally that's what I'm talking about tonight. I've been at it for almost 3 hours and I've gotten 2 minutes into the video, which is right on brand for me in terms of my pacing. But that's nominally what we're working on here. How about No says Shinobi make up like 0.04% of the population based on the numbers given? Oh, interesting. In Boruto, random bandits are considered D-rank missions that pose no danger to Shinobi, whereas any Shinobi mission is immediate B. Oh, that's cool. I appreciate having that context, man. I definitely need to go back and reread Boruto to kind of get more of that. To kind of sit with that world building. When I've read through the manga, or like the Boruto manga thus far, honestly, it's been somewhat utilitarian. Like I've been researching, so to speak, rather than just like sitting back and just enjoying it as a story. So I do appreciate that context. But yeah, Captain, to be clear, I've watched his video through twice. Like I try to watch videos before I just do like an immediate reaction to them, so I'm not just like popping off the top of my head. What would you call it? Like knee-jerk reaction is what I'm looking for. But yeah, I feel I have pretty strong feelings about his interpretations. Dr. Triangle says, John, this harms the world building power scaler. This is a sacrifice I'm willing to make. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I mean, look, we're allowed to interpret things however we want, right? But like, I also feel like being transparent about the information that we share with each other is also important, because we can't even stand a chance of like coming to good interpretations if we don't have access to good data to base those interpretations on. That's kind of my perspective. It's just upscale. So can you give me some context into that? Like, what is this like a meme, like the upscaling thing? I feel like upscaling or downscaling is like, in general, probably a sketchy way to kind of interpret things, because doesn't that kind of imply that you're trying to get a character up to a certain bracket as opposed to letting the evidence lead you? Or am I just like not understanding? Captain Cat says it's I think it's 10,000 shinobi to a million civilians. Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. It's funny. I wish we spent more time in the series, like in civilian settlements and cities and stuff like that. Like, they're such a huge part of the world, but we rarely get to spend a lot of time with them. Captain Cat then says, I personally don't really care about Lightspeed Naruto because I stopped doing crossovers years ago. Yeah, from what I've heard from other people as well, it seems like people within the community aren't really all that upset about it one way or another, but people who are debating like Naruto versus Bleach or One Piece or whatnot, that's when the arguments tend to get a little spicier, because, and like, to be fair, we've talked about this before when we've reacted to videos by like Key, for example. If you look in the comments of people making like pro universal Naruto arguments, pro Lightspeed Naruto arguments, there seems to be a desire in the community to be like, hey, people in the Bleach fandom and the One Piece fandom, their characters get to be the speed of light, their characters get to be universal, so why don't our characters get to be universal too? And then if a power scaler can find an argument that's even like remotely compelling, that gets like our boys up to the level of those other universes, so to speak, then like people really enjoy that and have fun with that. And I don't want to take people's fun away, not really. But I just don't agree with those conclusions. So that's why I think there's room for headcanon, but like, depending on the context of like, if you're debating or whatever, then there's a different kind of level of detail that needs to be applied, I think. Dr. Strangle says, well, when we power scale, we do have to make sure we're playing the same game. Yeah, in order for there to be a meaningful competition, there has to be reasonable and fair rules, and so we need to make sure that the playing field is level, that we're using the same terminology and stuff like that, right? Which, by the way, like, nobody's forcing on us. Like, we're choosing to engage in this, like, hobby, or if you want to think of it as a sport or a competition or whatever, we're choosing to do that, you know? Like, nobody's forcing us to perceive the manga or the anime in this specific way. But if we do so, and we want to actually do so fairly, then yeah, it makes sense to abide by certain maxims, so to speak. How about Nosa's in Japanese? It's hundreds of millions of civilians, stated by Pain to Jiraiya, chapter 374. I'd love to check that out, actually. Thank you for the suggestion there. And I'll get back to the video in a second. See, I actually really like that the discussions kind of spiral out sometimes. So I wind up learning a whole bunch of different stuff. Let's see. Was such a fellow here? Too many deaths. Thoughts and beliefs. Grown-ups don't abandon their comrades. Moved. Master. Never predicted to come to this. Let's see. Things still human. Okay. Let's see. Tailed beasts. This is also something that I think is important. It's not as relevant for now. But I think the fact that Pain was specifically trying to enact this entire fucking plan to be able to get the power to destroy a nation kind of puts a cap, or like puts it into context, just like how much power any given shinobi is even capable of mustering at this point. If like Pain, one of the strongest characters in the series period, or certainly up until this point, needs to get all the Biju together to be strong enough to be, let's just say, vaguely country level, since he said the word nation. I know that's not how that works, but just to be coy about it, right? Like, what does that say about other characters scaling around Pain's level, right? And like, Pain doesn't have to restrict himself to Tendo's power, right? Like, he can just exist in his own body if he wants to. Let's see. I might have missed it. I think I might have missed it. Sorry, I'm like... Cool, thanks for that. I think I missed it. But, yeah, I appreciate the insight there. The upscale thing is that scalers will ignore something that clearly doesn't make sense and just say that clearly wrong interpretation just upscales the character. Oh, I see. I think I understand. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think, again, there's room for open interpretation, but I think it's important to try to be fair with whatever information you're using. It can just like lead to these ripples of misinformation spreading if people wind up pushing the argument in one way or another, if that makes sense, right? As opposed to just letting the evidence lead them, they lead the evidence. That's where it kind of gets sketchy. Dr. Strangle said before, of the big three, Bleach is the one that most would agree has the shakiest lightspeed scaling. It's funny to hear that, because I feel like Naruto fans think that Bleach fans consistently scale Bleach characters to light speed and universal. And I'm guessing that maybe Bleach fans don't do that as much internally, and it's more of like a cross-verse upscaling thing. Man, there's so many like polarized opinions about this stuff. You posted the JP scan in the scans chat of Discord. Oh, cool, thank you, I appreciate that. Luan Jack says, it's just I was having discussion about Sakura, Naruto, and Sasuke not being equals, and used Minato and 8 Gates Guy to show that you can contribute to a fight without being a relative fighter or equal. Oh, sure, yeah, like, I think that makes perfect sense, right? Like, even I'm thinking of in Dragon Ball, you know, when Vegeta, so Cell is like clashing with Gohan with that last Kamehameha, and then Vegeta comes in and he like fires that one like Ki Blast or whatever that distracts Cell, and then Gohan like locks in, and then he manages to like do the father-son Kamehameha thing, right? So how much AP was behind Vegeta's Ki Blast? Did it actually damage Cell? I don't know. Didn't really seem to hurt him very much, but it contributed. And you could, if you're being a little cheeky, you could say that like Vegeta secured the win, right? Like Vegeta at least contributed strongly to securing the win. If he wasn't there, then it's entirely possible that Gohan might have been overpowered, right? So not to undervalue the efforts that like the sidekicks or whatever provide. Like going back to the Datara Toby stuff that we talked about before, you know, Datara makes the statement after capturing the Three Tails that the credit for this masterpiece is mine alone or whatever. But I forget where it is, but like realistically, factually, Obito winds up distracting the Three Tails and gives Datara the opportunity to get in there and hit him with a fish bomb, right? So like over here, chapter 317, Obito is like in character, he's being silly, right? He's being goofy. But the fact that he is running away from Isobu and drawing his attention away gives Datara the opportunity to create this fish bomb, running up right next to his head while he's locked in and focused on chasing Obito, and then blow him up. Now later, Datara does like act pretty conceited about it. He's like, the credit for this masterpiece is mine. Like I said, I think it's like right here, so might as well just take a quick look at it, right? Toby in character playfully tries to take credit for it, and then Datara says, "My artful detonating clay did the heavy lifting." You know, and this is going back to the old like Swag Kage versus Noodles debate where they were trying to argue over like who actually did the work here. The reality of the matter is that Datara was the person who knocked out Isobu, but Obito helped, and like you should get credit where credit is due, right? Like he participated. Um, let's see. Sorry, I said sure it can be a sport. I mean, there's likely Rochambeau tournaments in Japan. Oh, that Rochambeau. Okay. No, in Japanese he specifies a great nation. Oh, okay, that makes sense too. Luan Jax says, sorry, I'm reading things out of order here. I was met with, this is just Minato upscale. Yeah, people, I think maybe Minato got like overly glazed in the wake of like that swag video where he was like, that has the thumbnail where it's like flee on sight. You know, he got kind of gassed up as being like this shinobi god or whatever. And I think there was a backlash to that where people felt the need to level things out a little bit. So I wonder what the general perception of Minato is in the fan base overall these days, if people still scale him that high. Let's see. I went just past it in English. It's millions. Oh, sorry. I just must have spaced out there. Captain Cat says that's usually just people ratting. Oh, yeah. Dr. Strangle says one of my favorite interpretive frameworks got to be unexplainable increase in characters' power level, so my argument isn't contradicted. Oh yeah, and like we talked about the other night on Discord, fucking lack of contradiction is also, it's good. It helps your position overall, I guess. But a lack of contradiction isn't evidence in and of itself, right? It's great if you can demonstrate that there is nothing that outright contradicts it per se, but you still have a burden of proof to demonstrate the validity of the thing that you're trying to establish. And I guess you could actually semantically argue that like a lack of evidence is well, nah, I don't know. It's getting messy. I don't want to go down there right now. But yeah, you always have to like prove your points, right? Sasori, hi Ryoman, it's good to see you. Hope you're having a good night. Ryoman says Sasori no diffs Prime Sakura. No, I don't think so. I think like especially if Sakura has access to, well, I guess it depends on whether or not she can overcome the poison with 100 healings, because if Sasori is able to successfully administer a poison to her that can harm her, then unless she has an antidote or a way of healing from it, then that could be effective. I wouldn't say no diff though, right? Like I don't, if we're talking about speed, I think there's probably an argument that Sakura just like outmaneuvers him or like outpaces him and then destroys him very quickly. Especially with like the when her Byakugo appears on her forehead and she gets that massive power boost and like smashes the ground and kills all those Ten Tails clones. I don't think there's much of an argument that like Sasori is standing up to that personally, but you know, we could have that debate. I want to prepare for it. Sakura has no real speed feats. I don't know about that. She did hit Kaguya. I wouldn't say it's a speed blitz though. Sorry, says Captain Cat, don't mind if we just kind of rage face. Ryoman is the spicy member of the chat. He's the rapscallion, but we like a little we like a little trolling from time to time. It's okay. Minato loses to, and not to discredit your position there, Ryoman. If you genuinely believe that, that's totally fine. I'm skeptical about it, but I would definitely be happy to hear your argumentation there. And you might be right. I'm not immediately seeing how how it's so clear cut that he just like blitzes her or anything like that. I think that might be a little bit of an exaggeration, but it's an interesting topic, and I hope you will continue to put forward topics like that, because I find them really interesting, genuinely. Minato uses to okay, well, Minato losing to Jiraiya, I don't know about that. Maybe that's a little spicier as well, but that's okay. Okay, that being said, let's get back to the video. 3 hours in, 2 minutes and 12 seconds into the video. We're doing great.
The text. Again, I do go over
I do, not to be sarcastic, I do genuinely love the conversation.
this in more detail in that video, so check that out next if you haven't yet. But for now, we'll be proceeding with the understanding that the default reading of these statements is factual, so long as there's no obvious evidence to suggest hyperbole or other figurative speech.
Yeah, so just to recap, obviously, hopefully I was clear that based on my reading of the Grammarly text, and based on like my response to the video previously, I really don't agree with that conclusion at all. And at the end of the day, this strikes me as just one big ugly smokescreen, basically saying like, hey, if we can just categorize the data books as X, Y, or Z kind of language, then we don't actually have to read through them in detail. We don't actually have to go and test how many statements are reliable or not, and we don't have to develop any kind of real metric or method for how we're going to evaluate any given statement. We're just going to assume that because it falls into this category of writing according to fucking Grammarly, that we're just going to go ahead and assume that the statements are true. And if you don't like that, you have to prove me wrong, which is not how like good argumentation works. And also, again, like the data books themselves are not particularly complicated. They're not super elevated language. They're not difficult to understand. And it's incredibly apparent, I think, that anybody could notice this if you just read through them, that they employ a variety of different types of language, some of which can be taken literally, some of which really shouldn't be, especially for power scaling purposes. And if you genuinely want to understand them, you have to actually read them and like get a sense of the tone and context in which they're being used. In the same way that you shouldn't like discard the data books wholesale, because you think that they're like just a whole bunch of fluff and filler without actually reading them. You also shouldn't just assume that they're true, and everything in them should be taken literally or whatever without testing them. You should, and I know this is controversial, but oh shit, hang on. It looks like my OBS disconnected. Am I still on the stream? Oh, okay, I reconnected. I think my stream might have been interrupted. I'm gonna check on my phone to see if the stream went down, because I got like a weird message. 1 sec. Be right back. Okay, it looks like it's... Oh, no, it's live. Okay. So sorry if I missed some chat messages there. I think I had a hiccup in the connection. Captain Cat says, I think there's a difference between truth in debating versus discussions, because I could definitely argue for certain stuff that I don't actually believe in. Yeah, so that's something that I think I might wind up disagreeing maybe with you on, but certainly with some members of the debate community on. I think there are some people who view debating almost as like a kind of sport. And basically, you might want to actively take the underdog position to see if you can, like, to test your own argumentative skills and to see how good of a job you can do in that context. So, for example, I think I'm taking this from one of the debates that Sage ran in his debate tournament recently, right? Where there were two people who were debating, and it was like Sage Naruto versus Hebi Sasuke, Taka Sasuke. And I think the person debating for Naruto didn't necessarily agree that Naruto would beat Sasuke, but he argued that position anyway. And that can be fine, right? Like, it can actually be a lot of fun to take an underdog position, take a devil's advocate position, rather, and just, like, explore the argumentation and see how far you can get with it. I don't think there's anything wrong with that, as long as then there's, like, this understanding that that was the context of what was done. If it's just presented as truth without that context, that's where I have more of an issue with it, because especially if it's outside like the context of a tournament specifically, of a competition specifically, then it's like, okay, well, there are people who are going to come along and see your content that have no fucking context to what's happening in Discord or whatever. They're going to have their understanding of the series informed by your analysis. And if they're like I was, they're going to probably be trusting and optimistic, hopefully, not going to be super cynical about it. And you might wind up like literally well, not literally, you might wind up, let's just say, distorting somebody's view of somebody else's artwork. And to me, that's kind of shitty. That's kind of not great. So I don't know. It gets into a topic of like, what's the responsibility of a content creator? Like, how careful do we need to be about our audience and whatever? And I think like, if I can get like a little pretentious for a second, I think that anybody who makes a YouTube video is making a kind of art as well, and you're allowed to express yourself how you want to. But at the same time, it's like, I think you do incur a certain responsibility towards your audience when you have any audience at all of any size, of like, the moment your opinions like start to potentially influence people, then I think that should come with a little bit of care as to trying to be accurate. Now, I'm sure I say a whole bunch of dumb shit on my streams. I'm not trying to put myself up on a pedestal. I'm sure I make mistakes all the time, right? And we're all human and we're all going to make lots of mistakes. That's understandable. But I think that should also come with like a certain attention to detail that I don't always see in certain other videos, such as this. I hope I am wrong, but this comes across to me as pretty dishonest and pretty incurious, which is disappointing. That's all. Makima versus Pochita. Makima and well, like as far as I can tell, Makima is just like essentially like a demigod, right? So I'm not going to contest that. You always care about honesty no matter what. Yeah, I think that's great. That's very important. How about No says, oh, Sage Naruto probably wins. Yeah, I kind of went back and forth on it in my head. I can see arguments on either side, but I think overall, if you assume, like, I think the Amaterasu and like Sharingan Genjutsu would be strong like advantages for Sasuke. If we're talking about Taka Sasuke, which I think they were, the thing that it would come down to for me is like, is Kurama willing to like give Naruto some of his chakra to like help him avoid dying from Amaterasu? Like, I forget where this feat happens. I can never find it, but there's apparently some feat where like somebody gets hit with Amaterasu and then Kurama like pushes some of his chakra out through his body and it bubbles off and it like falls off. So if Kurama's willing to do that for Naruto to get him away from the Amaterasu, I think Naruto gets away from like a very strong threat to him. And if Kurama can wake him up from a genjutsu, that also puts Sasuke in like on the ropes, so to speak. But if Kurama's like not even there, if it's like post Baryon mode Naruto in Sage mode, but he scales to his pain arc stats, then it gets a little bit dicier, and I think I swing more towards Sasuke. Debate as a sport says, how about no is very different from any form of long-term truth-seeking in the context of a competition. You would absolutely be forced to argue for something you don't believe. Yeah, that's fair. I think there's something to be said for like having a gauntlet or like a crucible to test your ideas in, and also to just get better at practicing argumentation, even if you don't believe it. But you can do that while also not being disingenuous about the information that you're using, right? Like, I know that I can use, like, I know all the arguments for, not all of them probably, but I know a lot of arguments for why people think Naruto characters are universal. If I got like assigned to a random debate tournament and I got the task of arguing for universal Naruto, which is something I strongly disagree with, then I wouldn't want to use any of those bad arguments just for the sake of like trying to win the competition, right? Like I would not use the thing about Momoshiki creating his universe that makes him universal, because I don't believe that's true. I would need to try to find some other thing that I actually thought had some amount of credibility, or I guess I would just focus on being more critical of my opponent's position and trying to be a bit more defensive, I guess. Because like personally, I'd be very hesitant to like put that shit out there without first saying, okay, I am going to enter into the rat zone. We are now entering the worm dome. I'm going to begin worming and ratting now, and then I will tell you when I am done, right? Just so people understand and don't get confused about that. And that's important. Ryoman says you don't need to. You can simply always have a correct answer to everything. Oh, yeah. If you're just right about everything all the time, then that solves that problem, doesn't it? Captain Cat says, yeah, it's the same way how I argue that Itachi Solo's fiction via the Susanoo statements. However, I never actually make a video about it. It's just something you did have fun. Yeah, that's totally fine, right? The context of the conversation matters. And if that context is established and everybody's sort of on the same page, I don't have a problem with that. Not that I'm an authority on it either way, right? Dr. Strangle says, I am very black-pilled on the utility of debate as a means to even refine your understanding of what is true, let alone find it. I used to think that debate was the best form of intellectual discourse available, and it's, like I said, like a crucible to help people get to the truth, but that doesn't seem to be how people always engage with it, right? So I guess to kind of laser in on it, it's when the act of the competition supersedes the actual like truth of the statements, and it becomes more about the fight, about the scrap, than it does about the actual understanding. That's when things can get kind of screwy, if that makes sense. Itachi versus Luffy, I can't really comment on that. I know that certain people in the community think Itachi, like, Solo's 99% of fiction or whatever. I'm not going to comment because I don't know what Luffy can do. Let's see. Captain Cat then says, but for the most part, I only have debates to reach some level of deeper understanding and lead to something that's akin to the truth. Ratting is pretty lame nowadays. Yeah, I do agree with that. Like, I think, like, to go back to the example from before, you know, I really disagree with Noodles' perspective on, like, the arguments that he used for his Itachi, or not Itachi, what the fuck was it? Choji versus Gamabunta debate were, like, really fucking goofy. But also, that topic is really fun, right? Like, if those two people, like, what was it, Batman, I think, Batman V1, if those two got along and they weren't on each other's throats and there wasn't so much animosity between them, then that debate, like, we could have just been in a universe where we get to enjoy fun debates like that without all the hostility and the bullshit and the, like, I'm gonna fly you out to, I know it was Jay the Great, but, like, fly you out to get in a fist fight with you over this, rah, like, all that cringy shit, right? But unfortunately, it was a little bit dampened by that. But the topic itself is really fun. Like, I want more of that shit. Not, I don't care if it's, like, you know, super clear cut intuitively. Like, I want to hear the arguments. I want to hear people's creativity and how they can be cognitively flexible enough to come up with that stuff. Right? It's entertaining. It's fun. Both lose to the yellow mask Obito. I think we've detected an Obito fan. 90% of fiction are regular humans. Oh, well, yeah, that's probably true. The truth is, I am Luffy. Tony Stark. I can't. Oh, did I tell you about the fucking Ninja Turtles crossover? I was trawling through Amazon looking for novels and stuff like that, and I found a Naruto X Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles crossover, like an official, actual, like, Viz published or Shueisha published, I forget who it was, crossover comic, and I've ordered it, and we're gonna do a stream about it, I promise, as soon as it gets here. Aaron, I don't have much faith in, but as a person, but yeah, in terms of power, probably. I don't think they're both cringe characters. Tony Stark, I don't find cringy personally. Yeah, Noodles and Batman are dumbasses, so it's different and they're weird. I don't want to say that they're dumbasses per se. Like, you're allowed to have that opinion, obviously. I don't know if I would say that Noodles is stupid. I think he can be smart when he applies himself, but there's just so much fucking toxicity that came out of that interaction and out of, well, Noodles, like, it seems like that's what he lives for, right? Like, he seems to be highly motivated by causing controversy, by, like, stirring up, you know, getting people agitated, and that's like what he thrives on, as opposed to actually, like, genuinely understanding even, like, the most basic elements of power scaling, or reading the fucking manga, or making coherent arguments, or, you know, any of that shit. There is obviously some entertainment value to be found in that kind of stuff, because I watched a lot of his things and I responded to a lot of his stuff, and, you know, there's something to be said for that, but, like, I would much prefer to be in the version of the universe, so to speak, where we can have interesting, provocative, spicy conversations without also being, like, racist and homophobic and belligerent and, like, all the other shit that came out of that, just fucking gross shit. Noodles got into a debate with Six, made a claim. Six asked why his claim would be the case, and he started passing. Oh yeah. So I don't expect you to commit to watching the hours and hours of rants that I've done about this. But a little while ago, let's see, we talked about that. I had this whatchamacallit, this series that I called the Anti-Skeptic Grift, I think it was called, right? Where was it? I think I'm Yeah, I think it was this one over here, this video where we went through um that specific debate, and if I remember correctly, it was either this one over here or this one over here. But yeah, like he showed up on Six's stream and he was like, he made a claim, and then Six was skeptical about it, and then Noodles was like, you being skeptical at all and asking me to prove my burden of proof is literally antithetical to power scaling, and this represents like an infinite logic loop, and you have to like blah 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 blah, right? I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. That shit is like incredibly toxic to the conversations. And then Noodles tried to do like a what he considered, I guess, to be like a victory lap or whatever, where he went around to Six's friends like Troy and Shad and stuff like that, and like basically tried to use what he thought was like this brilliant new meta of like, oh, I cracked the code, I finally found a way to like get out of any conversation and win any debate. And it's like this is incredibly transparent and immediately like falls apart with any amount of scrutiny. But hey, it was funny for like 5 minutes. Dr. Strangle MDR. Oh, you're talking about, oh no, I'm thinking of MDK. I don't know what you're referring to there. Sorry. Dr. Strangle says, me after we finally got to the halfway point of the video. It's been 25 years. Yeah, that's a conservative estimate. If we might just have to do a part two. Might maybe possibly have to do a part two. Rioman says, yeah, but when Six actually tried to counter Noodles, he said something that doesn't make sense, and Noodles could have won anyway. I don't know. I think Six did a pretty good job. He identifies. He said something like the possibility of something being true also entails its negation. Like he quickly identified that in order to dispute a claim, it has to be falsifiable, and Noodles wasn't making like falsifiable claims, so they couldn't really investigate them. So I think that Six very quickly saw through the bullshit and was able to come to the correct approach. So yeah, at least in that, I mean, it was hardly a debate. It was just like Noodles trying to deploy his new like tactical meta and then like piecing out. But I was still pretty impressed with how quickly Six was able to like be like, no, this isn't gonna work, you know. I don't know about D1. D1, the fucked up thing about D1 is like he actually is pretty smart. Like he's made good arguments. In his debate with Sage recently, like I think his argumentation was better than Sage's in many instances, but then he just totally lost his cool and like went off the deep end, and like there's no way that I could ever like if I were like moderating that debate that I could ever give him the victory with that kind of conduct, right? So if he can just chill, like I think he could actually do really well. I don't know what's going on with him, but yeah. Like I'm not trying to judge him. It's just like it's really difficult to. It's just sad to or disappointing or something, because it's like I actually want to hear what you have to say, motherfucker. Just like please take a deep breath and like, you know, I think he could win more debates if he was just willing to kind of stop going nuclear. I guess is one way to put it. You're beating him though. Six is the smartest. Yeah, I don't know about that. Oh, hello, Very Nice. Thank you so much for checking out the stream. These Naruto debate lords are often weirdos. Yeah, as a certified weirdo myself, I mean, like, look, I've spent hundreds of hours talking about Naruto over the past year, so I'm not going to, throw stones in glass houses, so to speak. We're all a little weird. I think we have to be to spend this amount of time doing this. I don't mind the weirdness. I like quirkiness. What tends to get under my skin is just like the hostility and anger and shaming. Like, just to be totally frank, when I discovered the Naruto online debate community, I was super fucking excited because I love Naruto, and I was like, oh, sweet, awesome. I get to talk to people about something I like. I get to share ideas. I get to like have conversations with people about this, what I thought was a pretty niche topic, you know, kind of a nerdy thing in the school, like where I grew up. Nobody was really into it. It was either Dragon Ball or nothing for the most part. So I was like, yeah, cool. One of my favorite series. I get a community now. And like the initial wave of hostility that I encountered was so fucking discouraging, bro. It was like it was so there's so much vitriol, so much hatred, and so much like I don't know, just anger that I ran up into that I almost like lost any interest in the series. And I think that's deliberately intentional, right? Like I think that there are certain people in the debate community who, in order to maintain what they perceive to be their like king of the hill status or their like victories, they want to discourage anybody else from like challenging that. And if they can scare them off, then I think that um, they perceive that as being an advantage, and that really sucks. I'm not a big fan of that. Um, so yeah, sorry. I think my stream is like a little delayed, so if I take a couple seconds to respond to your messages, it seems like there's a little bit of a lag there. So I'll try to get to everything though. Dr. Strangle says Batman had an official crossover with TMNT, and TMNT had an official crossover with Naruto. Batman has learned all martial arts known to man. Batman knows how to do a Senkan. I think you actually have like a decent argument there. It's actually kind of funny. I would love to see more like crossovers from the perspective of the actual content creators, if that makes sense. The mangaka and all that. I got a Discord. Yeah, feel free to join the Discord. Feel free to send me a private message at any time if you want to chat about anything. Got to show you something Batman sent me. You can show it on stream. Yeah, I would be hesitant to show. Like, are you sure it's cool that with Batman if I do that? Like, I'm a little hesitant to get in on somebody else's conversation, so to speak. But yeah, if you search my name, just John the Maven on Discord, or if you go to my YouTube channel, I put a link to join the Discord server if you would like that we have. No pressure, of course. It's just there for people if you'd like to come in and chat. Very Nice says, immoral weirdos, they say slurs when getting hostile. Oh, yeah, like the first... okay, if it's a public comment, yeah, then that's totally fine. Yeah, the first quote unquote debate that I had ended in somebody calling me two slurs back to back, gaslighting me, and then banning me from their server. Uh, so that was like my introduction into the community. I don't think I said anything particularly rude. I think I might have said "Daddy, chill" at one point when somebody was yelling at me, but I think that's as spicy as I got. We'll see. Tuning exams, Rock Lee, Mox tuning exams, Sasuke in a fight. Maybe, probably. Oh, hey, the Grand Creed. Am I saying that right, or is it the Grand Crid? Well, either way, thank you so much for checking out the stream. I hope you are doing well. I'm going to say the Grand Crid until you correct me. It means Dexter solos Naruto with a Glock. I mean, were you here for, we were talking about this statement from the art book. As a very brief recap, if you didn't catch this, at the end of the first art book, there's this interview with Kishimoto where he says, like, one rule of the Naruto universe is there can't be projectile weapons, guns, missiles, and stuff, because, like, here's the quote, here's the thing you can quote mine or whatever, gunpowder alone, no ninja would have a chance against the power of a gun, right? Obviously, like, this is part one, this is before Shippuden, so this gets quote-unquote retcon, but yeah. So maybe, like... Part one knowledge only, Dexter with Glock versus Kakashi. Well, I mean, he has to hit his target with it, right? Like, if Kakashi is his Sharingan active as an example, and he just like sees Dexter reach for his gun, he's probably going to be able to get to him or before he draws it, or he's going to be using a genjutsu or something like that. But sure, if like he gets hit point blank with a bullet probably pierces him and kills him. Dexter does solo off-guard Naruto. They have wall-level durability. Yeah, that's a good way to put it, too. I don't know anything about Joe Goldberg, although I think you've mentioned him before. The Grand Crid, sorry. The only Lightspeed feat I can say, not even Lightspeed, is that one laser from the last movie. Oh, from the last movie? Oh, do you mean the Golden Wheel reincarnation explosion? The thing that fucking Toneri does where he, like, cuts through the moon? If that's a beam of light, then yeah, that might be it. I haven't actually thought that much about feats from the last. Let's see. Sorry about calling you. Dr. Strangle said, I said sorry about calling you them two slurs. It wasn't you, Dr. Strangle. Sorry, I'm not sure if you're joking. I'll not be coy about it. Like when I went to Noodle's server, like he called me an R slur, F slur, and then kicked me from the server because I insisted that Jiraiya didn't kill 5 individual paths of pain. Okay. Oh, there's the there's the slash J. Okay. Like I got nervous for a second. I was like, I'm pretty sure we never got that into it with each other, but my memory's not always the best. So Naruto characters will still have superhuman speeds. Yeah, that is true. I think even like without boosting themselves. So what's interesting is that like I want to think about this more. I want to analyze this in more detail. But if you consider like Naruto Retsuden novel to be canon, Naruto without his ability to mold chakra still has feats of like punching, like he punches through a steel floor at one point, I think, and he says something like, "This is nowhere as impressive as if like Tsunade or Sakura did it," but he's still able to do it, and like any normal human would like have all his bones broken. So it's kind of implied that Naruto's stamina and like base taijutsu strength and physical strength is still superhuman. It's just that he can't then further elaborate it with chakra because of the chakra sickness that he's suffering from. Let's see, Sasuke packing ammunition. I feel like there's like a promotional piece of artwork where he's got a gun, but I don't. I might be thinking of something else. Yeah, I definitely not in the main series. How about No says, funny what I found just relating to that. In training, Sasuke tells Sarada, you couldn't dodge a barrage of bullets, try these. Oh, interesting. Does that happen in the anime? I don't remember seeing that in the manga. But then again, that's like scientific ninja tool stuff, right? So, I mean, Ao has a fucking minigun in Boruto, like, pretty early on. So, I mean, like, yeah. Posted in Naruto chat. Okay, let me check the Discord real quick. Oh, sweet friend request. I see you. Accepted. Thank you very much. And then let's see. Yeah, welcome to the server. Okay, so what am I missing here? So you said that you posted it in the Naruto chat. Oh, I see. No, I think I'm missing it. Oh, I see, yeah. So getting started working the 2-tomer genre. Cool. Okay, awesome. I will check these out. I'm very hesitant to play like anime clips on the stream because I've gotten like not struck, but like my stream like forced paused or taken off temporarily before. But I will definitely check these out after the stream. Thank you for that. The Grand Crid says, did you watch the death battle of Kakashi versus Obi-Wan? I have not, but I think you're like the third person who has brought that up, and I keep saying that I should, and I never do, so I'm going to write that down right now. I got a sticky note going. Okay. Death battle Kakashi. I've had a couple of I think Saria also requested that I look at like you mentioned, like the Ash Ketchum death battle or something like that. So I got a few things I got to follow up on, obviously. 6 versus Rock Lee and outsmarting, definitely Rock Lee. Rock Lee no diffs. Oh, come on. I thought for a second you were talking about a Naruto character. No. I don't know about that. Rock Lee is sincere and earnest and hardworking, but I mean, like, give some credit. I think he's made some good arguments. You know, I don't agree with everything he's said, but like, I don't understand this like intelligence slander that's going on. Naruto has a lot of retcons. That is true. A lot changes over the course of the series. Ryoman says Kakashi likely beats Obi-Wan. Honestly, like I am hesitant to commission videos in general, but I think I would love to commission a video on or even like collaborate with somebody on Kakashi versus Sekiro. Like part 1 Kakashi versus the wolf from the video game Sekiro. I think that would make a really interesting video, but I'm not confident on doing it on my own. Like, I would want it to be like sort of a friendly pseudo debate where like I pick one character, the other person picks another character, and then we come up with our best arguments and see where they go. I'm leaning towards Sekiro just based on like the sorts of characters that he fights, and like what he survives. I mean, like, he can parry bullets, right? So that's one thing. But I don't know. I don't want to get too deep into that. I just think it's a kind of an interesting topic. Oh, no worries, Saria. Always happy to have you back. But of course, you're under no obligation. I understand that things come up. I just appreciate you saying hi either way. Oh yeah. What the hell? 1 second. it looks. Oh, sorry. I just noticed that the stream kind of like went all red for a second, so I think that's because I was tabbed out to the sticky note. I think I fixed that now. I'll keep an eye on that. Sorry. The Grand Crid says pre 2025 this battle is very bad at scaling most verses, with power systems and fights that extremely depend on context. That sounds like a good day. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. I'd love to hear it. I think I've poked other people on stream about it before, but folks aren't necessarily like Sekiro isn't as I guess widely played as something like Elden Ring at this point, right? Sorry, said I was very upset the power scalers bullied one of the animators so bad they left Death Battle. Oh, that fucking sucks. Yeah, right. That's rough. I don't like that. Sorry to hear that. I think you mentioned that before. Yeah. Cat and Cat says it would be peak. Otherwise, the debunk gonna go crazy. Reacting to this later. 69 would. Oh, okay. That's the only time he's interacted with you. That's a little spicy. Maybe he meant it just to be benefit of the doubt. Like maybe he meant it as like a oh, I'm coming after you, hint hint, wink wink, nudge nudge. Like but yeah, it's kind of a weird way to start a conversation, I guess. Yeah, that okay. I see what you mean. Yeah, I think that there's this, if you want to call it like a meta in the community of like one style of interacting with people is to collaborate and try to challenge each other in a nice way and build things together, and the other is to just like I gotta look for a new challenger, man. I gotta go seek out the heat, you know. And yeah, I personally am not as big of a fan of that paradigm of interaction, so to speak. But yeah. Let's see. The one Jack says, "Epona really that is." Oh yeah. You've just found out, says the Grand Crid, that OG Dragon Ball has a Star Wars reference in the manga. That's actually really cool. What would that reference be, out of curiosity? I know that I don't know if I'll be able to find it, but apparently in the prequel manga to, actually, hang on, this is the Uni mirror, right? So I might actually have it. Oh my god. Where the fuck is... So in the prequel manga to Road to Ninja, there is a conversation that Naruto has with Shino where he looks at his little Shino penis and says, "That looks like a baby Mothra." So I guess Mothra is canonical to the verse. Here, shit, I don't have it. I wish I did. But yeah, like Road to Ninja is really weird too because they have this whole this cracks me up every time. They have this whole scene where Naruto looks at Shino's dongus and has to comment on it. And I always forget which version of the story is which, but like fucking in the animated version, like in the movie, he like compliments him because he's like, "Wow, it's so big. You look like a nice kind of guy with a big personality." And in the prequel manga, it's like, "Oh, you seem like a really small-minded guy, Shino." It's like, okay, you had to tell that joke twice. You had to have this scene twice. So this is this is canon. If you want to use Road to Ninja as canon, then this scene is also canon. Just saying. Captain Cat said it's the fact that he was lying for no reason. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't want to speak for other people who weren't here, but I think when that sort of thing has happened to me, the reason is to be provocative and to get like a scrap going for the sake of like setting off some fireworks for people to watch. You know what I mean? Yeah, she knows Aura in that scene. He's very very single-minded, I suppose. Death Battle deserved it. They somehow think that Gojo beats Makima. Well, if they're slandering your Makima, if they're slandering, you know, Makima or Kushina or anything like that, then yeah, I suppose the downfall was inevitable. Okay, so let's see if we can get like one more minute under our belts before we wrap for tonight, and then obviously we're gonna do a part 2 next time. So.
As far as these statements go, the first and most arguably iconic Lightspeed statement in Naruto is Databook 1's entry on Haku's ice mirrors. We're told directly that utilizing the reflection of the mirrors, specifically when traveling from one mirror to another, Haku is capable of moving at the speed of light between said mirrors.
Okay, so just to briefly recap, since it's been like 3 hours since I brought this up, I did a thing where I reached out to 5 different translators on Fiverr, as well as asking ChatGPT and whatever the other one was, like Deep L or whatever, to translate the original Japanese text. You can see the translations for free at this URL, my website, including the full breakdown and explanation of why they translated things the way that they did. Feel free to read this at your own pace. In general, everybody I asked agreed that the correct translation is literal light speed. So, based on the text alone and based on the most like direct translation, literal light speed is totally fine. And some people who responded to it argued that like there really isn't any room for interpretation in terms of thinking that it's metaphor or hyperbole. That being said, there's an additional layer to consider, an additional wrinkle, which is that like let's look at the rest of the text that is being said here, and not just at the light speed stuff, right? So this is the entry for demonic mirroring ice crystals. This translation is one that Sage provided. It irritates the shit out of me that he didn't provide like what data book. I think he said this is the second data book, or the first data book rather. Didn't provide a page number, which is annoying, and also didn't credit his translator. Now I know he works with translators like Hobbs who don't necessarily want to be credited and like called out specifically. I know that he also has said that he uses like GPT like based software to do his translations. So maybe that's the case here. It's weird to me to not provide a translation though, and context for like who did this and why their work should be credible. But that being said, a lot of people in the community will use Narutoversity. If we go to the Narutoversity entry, let's see. We can read this and see how it compares. The technique carved in cursed blood inside the demonic mirrors is Haku's phantom world. Abominable and tremendous ability, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so here's this translation over here. I should include this, like a link to this in my page as well. And then you can read how other people translated it here if you're interested to hear other perspectives. But let's see what the translation that Sage provided says. An extraordinary and overwhelming power passed down only within Haku's clan. That's probably true. There's people in the novels that also use ice release, but at the time that this was written, that was like decades away, so that's fine. The Keke, and they might also be related to his clan for all I know. The Keke Genkai demonic mirroring ice crystals is a technique shrouded in mystery. That's probably fine. One thing, however, is absolutely clear. There is no way to break this jutsu. So I find it a little unfortunate that Sage doesn't call out the fact that the entry that he's using as a source says there is no way to break this jutsu, and trying to put that into context and actually evaluate that. So do we all agree that any character who is mentioned or depicted, at least in part 1 of the series, because this is from the first data book, cannot break this? Do we agree categorically that, like, if Kimimaro got caught in the mirrors, that he wouldn't be able to get out? Do we agree categorically that if Naruto went into, like, Four Tails Rampage mode, or that if Orochimaru were there, or the other Sanin, or if fucking Hashirama was there, that he wouldn't be able to get out of this? Or do we think that maybe this is a little bit hyperbolic? The phrasing, the text says there is no way to break this jutsu. It doesn't say there is likely no way, or it is as if this jutsu is unbreakable. So there's no simile, there's no metaphor. It's literal language that's being used. But should we actually believe it to be true inherently just because it's from a data book and just because it is being presented with a literal tone? Or is it worth being skeptical about that? Do you think that maybe there's somebody out there who could potentially break through these mirrors? Or is this just like an instant win con against anybody, including Hashirama, that is like mentioned in part 1? Then it says in an instant. Okay, again, is an instant something that we should take literally here? Should we apply it literally in a power scaling context and be like, okay, the ice mirrors themselves are created in like the most infinitesimally small quantum of time? Is that actually what we see happening on panel, or in the anime, or does it take like a couple of seconds or a couple of moments or whatever for the mirrors to actually form and solidify? Is it literally instant, or do they take a minute to form? Multiple mice materialize surrounding the enemy. That's fine. These mirrors reflect no one but Haku himself. That's fine. By merging into one of these mirrors, Haku becomes his own reflection and can travel at the speed of light from mirror to mirror, striking from any angle, possibly. Put a pin in that. The attacks unleashed from this literal light speed movement are impossible to see through or evade. Okay, so here's the thing. And Sage does kind of address this, but like, the attacks unleashed from this literal light speed movement are impossible to see through or evade. And this is something that I give credit to Dr. Strangle for. You pointed this out when we were talking before. So if this is the case, then what this means is that light speed movement is categorically impossible to evade, right? According to this databook entry. This databook entry is saying this movement is the speed of light, and consequently, like directly connected with that, it is impossible to see through or evade. So because of it having this light speed property, it can't be evaded. So this kind of puts a cap on any characters at least mentioned to the end of this databook, right? It's saying that the light speedness of it makes it impossible for anybody else to evade or to deal with. Does that actually make sense? Or could this potentially be hyperbolic? Or at least ironic or tongue-in-cheek or something, right? Like, how literally are we supposed to take literal there? If we do actually take it literally, what implications does it have for other characters as part of a scaling chain related to these characters, right? Then it says all the opponents can do is wait, dazzled, and disoriented for their inevitable end. So again, like, is it actually the case that any character who is caught in this mirror array has no choice but to experience dazzling amazement, be disoriented, and wait for their end? Is it truly inevitable, or is there potentially a way for them to get out of that? Let me just give like one example. Minato, right? If Minato gets caught in there, is it impossible for him to get out? So the reality of this statement is that yes, the text, the actual words that were written out saying literal light speed movement, that literal text is written here. That is fine. That translation is accurate and correct. And I asked multiple people and they all agreed. However, that doesn't mean we should actually interpret it literally, counterintuitively, because the overall context of not only the data books in general, but the statement itself is full of what I believe they refer to in the scientific community as cap. It's full of bullshit, right? Not really bullshit. It's just full of elevated, exaggerated, poetic, dramatic language. And so, given that surrounding context, I don't know if this is the best way to actually demonstrate that characters in Naruto are light speed. That being said, I think this is the strongest and the clearest example of a character in Naruto being light speed, at least before Boruto. And I think there is a way to reconcile it. I want to get through this point and then I'll catch up on chat. Sorry for making you guys wait. But that being said, let's just take a quick look at what actually happens when Haku goes into the mirrors, right? So here he's clashing with Sasuke. He does the Needle of Death attack, whatever the hell it's called. And then he reveals that he's been setting up this mirror thing. So he gathers his chakra, he makes the hand sign, and then we see the mirrors form. It does, it doesn't form instantaneously. It does seem like it takes a minute for them to kind of coalesce and emerge. Sasuke is able to react to that. So unless he has instantaneous reaction speed, we can probably conclude that this is not literally instantaneous. So now Haku goes in the mirror, and here's what happens, right? He slides into the mirror. We see one image of him only, but then we get all these little pop onomatopoeias, and all of a sudden he is everywhere, right? He's in all of them. So I think right here, right now, in this moment, he is quote-unquote moving between the mirrors at the speed of light. Since the mirrors show his reflection, and since we saw him enter this one and not the other ones, he is effectively like moving via the reflection between all of these points. Now, I think personally, my headcanon is that he's not literally moving between them. It's more of like a space-time distortion thing, where it's essentially he's inside whatever this like dimensional space is inside the mirror. However that works, I don't know. And then that mirror has like one entrance for him, but it has like all these different exits to the outside world. So I think this is actually more kind of like a mysterious, obscure sort of space-time ninjutsu that's like vaguely analogous to the Kamui, but instead of having like one portal to the outside world that Obito just sort of like spawns on himself or whatever, or where he's fixing his gaze, Haku can like simultaneously maintain multiple portals to the outside world from his coordinate in the like demonic realm or whatever it's called. And that's the way that he, quote-unquote, transports between the mirrors. That's my headcanon. That's my personal interpretation. But I don't know if that's actually, like, provable at all. So, sticking to what we actually see, I think right now he is moving between the mirrors at the speed of light. because he is being reflected between them, right? And now, once we get here, I think you can potentially argue also that this is the speed of light feat, because all we see is Haku like kind of crouch down, and then the next thing that we see is Sasuke reacting after the fact to having been cut, and then we see this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like all these different attacks that happen extremely fast. The only thing that I would raise an eyebrow about here, like this is Haku at the beginning of the fight as well. Like he's fresh, he's not out of chakra, he's not like mentally fatigued or whatever. But the thing about this is, if we accept that this is true, if this is the case, what does it actually mean about scaling in Naruto in general? Because if he is moving from mirror to mirror at the speed of light, or even at like 99.99%, so that he doesn't break the laws of physics or whatever, this piece of metal on him that he's presumably like, assuming that he's like physically jumping and then like slashing at Naruto, at Sasuke with this instead of just like throwing it, then that means that this piece of metal is also moving at the speed of light, which means that the amount of force behind this piece of metal is also getting close to the levels of like mini nuke. And so Sasuke to not be like atomized by Haku even like moving past him. You know, there's like certain kinds of like 50 cal rounds or whatever, like massive tank shells, whatever, that if you're even standing within a few feet of them, like the shock wave will like rip the skin off your bones basically. So why is that not happening here? If we take everything literally and we put a power scaling like lenses on, then we should come to the conclusion that Sasuke has like ridiculously massive durability to be able to not be vaporized by this, and so does his clothes, and so does his like his shoes and his headband and everything like that. And what this means is that in order to keep Haku reasonably at the speed of light, then the whole physics of the Naruto world needs to be calibrated accordingly. We need to change the like all the default assumptions that we make about the durability of clothing, the base durability of like human anatomy. If Haku like happens to like tap his foot on the ground and bounce off the ground while he's doing this, then he should be imparting like mini nuke levels of damage to the ground as well. So we have to assume that he's either in some sort of wrapper, like people were talking about with the Thing or Quicksilver or whatever before, where he's just like not obeying the laws of physics, or if he is, that has massive implications for the rest of the series. And that's kind of why I don't like this argument. Because even if he is doing this, then it means certain things that are like very that have very serious knock-on effects for the rest of the series, and nobody seems to want to talk about that. And also, if Haku can move at the speed of light, does that mean that Naruto's little shuriken here is faster than light because Haku perceives it? He's half in the mirror anyway. He sees it coming. He knows it's there, but he still gets hit by it, right? So we've done a stream going over this whole fight. I'm not going to go through every single panel because we've done that, I think, twice before. But suffice to say that, like, if you just go by the translation, Sage is correct. This is an accurate translation, and it does translate to literal light speed. But there is context from the rest of this entry that causes me to question whether or not we should literally take it literally. And there's also context from the fight itself and implications on the world in general that makes me think, maybe this isn't like the best argument ever. If you want to believe in Lightspeed Naruto, so to speak, then this is probably your best bet. This is the strongest piece of evidence that you're going to have, and I think it is decently strong. I don't think you're crazy or stupid if you look at this and you're like, okay, Haku can move at the speed of light. But if you try to put that into perspective, into context, I think the implications of it being true are really weird, and so it only really makes sense to me personally if it's specifically talking about either that initial volley against Sasuke, or ideally specifically when he's like choosing what mirror to appear in next, right? That being said, I'm way behind on chat, so let me try to catch up. I'm going to skim through really quickly here. Going way back up here, the Grand Crid said Death Battle somehow scaled the beach bomb to planetary because it destroyed. Well, okay, that's not the craziest thing I've heard, but also like I very much disagree with that. Planetary. I don't think any Naruto characters are planetary either. At least not until like the Kaguya. Like I don't want to start a whole fight about that right now, but like yeah, like the Kaguya. Kaguya is probably planetary with the ETSO. And then that's, if anybody who can scale to her DC or AP probably has planetary, but I think that's pretty much it. Definitely not galaxy level. Like, I think that's like totally out of whack. Yeah, sorry to make you read. I know I've read 4 novels in the past 2 weeks. I feel like my brain is still recovering all these words in front of me. What even are these things anymore? The Grand Crit also says a kid in Battle Wiki did a versus of Part 1 Sasuke versus TIE Fighter with a lore accurate pilot. That actually sounds really fucking cool. Darth Magog should be here for that because he can bring his Star Wars knowledge. I'd love to see you two have that discussion if you want to revive that debate. Let's see. How about No says Ash versus Yugi is one of the best ones, and I'm 100% unbiased in this regard, despite contributing 75 pages of research to it and being in the credits. Oh, good. It's good to know that you can recognize when you can be totally unbiased about something. I think that's a very good piece of wisdom that we should all internalize, and I will happily assume that you are true about that and correct about that unless proven otherwise. Either way, that's really cool. I understand that video blew up quite a bit, and it's awesome. I hope you feel proud of the work that you did on it. I hope it got a good reception, and I'll have to check it out. Definitely have to check it out now. Sorry said it was really messed up. You feel bad for them because their Yugi model looked really good, and from what I could tell, it didn't seem like they used a Jump Force model either. So I have to assume it took a while to create, even if it is the JF model. The work that they did was phenomenal, just to be bullied. Yeah, that fucking sucks. I'm really sorry to hear that. Dr. Strangle said I put the page number in my comment on Sage's video. Okay, awesome. I have to read your comments as well. I read, like, I skimmed through them, but I want to make sure I read them all in greater detail after the stream. The Grand Crit says a guy in Battle Wiki did it versus. Oh yeah. Sorry, I already read that. Captain Cat said, for my work, the specifics of the translations don't really matter. I think it can be useful to go through the translations just to get some insight on like why certain statements were made. Like, translation is an art and a skill in and of itself, and I think it's worth entertaining, like why certain decisions are made, and I think it can only just help give you more context, but you don't necessarily need it. Like, there's nothing wrong with just going with the Viz translation, but I mean, like, sometimes translations can be inaccurate, so getting other perspectives on it can be useful. That's why I kind of like spammed Fiverr a little bit to try and get a bunch of different perspectives, because people are going to have their own interpretations. I was following up on your other comment there. I don't think he ever actually breaks the mirror. He like fucks up the ground, but I don't, and he punches Haku. He like catches him. Right, so let's see what happens specifically. Haku's coming out from the mirror. He's coming down towards Naruto from above. Naruto seems to perceive this and dodge out of the way, spirals out of the way. And then Haku says, I've got to make it to the next mirror. So he jumps towards it, but Naruto catches him on the arm. I always thought this was his scarf. I didn't realize that until I watched the... I was confused by this thing over here. But no, he catches him on his arm, grabs him, smashes him down into the ground, and then the mirror cracks... yeah, okay, so the mirror does seem to crack over here, and then Haku says, I can't withstand his chakra anymore. So I guess you could argue that it's cracking because Haku's running out of chakra and he can't maintain them, but it definitely seems like a direct consequence of the shockwave that Naruto is like firing out, so to speak. Like, he stamps on the ground, then we immediately see like the mirror shake, and like this, like the blast of debris or whatever, like the rocks are kind of going past, and then it cracks. So if that's the case, anything that scales to Naruto's shockwave here in KN0 is capable of damaging the mirrors, which undermines that statement as well. So that's a good point. That's worth looking at this in context. But then, yeah, he punches Haku, and and then Haku actually breaks through the mirror physically. So that's another thing. The mirrors weren't you know what? This is the sort of thing where I actually kind of want to take off my power scaling lenses. Like, I don't want to overanalyze this, because I think the point is, narratively here, is that like Haku is like his power has been subverted and destroyed. The illusion that he's tried to maintain is being destroyed, and also like his whole worldview, his whole perspective, his identity is being eroded, and he's starting to doubt himself and like to question his very existence. So I really don't think nickel and diming the power scaling elements of this is the point of what we're supposed to be doing here. But if you want to look for like feats here, then yeah, sure. Like, the mirror gets shattered by Haku blasting through it, and then afterwards the mirrors crumble apart. And the way that they crumble and disintegrate is different, like the sizes of the chunks are different than this shattering here. So it does look like Haku's body actually broke the mirror, and Naruto also broke it over there as well. So let's see. The Grand Crit says if Haku could move at light speed, he could just punch Naruto's head off instead of having trouble throwing stuff. Yeah, but then there's also the context of this fight where, like, Haku's holding back and he doesn't really want to kill them, and I think he's having some cognitive dissonance over whether or not he's like committed to actually killing them. So I think that's probably open for debate there. But I see where you're coming from. Ryoman says nobody can change my mind on Haku being literally light speed. I can consider nobody scaling him to him though. That's fine. Like, again, I think there is a precedent for you. Like there is literal evidentiary ground for you to base that opinion off of, right? Japanese does not say evade. Okay, that's useful to know. No clear where Sage's translator got it from, but it's 100% not there. Yeah, okay. That's well, that's gonna come up in a second. That'll come up again with the fucking Light Fang stuff. But I don't want to jump too far ahead. But yeah, that's interesting to know for sure. Objects in Naruto can move at light speed without doing anything. This has been established. Well, through the heavenly transfer, yeah. Is it established that is it established that that can happen in other ways? I'm not aware of that. If so, Ryoman says, yeah, barely any work represents kinetic energy accurately. Senbon gonna be like toothpicks to the third. Let's see, literally 1 grain of salt. Yeah, at light speed could destroy the entire planet. I don't know if it destroys the entire planet in terms of like. I think the way it works is it would just hang on. Let's just look something up. Okay. Oh sweet, Kavaka's blowing up. I gotta check out his stream later. So let's see. Grain of sand hitting the earth at 99% speed of light. Okay. So yeah, I think we looked at this before. Again, I don't know for sure how accurate this is, although Action Lab generally tends to put out good stuff, and I also have this software, and I find that it is useful and somewhat reliable at least. So turn this up a little bit.
Whatever its kinetic energy was, I multiply it by 22.5 because it was going at relativistic speeds. And if you do that, you calculate that you get around 20 terajoules of energy. That's about how much energy is in the fuel of a jet airliner. So basically, imagine a plane exploding in the sky, and that's how much energy this grain of sand would have when it hit the sky. So it looks like a small explosion happened, but not really much damage. That's not that impressive, so let's shoot Halley's Comet at it at 99.9% the speed of light. Whoa! Oh
Yeah.
Man, it just completely vaporized everything here. Let's zoom
Yeah.
in.
So I mean, like, again, be healthily skeptical about the software there. I've messed with it and I think it's useful, but it's not perfect. But yeah, essentially, it's more like a baseball hitting the earth at the speed of light would probably cause a tsunami. Like if it hit the ocean, that would kill off all life on the surface of the planet. In order to break it apart, it'd have to be a bit larger than that. But yeah, it's still like devastating, right? If it's light speed, there's no basis for anything in that regard. False. At 99.9 light speed, it would do that. At light speed, there's nothing. Yeah, so I'm gonna need to educate myself a little bit more about that because I think I understand where you're coming from, but I haven't fully wrapped my noggin around like what that means. But it is really interesting for sure. The shockwave thing from bullets is a myth. Oh, okay. Yeah, it was a friend of mine who was in the Air Force made that claim. I never really fact checked him on it, but I would be not surprised if that happened to be false. Ryoman said everyone from top 60 scales to Kaguya's durability. Depends on who's in that top 60, I think. How about No says no, they didn't. They scaled the big ass Jubi blast to planet. Oh, okay, based on the surface area and how fast it moved the debris in the anime specifically, just to clarify. Okay, that makes sense. I still don't think it's anywhere near planetary, but I do appreciate the clarification there. Dr. Strangle says, I scaled and reviewed 38 volumes of One Piece and only 4 volumes of Naruto on my website, and I can unbiasedly say Luffy's over Naruto. Hey, man, you're the authority here. It's not a fallacy to defer to authority when that authority is actually correct, so I'm happy to just defer to you on that. Ryoman says, Naruto no diffs. Night speed in One Piece is 100 times easier to debunk than in Naruto. Well, open to hearing arguments on that. I'm really not qualified to say anything because I don't know anything about One Piece beyond the rice ball.
The raw Japanese here actually says the literal speed of light, so there's no real way.
How do people feel? This is a nitpick, it doesn't matter, but like, how do people feel about using the term raw Japanese? I know we like, how about No has said, like, you said, hey, I got the raws here. Is that cool though? Something about it being like, yeah, I got the uncooked OG language over here feels a little weird, but it's fine.
Around taking this statement literally, even if we were to disregard the text expository nature. So,
well, again, like, I don't think it's been established at all that the text is inherently expository, and any given sentence could be either expository or narrative or persuasive or metaphorical. So yeah, there needs to be more sensitive, nuanced analysis performed here to really get the understanding out of it. Dr. Strangle said every 9 you add after the 0.99 makes the energy level go up like 27 times. At the speed of light, the energy is infinite. Oh, okay. I think I understand a bit better. Yeah, that makes sense.
Some people take issue with this because Sasuke is able to react to Haku's speed visually when he's moving between the mirrors, but that's not really a valid debunk for 2 reasons. First, Haku is blatantly stated multiple times to have been holding back. Since we know he's holding back and the Databook statement says he can move at light speed with this travel, not that he always does, it's reasonable to assume that he wasn't always, if ever, going at maximum speed here.
Okay, that's fair, but there's a couple of reactions that I have to that. One, if that's the case, then it kind of limits, like, severely limits the utility of, like, where this can scale to. Because if all you're saying here is that Haku, under some hypothetical circumstances, can technically move at the speed of light, but we don't ever actually see him do that, then, I mean, at least versus Naruto and Sasuke, then, like, where does that scaling actually take us? I guess you could say, like, when he moves between the mirrors to intercept Kakashi, but if it's between the mirrors itself, but that's, like, at the end of the fight anyway, when he's already, like, wounded and stuff like that, right? Like, he's already expended enough chakra. He's let his own mirrors lapse in the past, so he wouldn't be at full chakra then either. Which then leads to the question, is it reasonable to assume that a character basically, how can I phrase this? There seems to be this assumption that, like, after a character starts expending any considerable amount of chakra, that their speed might be falling off after that point, and so you can never really know if any anti-feat that's applied to a character after they fall off in speed is legitimate because, you know, oh, well, they weren't at full anyway, right? But is that actually a valid paradigm? So, as an analogy, let's say I get in my car, and my car has, like, a maximum reasonable speed of, like, 120 miles an hour. I get in a car, it's got 100% fuel in it. It goes at 120 miles an hour. Then it goes down to 50% fuel. Does the car start going less fast because I have less fuel in the tank? What if I get down to 10% fuel? Well, when I get down to a certain level, yeah, there's less gas available. It's going to be less efficient. I'm probably not going to be able to keep, like, redlining it or whatever, just, like, keep it up at that high velocity. It's probably going to be less performant. And then eventually, yeah, we're going to get to a point where it's, like, stuttering. So eventually it will run out. But I think there's, like, a threshold, and as long as you're above that threshold, you could still push the vehicle to its maximum effective speed. So I'm not convinced about this yet in Naruto, but it seems to me like until a character hits a certain threshold where you notice, like, this drop off in speed, there's no explicit evidence that convinces me that, like, Haku is gradually getting slower and slower. The context seems to me more to be like, if he runs out of chakra, which he is going to do soon, then he's going to have a massive drop off, and so he needs to wrap up the fight quickly before that happens. But I don't think, like, saying, like, I don't think we even get to this point in the argument anyway, but saying, like, okay, well, you're going to debunk this by saying Sasuke reacted to it. I'm going to debunk that by saying Haku wasn't moving as fast as possible. Like, that, to me, that counter debunk would need to be substantiated by specifying at what point Haku actually starts to slow down, and why. Like, why does that apply as a principle in Naruto in general? I don't really see that at all. There's also the idea of, what did he say?
Back in the Databook statement says he can move at light speed, which is really a valid debunk for 2 reasons.
A second, speed up.
Haku is blatantly stated multiple times to have been holding back. Since we know he's holding back in the Databook.
Oh, yeah. So, like, yeah, holding back is something that Sage also doesn't really define here. And also, I think people use holding back as a get out of jail free card to be like, again, to just dismiss anti feats out of context, or like categorically rather. So yes, Haku was holding back by a certain definition. That definition being that he wasn't like, he didn't throw his Senbon directly into Sasuke's ears or eyes and pierce his brain and end the fight immediately. He wasn't aiming for vital spots. He was giving him a chance to survive. However, that doesn't necessarily mean that he was slowing down the speed of his attacks. And I would argue that it makes less sense for him to do that, because if Sasuke is moving around and Haku is trying to hit very specific vital spots in order to make sure that he doesn't kill Sasuke, because his intention isn't to kill him, then it makes sense for him to like throw them as quickly as possible to be as accurate as possible. He doesn't want, if he's trying to aim for a very specific non-vital spot to spare Sasuke, and he gives Sasuke, like, he slows himself down, then Sasuke has more likelihood to jump out of the way and wind up accidentally like hitting something he shouldn't, right? So I mean, that's debatable, but I don't think that there's necessarily like this direct correlation between Haku's holding back and therefore he's slower. There are different ways in which you can hold back that would need to be elaborated upon, right?
The statement says he assumed debunk I mentioned is that by the time Sasuke is able to actually visually react to Haku, this is after a prolonged battle with Haku, and Haku stating that it takes a lot of chakra for him to maintain the Ice Mirror's jutsu.
Yeah, it's kind of what we talked about.
It's possible that he was also just fatigued at this point to such a degree that he'd be unable to move at his full light speed level.
I guess it's possible, but to me, Sage hasn't actually demonstrated whether this is like valid or not. Like, we need more evidence to elaborate on this.
Even if he wanted to. People also tend to point out that Naruto in his KN0 form is able to react to Haku physically, but it's important to note that he never does this when Haku is A, fresh, or B, moving from one mirror to another, which is where the light speed movement occurs. The first time Naruto reacts to Haku is when Haku moves from one mirror to the ground, and the second is when Haku is trying to get back from the ground to the mirrors. So neither of these instances meet that qualifier. So not only are neither Naruto or Sasuke verifiably reaching Haku's light speed movement, but from a consistency standpoint, it wouldn't make sense for Naruto to be able to do this in the first place.
Yeah. I mean, like, I don't think that saying... Also, I would just kind of like tag onto the end of that and be like, are we really genuinely prepared as a community to like seriously unironically argue that Kid Naruto and Kid Sasuke are capable of reacting to the speed of light? Like, however you reconcile all the events that happened in that fight, I don't think anybody's like out here seriously arguing that Kid Naruto is literally actually the speed of light. I mean, Lilos on his stream, he said that he's heard people say that. I hope that's not the case, but like, I mean, it's possible. Like, again, a creator can... Sorry, I'm having a little snack. The creator can design their universe however they want to, right? So if Kishimoto did want to write 12-year-olds that could move at the speed of light and like outpace photons or whatever, he can do that. It's his universe. But does that actually line up with what we see in the rest of the series? Does that actually work?
Next up, we have...
Just give Sage the win on a technicality of being light speed. Okay, sure. Yeah. He wins the point of the translation being translatable accurately to light speed. I can see that point. No problem.
Of Itachi's water style, the Water Fang bullet. The databook file on this jutsu tells us that the bullets from this jutsu move at the speed of light. Some will take issue with this because they'll say it can't be light speed due to the fact that Kakashi reacted to them, and Kakashi gets massively outsped by Haku's Ice Mirror's travel speed. There are two primary issues here.
Okay. So, let's take a quick look. And not just because I'm eating and I don't want to talk, but that's part of it. Let's see what happens. Chapter 141. 142, actually. Okay, so here's what happens, right? Itachi is aura forming, flexing on Kakashi. Itachi brings Shuriken out into his hand. Kakashi immediately perceives that and reacts to it by putting up a water wall, right? Now we see, what is it, like 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe there's more, but there's at least 4 little corkscrew spirals of water that come down. And what Kakashi says is, what speed I couldn't follow his sign weaving at all. Furthermore, that he would use the shuriken in his right hand as a decoy to distract me while launching a suiton and the attack at my feet is impressive, right? So it's not necessarily the case that Kakashi is perceiving this, perceiving the Water Fang bullet and reacting directly to the Water Fang bullet, right? You could argue that, and this is what Sage says, that Kakashi just sees Itachi's hand moving, sees the shuriken, and is like, oh shit, this motherfucker's about to hit me with a projectile, so I'm just gonna wall up. Like, he doesn't see the Water Fang bullet specifically and react to that. So that would be a way for, like, Kakashi to have sub-relativistic reaction and response speeds, but for Itachi to still have a light speed Water Fang bullet. The problem that I have is, again, this is an out-of-context data book statement. We don't have a page. I guess it was too much to ask to provide a page. If we go to Narutoversity, and Sage does use Narutoversity in his... a page number, sorry. Naruto does use... Let me try this again. I'm clearly getting pretty tired. So I am irritated that Sage did not provide a page number so that we can look this up ourselves. That is unfortunate. Also, Sage in his video does use Narutoversity as a source of translations. We're going to see that for the Tsukuyomi in a minute, and he doesn't question the validity of that translation. So when it comes to Tsukuyomi, he doesn't care. Like, he doesn't like bother looking it up or showing us his own translation, as far as I can recall. But for this Water Fang bullet, the phrase used is lightning fast bullets gathered from water. So here we have a translation from Narutoversity, which he also uses, that happens to say lightning fast. But for whatever reason, he doesn't feel like including this. He doesn't feel like mentioning that. He just shows the Japanese, and then he shows the text from some translator, and he hasn't validated why that translator is better or more accurate than his own translation. So, emerging from blind spots to tear through the and then this also says a bullet faster than light, which I don't know about that. This says lightning fast bullets gathered from water. So this should be in the flavor text, right? This should be in this text up here, or in the like header text. I don't know how to call that. But I'm just gonna, out of curiosity, pull up a translator on my phone. This is not authoritative. I'm just curious to see what it says. And let's go to the camera and see. Right, so my phone does say a bullet from water traveling at the speed of light will come out of a blind spot and pierce. So it's possible that that is accurate, but I think this is the phrase that's being used, right? Let me go back to my translations and see for Kirin. Where is it? This light speed strike. So these characters over here are the characters for speed of light, and I think we do see them over here, right? Kosoku no Ichigeki, if I remember correctly, is how to say it. So that, it looks like that. Well, no, it's a little bit different. Okay, I don't want to pretend like I can read Japanese. I can't really, so I'm not going to dispute this, but I do want to look into this afterwards, because I'm not really convinced about this. But I do find it unfortunate that we don't get the nuance of like why the other translation isn't being provided.
It's massively outsped by Haku's Ice Mirror's travel speed. There are two primary issues here. First, both times Haku does this are textbook examples of mental amps, as he's trying to protect Zabuza, and Haku directly tells us that a shinobi can become as strong as they need to be when protecting someone or something they love. So these feats could reasonably be going far beyond the speed of light with no real contradictions.
Okay, so this represents kind of a myopic and vapid view of, or let me rephrase that and just say that, like, this is the problem with trying to like inject and force the power scaling perspective into narrative where it doesn't fucking belong. Because what Haku says is, yeah, you can become as strong as you need to when you're protecting somebody you love. Okay, is that literally true? Does that actually make sense and actually check out? So when Naruto is like trying to protect people during the pain assault in the village, like say Hinata, Does he in that moment become as strong as he needs to be to just take out pain? He gives himself over to Kurama, and it's Kurama's strength that winds up pressuring pain into creating the Chibaku Tensei and all that, right? Does Naruto himself become just as strong as he needs to be to win that fight? When he's fighting Obito, Naruto is protecting people he loves like Kakashi. Does he become as strong as he needs to be and then defeat Obito in like a one-on-one fight? Does he magically scale to Kaguya because he's protecting Sasuke from Kaguya? No, obviously not. And what's more to the point is that you may remember from the Haku fight that Haku sacrifices himself. And the reason he sacrifices himself is that he doesn't stand up successfully to Sasuke and Naruto. He winds up starting to lose against Sasuke. Yeah, he wasn't fucking going for a lethal blow, right? He was holding back. He was experiencing some cognitive dissonance. But after a certain point, he gets to a point where he's like, I fucking can't do this. I can't be an effective tool, and so I'm going to let Naruto kill me. Now, you can argue that maybe that's his mental resolve that's failing, since he lost this fight because he couldn't keep his, he couldn't bear the thought of actually killing Naruto, and that meant that he failed to uphold his ethics and his identity as a shinobi, and as a result, he's giving up because he failed, on principle. The reason why he failed strength-wise was because he failed ethically or principle-wise first. Okay? But if that's the case, and he really could have just blitzed and killed Naruto and just won the fight at this point, well, first of all, if that's not the case, then that means that Haku himself, who was saying this, literally didn't get as strong as he needed to be to protect Zabuza. And you could be like, well, okay, maybe he was just making a sacrifice here, and there's no other way out or something like that. But if Haku had survived and he was around to protect Zabuza against Gato, then Zabuza might not have died at all, right? So Haku giving up here, Haku succumbing to his weakness, literally proves himself wrong by failing to actually protect the person that he loves. So how credible is Haku actually? How deeply should we take this? If Haku were actually able to become as capable, as strong as he needs to be to protect the person that he loves, what he would have done here is gotten there so fast and been so strong that he pushed Kakashi out of the way, or even killed Kakashi, and then saved Zabuza, and then helped Zabuza kill Gato after that. But he wasn't strong enough, and he died. Now, again, this is literature, this is art, there's some nuance here, and I think the thematically correct reading of this is just to say that Haku surrendered because he was broken, right, emotionally speaking, because he couldn't muster the mental fortitude to make himself a cold-blooded killer and a tool. His real failure was not losing an arm wrestling match to Naruto, so to speak. It was failing to be the tool, the cold-blooded killing implement that he thought he should have been for Zabuza. So he resolved that he wanted his life to end because of that. But if the whole thing is if you really love someone, then you will be as strong as you need to be to defend them, then Haku was completely failing his own ethics by stopping the fight to protect Zabuza. He didn't succeed at being strong enough to defend him one way or another. You want to quantify that strength as mental or emotional or ethical or physical. He literally failed to live up to his own standard. So why should we be taking this statement from him as some sort of a power scaling thing of oh yeah, well, people can just get a power up to scale to whatever level they need to be? What the fuck? Doesn't make any sense. Let me catch up on chat a little bit. Sorry says, pardon me, but Enard inside of them. What the hell does that mean, bro? I think I'm missing a reference there. How about No says, in case it matters in the anime, Kakashi's water wall does match the speed of the water bullets. That's fine. I think that makes sense. I think that it's okay if they're the same speed. I think the question is whether or not Kakashi was responding to them, or whether he was responding to the shuriken and then just happened to catch the water wall because that's what wound up actually hitting him. You know what I mean? Ryoman says, you thought for a very long time that Kid Sasuke is FTL. Well, I pretty strongly disagree with that perspective, but I can understand why you got there, so I'm not trying to like make fun of you or anything. The Grand Crit says, weird, literally almost every single Lightspeed feed is outside sources. Yeah. The only one that is explicit in the main series is Mabui's Heavenly Transfer. There's no other use of the phrase light speed from the entire series, including Boruto. Although I guess like with the Ray of Destruction, like they don't have to spell it out. Like that might be a more obvious thing. I don't know. I have to research that some more. But yeah, like there's only 2 times that the phrase speed of light is ever used in Naruto in the main series. And so far in the novels that I've read and in the movies that I've seen and everything else, and those 2 times are both Mabui talking about her speed of light. There's nothing else. Like that's it. Dr. Strangle says, my only argument for Waterfang Bullet not being light speed is it is in the heading statement, which are consistently figurative, and that things that are fast and move in a straight line are consistently called light speed in a figurative manner. Yeah, if something from a databook statement is going to be figurative, it's like the flavor text stuff. I keep calling it flavor text. It's not flavor text. The header statements. The header statements are the ones that tend to be the most egregious, right? Not all the time, but like strong will held in the fist. Its form is double lion heads. Okay. An inescapable golden torrent. I don't know. I don't have this all like prepared, but an unforgiving act of manipulation. The user's hand pierces the sky and the earth. The hell stops lightning, leaves nothing behind, right? Like a lot of the eternal farewell. Yeah, a lot of the most hyperbolic and elevated statements are going to be found in the header text for sure. It's a FNAF meme. The guy was making fun of the FNAF sister location Mike cutscene. And everybody's just like inert inside of him. Oh, okay, I gotcha. Yeah, why didn't Haku just shoulder check Kakashi, right? Yeah, I think like the actual narrative implication that we're supposed to come to is that he considered himself a broken tool that could not be fixed because of his lack of resolve to kill Naruto and Sasuke. It didn't really have as much to do with his power as it did with his utility. If he was wavering over these 2, he might have wavered over others, and so he was like, I can't be useful to Zabuza alive because I lack the resolve, so I can at least save his life and then get out of his way. That's like the best thing I can do for him. But of course, if he were mentally stronger and had better fortitude, he would have been like, okay, well, this is just like a challenge that I need to overcome, and I will work at it and get even stronger because I need to be stronger to protect the person that I love. So one way or another, he's contradicting his own like ethos there.
Second, even if you assume Kakashi isn't lightspeed at this point, which I think would be a fair position to take, he doesn't actually react to the bullets. He reacts to Itachi pulling out a shuriken. The sequence goes, Itachi
nitpick, but it's multiple shuriken, but yeah, I know what he's saying.
He pulls out shuriken, Kakashi defends with water wall, and then the bullets are fired. So even if you get Kakashi to just lightning speed, specifically the return stroke of lightning as he cut a lightning bolt and people saw it, so it was likely the visible return stroke.
That's not honest. Or at the very least, it's like incomplete. Well, let me be careful. Or like mindful about what I say here. So I think it's a little, let's just say inaccurate to phrase it that way. He cut through a lightning bolt and people saw it without actually specifying how that happened. Because the reality of the matter is that the anime scene that Sage is talking about, which by the way is only in the anime, is specifically all we see is Kakashi like running forward towards an opponent, and basically there are these cloud ninja up on top of a hill, or stone ninja rather, and they're doing some sort of like weather jutsu that looks like vaguely similar to Kirin maybe, and we see Kakashi get his Chidori active on his hand, and he runs up the cliff wall, and then it cuts away. So we have no fucking idea what happened there. If anybody saw it, it was those stone ninja. Guy is there and he's looking at it, but he can't see Kakashi because Kakashi goes over the ridge. So we really do not know at all like what happened there. I think people really want Kakashi to be lightning speed, and so they construct this narrative where they think that Kakashi perceived a lightning bolt strike happening, and then he saw it and he reacted to it and he cut through the lightning bolt. And we just don't have any direct evidence for that happening. We do have a scene in Um, so in Naruto Retsuden, there's a scene where I don't want to spoil it, but like Sasuke is up on a very tall tower, and lightning is going to strike the tower at some point. So he takes a kunai, and the kunai he throws the kunai forward, and then a lightning strike occurs, and when the lightning strike occurs, the kunai, which is covered in chidori, is severed. It like severs the lightning bolt itself, right? So he basically like coats his kunai in chidori chakra. He throws it. It serves almost as like a lightning rod, so that when the lightning bolt like connects in the middle, like the step leader connects with the leader coming off the ground, the electricity discharges, but the kunai is in the way, and it quote unquote bisects it. It quote unquote slices through it. So the precedent, like Sasuke, and this is Boruto era Sasuke, right? This is like post Kaguya fight adult Sasuke. He doesn't need to see the lightning bolt. He doesn't need to perceive it. He doesn't need to react to it. All he needs to do is be like to have a forward slicing attack of some sort be active when the lightning bolt happens. I'm gonna see if I can grab the book and read it. One second. Sorry, Naruto story. Yeah, here we go. So, let me get my notes. Okay. So, Naruto story. Team Asuma, pluripotent applicator. Yeah, okay. So, this is from Naruto's story Uzumaki Naruto and the Spiral Destiny by Masashi Kishimoto and Jun Esaka. And we are going to go to page 185. Moderate spoilers, I suppose, but I'll try to keep it light. So let's see. $185. I'll cut it. Sasuke put a foot on the wheel and stood up. Don't worry about the wheel. What? Sakura cried in surprise. You can do that? Did you forget the other name for Chidori? Sasuke replied and kneaded his chakra in his hand. He produced a lump of earth, and in the blink of an eye, he'd sharpened its outlines to form a kunai. Ting! The earth turned into glass. He'd applied an earth-style technique to change the ratio of elements included in the earth to fashion an impromptu kunai. The hand that clutched the glass kunai began to make a chirping sound and sing with electricity. As if taking the bait, the cloud was blanketed in white light, and lightning struck the blank once more. No spoilers. Crack, crack, crack. It was too loud and bright, and Sakura didn't know what was going on. When the echoes of the thunder faded from her eardrums at last, drawing out a long tail, she looked back and saw Sasuke with his foot on the blank, like nothing had happened. You cut it? She asked, stunned as she blinked, eyes dazzled by the light. Perhaps temporarily deafened by the roar, Sasuke didn't respond, so Naruto answered on his behalf. He cut it. Thanks to the Byakugan, he'd seen everything. He's wearing the goggles. A few seconds before the discharge, Boruto era Sasuke. The inventor of Kirin. A few seconds before the discharge, Sasuke tossed the kunai, and the tip of it severed the lightning bolt. Exposed to that incredible electrical heat, the kunai was instantly destroyed, but the glass, with its insulating properties, had indeed cut through the lightning. The bolt was ripped in two, and these remnants were lured away by Sasuke's Chidori, one forcibly pulled towards the sky, the other toward the ground, before they vanished entirely. So, even motherfucking one Rinnegan, one Sharingan, Boruto Sasuke doesn't wait for the lightning bolt to strike him and then slash at it, right? He anticipates it's coming, and all that he needs to do in order to break through it is to have something on him that can act as, like, I don't know what the term is, an insulator or whatever for the lightning and pierce through it. So a valid condition for Kakashi piercing a lightning bolt is he puts Chidori in his hand, he dashes forward with his hand pointed forward, and if somebody strikes him with a lightning bolt and he pushes through it and survives, then he has severed the lightning bolt. He did exactly what Sasuke did with his kunai, just with his hand. He doesn't need to, like, stand there looking at it and wait for it to happen and then visually react to it and then slice it, which is how people describe it. He just needs to run through it. and it can strike him while he's already running. So yeah, this whole Kakashi being lightning speed, return stroke of lightning, assuming that lightning in Naruto even works the same way as it does in our world, then yeah, it's like, it doesn't work. I'm starting to get really fucking tired, so I'm gonna try to round out at 5 hours, and then that's it. That's all I can do for tonight. The Grand Crit says, with this logic of thinking, Nezuko defeating the sun in Kimetsu no Yaiba puts her at star level. So yeah, I'm not sure what you're referring to there. Because it was a direct statement without nothing else. Yeah, so I would want to see the feat for that. And the thing is, like, in power scaling terminology, star level doesn't refer to just destroying any star, right? Like, obviously destroying like a little teeny tiny dwarf star versus like a massive like a UI Scooty or something like that, like some massive behemoth star, are very different feats. So sorry if I'm telling you something you already know, but like basically you want to specify what the standard star is, right? Like in order to be star level, you need to blow up a star or do something equivalent that's at least X, Y, or Z size. So I would want to know, like, what actually was that star that this character blew up, in order to be able to put them in a tier. Saria says it's a fin. Oh yeah, we already went over that. Actually, maybe later because it'll be hard to find. Oh yeah, that's no worries about that. All the data books call Kakashi cutting lightning a legend. Yeah. I've had another statement that I found recently that was much more explicit about like this should be treated as something that's not like literal. I have to find it though.
The speed of light, it wouldn't really matter because he doesn't actually react to light speed here.
But like character, yeah. So I don't like the fact that I think Sage's approach overall, basically with this video, was to say, I'm going to make this statement. Now I anticipate that some of you are going to dislike that, and here is why you are wrong. So he's basically trying to make like two negatives make a positive by saying, if I can anticipate the debunks that other people are going to make, then debunk those, then that means I win. But that's not actually how like evidence works or how documentation works. You actually still have to make a valid point yourself. And here we go. So this is the Tsukuyomi thing, right? So again, because of course, Sage shows another scan, another translation. This time it's from Narutoversity. I don't think he mentions that. I don't think he provides a link, but we'll hear him out in a second. This one he just takes at face value. He doesn't like feel the need to second guess the translation. He doesn't, like, because this one happens to suit his purposes. He doesn't have a problem with it, so why scrutinize it, right? Let's see what he has to say, and then let's read the statement.
Also gets another light speed, or more like FTL statement with his Tsukuyomi. The databook file on this.
By the way, maybe like Captain Cat and the rest of y'all can weigh in on this. Is it like a rite of passage where when you become a Naruto YouTuber, you have to pick your own like incorrect, bespoke mispronunciation for Tsukuyomi? Like, I haven't heard anybody actually pronounce that shit correctly. I'm probably not even. I'm exaggerating. I'm probably not even doing it well. I'm not a native speaker, but like, Noodles has like Tsukiyome. I've heard Tsukuyomi quite a bit. Just like it's right there on the page. Does this look like an eye to you? I mean, granted, the terms tsuku and tsuki in Japanese can be used. Those pronunciations are both sometimes used for moon. So like Tsuki no Me is the eye of the moon, right? But Tsuku here, I think, also does refer to the moon, right? It's referring to the goddess. So, you know, there's a little bit of leeway, but I mean, is it really that hard to just read the fucking word on the page? Anyway.
This says that even someone with a body made of iron or the speed of light would be meaningless before this genjutsu. There's not a single issue with this. If you'd like.
Okay, I'm going to point out a whole bunch of fucking issues with this. First of all, issue number 1, you didn't credit your fucking sources. Again. In this for-profit video that you made, you didn't actually link to the person who provided this translation and give them any credit for their work. Secondly, you employed the double standard of not actually scrutinizing this translation and seeing if it holds up to scrutiny that you did for the other statements that you thought you could find a better translation for. Third, you're not reading and presenting the entire statement in and of itself in context. So let's do that. The entry starts with the phrase "an inner hell," as eternal as heaven and earth. So right out of the gate, is earth eternal? And is inner hell as eternal as earth is? Is heaven, capital H heaven, a real, actual, extant concept within the Naruto universe? Or is that first initial opening phrase not necessarily literal? And does that therefore set a tone of the rest of the statement potentially also falling under this category of non expository text? The next sentence says, the grip held onto the principles of all creation. Is that true? Does the Tsukuyomi physically, literally grip the principles of all creation, or is that a little bit of metaphor as well? Thoroughly annihilates one's heart and soul. When have we ever seen the Tsukuyomi in any context annihilate someone's heart? Now, granted, it can break somebody's psyche. We see this happen to one of Itachi's enemies in the novel, and it can cause psychological damage without totally breaking the psyche. Does it break their like actual physical blood pumping heart, or is that metaphor as well? Amidst the insight and hypnosis possessed by the Sharingan is a supreme genjutsu. Supreme is elevated language as well. Born is a metaphor from the aforementioned hypnosis Tsukuyomi. So, hypnosis gives birth to Tsukuyomi. That's not exactly expository text. Originally, people on the face of the earth live bound by limitations like time, gravity, and space, and how people exert their abilities within those restrictions is what separates the victors from the vanquished. Okay, that is, to me, narrative. Like, it's not exactly what I would call strict, like, academic expository language, but in the mental world where the caster drags their opponent, like, they're not physically dragged there either. That's non-literal language. They are put under an illusion of hypnosis. That is true, but they're not physically dragged there. The Tsukuyomi Jutsu gives them control over those very limitations. Sure, within that realm. So it's established that once these people are inside that realm, the Tsukuyomi realm, then they have control over, the caster has control over the limitations there. Namely, this means inside the genjutsu, the physical world's common sense is completely irrelevant, and opposing the caster is impossible. The physical world's common sense being irrelevant is totally fine. We can see that Itachi sculpts and manipulates the dream world to his choosing. As for the opposing the caster is impossible, that is fine with part 1 knowledge, but obviously, like, it's demonstrated that the Tsukuyomi can actually be broken. So with that knowledge, we can also understand that, like, if Itachi were going up against another Tsukuyomi user, then it would come down to a clash of who was the better user, right? So it's not actually literally impossible to oppose the caster. It's impossible unless you can counter it, and the counters are very rare and difficult, but it's not literally impossible. So that is a false statement. That is incorrect. Somebody caught into the Tsukuyomi, weird language there, finds themselves into a strange world of infinity. Okay, so if we're scrutinizing translations, if we're being particular about language, did this phrase, somebody caught into the Tsukuyomi finds themselves into a strange world of infinity, did that phrasing not strike you as maybe not being potentially slightly inaccurate or worth scrutinizing? No, this translation is fine. This is totally legitimate. We don't need to go and double check this one, the one that says, again, into the Tsukuyomi, into a strange world of infinity. Okay, that's fine. The next statement is their fate entirely lying inside the caster's hands. That is also not literal language. That is figurative language. It's not, fate is not physically held, and also Itachi is not, like, doing anything with his fucking hands. It's an ocular jutsu. Sometime they will undergo the torments of hell, and some other time they will be repeatedly shown a horrendous, hellish picture of agony and mayhem with no idea of when either of those will end. Again, weird translation. I'm not trying to slander the person who did this. I think that maybe English might not have been their first language, or it might have just been a quirk or a typo or something, but there is reason to at least be skeptical about the accuracy of this translation, because the English being used is not really correct. Finally, as a result, the poor prisoner, again non-literal language, can only wait until the collapse of their psyches. In most cases, sure, but not always. Even a body made of iron or the speed of light are powerless before this jutsu, which is the reason why it is feared as the most powerful. Okay, so now there's an implication that the Tsukuyomi is feared as the most powerful. Is the Tsukuyomi, like, literally across the entire series feared as the most powerful? Or are there other jutsus that are described as or even feared as the most powerful? Should we be potentially skeptical towards that? So even a body made of iron or the speed of light are powerless before this jutsu. That is one sentence that Sage is choosing to accept at face value, to consider as being expository, without actually evaluating it or testing it or comparing it against anything else. And every single other motherfucking sentence in this entire excerpt is non-literal, non-expository text almost entirely. So this is such an egregious example of cherry picking, double standards being applied, and a lack of understanding of context. It's a complete disregard for like basic reading comprehension. And notice that we don't get like the full thing read out to us. We just get the one part that happens to benefit the argument. It's not okay. Like this stuff it's not okay to do this, man. It's like really transparent and really annoying and doesn't help anybody understand anything at all. Catching up on chat. How about No says he's making a joke with a Nezuko thing. She defeated the sun because she's a demon that can go outside. Oh, okay, gotcha. I see. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. Thank you for the clarification. How about No then says, anyway, further context on the Tsukuyomi thing. In the Japanese, rather than Denkoseka, the usual lightning speed, it's Inazuma, specifically cloud to ground lightning speed phonetic English. Oh, interesting. That's pretty cool. Okay, that makes sense. Dr. Strangle says the databooks go as far as to say according to Guy. Oh, okay, there we go. That kind of, yeah, adds some context. Hey Worm, how's it going? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. I hope, yes, Worm says, hi John, I hope you're doing well. It's been a long stream. Yeah, and so like I really wanted this stream to specifically be like a response to Sage's video. We wound up talking about a whole lot of other stuff, so there's definitely going to be a part 2 next week. As usual, it's always a lot of fun. But I think like this is more proof that I just need to actually make like an edited video and upload it, because I can't really expect anybody, including Sage, to be like, okay, you made a 20-minute video, now you need to commit to 10 to 12 to 15 hours of me debunking you, and you gotta sit down there, it's the school's in session, yeah, listen to me now. Like it's not the most effective way to respond, I suppose, in terms of being succinct, but it is super fucking fun to talk about, and I'm super appreciative of everybody who stopped by and participated in the conversation. Definitely doing a part 2 next week. Dr. Strangle says, this is why consistency is a bad argument, as it can just be confirmation bias. In the Ross of the Tsukuyomi databook page, it says lightning speed. Yeah, there we go, right? So I don't see a problem with this. It seems to be consistent, therefore I'm not going to look into it. Like, no, like, don't use a double standard. Like, actually be curious about it. How about No says, note there's no mention of the heart in Japanese. The term used is shinkon, which is the mind spirit. That makes sense, yeah. Obviously in English, right, like heart and soul and spirit and mind and stuff kind of get used interchangeably depending on the context, all in kind of an esoteric way. So I don't think it's like a mistake that the translator chose that that phrasing with that cultural context being understood. But I think this kind of like winds up Venn diagram overlapping with the general discussion about like spiritual energy versus mental energy, right? Like, what is the correct definition of that? How do we parse that stuff? And it's just like a weird turn of phrase that I think is would actually be useful to get some clarification on at some point. But yeah, Dr. Strangle says, no, Don, you don't understand. He made the argument at the beginning of the video why we're justified. Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. You're right. He did say that the whole data books are expository text. And since Grammarly says that that means that there can be no party on the page, then this, you know, we can just disregard this. I mean, this is obviously hyperbolic. So we don't need to pay attention to that, because there isn't a party on the page, the part of the page that we need to pay attention to. So
like, you could say that this just
I'm gonna try and wrap up this little section, and then I gotta like stop yapping.
that those things don't matter once you are caught, since Itachi controls all things, including time and space, within the nightmare realm. But I do think this could be in reference to the actual speed of the technique. The reason I say,
I mean, maybe, but like given it could be like, I don't hate that interpretation or anything, but given that it like the description of the body of iron or the speed of light or whatever comes after a description of what it is like to be inside the nightmare realm itself. So personally, although it's open to interpretation, personally I lean more towards it being a description of like there's nothing you can do once you're caught up in the jutsu. But yeah, obviously like ocular jutsu have, and Mangekyo ocular jutsu specifically have an activation time, and this is made very clear by like the Nagato Edo Nagato fight and stuff like that, right? So let's see if Sage actually gives us a reference to what this is.
This is Itachi is able to place Izumi under Tsukiyomi, which lasts a picosecond in the Itachi Shinden novels. Now, this doesn't necessarily contribute to the activation speed of the technique, but it would be reasonable to assume that if he can complete the technique that quickly, with the technique being based on his perception, that his perception should at least be able to keep up with that. If you don't like that, you can just refer back to the Databook statement and say someone moving at the speed of light wouldn't be able to avoid the Tsukiyomi so long as their visual axis is intersecting with Itachi's, but that's up to you. Either way, it doesn't contradict the consistency we have so far for light speed techniques. Following that...
Okay, so I guess I can talk. Yeah, I'll talk about the fan book stuff. We'll start on that next time. Let me finish off by talking about the novel. So, again, of course, Sage doesn't actually mention which novel this is from. And again, of course, he doesn't provide any context for what is happening in this scene, who the fuck Izumi actually is, or what page we can even find this on. So, because it can be difficult to actually find this, I don't know if there's actually a full transcription of this novel online. I'm going to get my notes real quick, and I'm going to tell you where exactly to find this if you want to read it for yourself. I just need a minute to find my notes. So, 1 second. I think I made the mistake of writing it in the notes on my phone instead of Google Docs because I was being lazy. Sorry. Okay. So, I think it is on page... It's pretty late into the novel. Okay. So retcon, touch patch by the hall one day later. Dugato speaks with insects. Okay. So it's on page, I think, 168. Let me grab the book. 1 second, be right back. Sorry for the wait there. So it is specifically from the novel Itachi's Story Midnight, which you can find on Amazon. I got it for like $10. It's an official English publication. It's published by Viz Media and Shonen Jump. The authors are Kishimoto and Takashi Yano. And it is the sequel to Daylight. So I would recommend, if you want to read these, like read Daylight first, and then Midnight. Don't be intimidated by the size or the length of it. Pause. They are very, very light, very easy reads. I am a slow reader, and it took me maybe 3 hours to get through each one at most. So I don't think you should be intimidated by that. Let me see if I can find it. Okay, so we are on page 167 going into 168. And to set the scene, what's happening at this point is that Itachi has just... they're going to be spoilers for the novel here. So Itachi has just been hanging out, Itachi has met with Shisui. Shisui has given him his eye in the form of the crow, and Itachi has awakened his Mangekyo. And then he has confronted the members of the clan. He's met up with Obito, and he's met up with Danzo, and then he's decided that he's going to put down the coup, and he's going to exterminate the clan. So he's going through the village, and he's killing people. Now, Itachi is 12 years old at this point. And Izumi is his quote-unquote girlfriend, right? So here's the thing. They really haven't been much... I wouldn't describe them as being very involved. They went on one kind of date, and they had one emotional moment where Izumi was like crying, and Itachi comforted her. Saying that they are boyfriend and girlfriend already is a little bit much, although they do clearly have some kind of affection for one another, but they haven't like kissed or anything like that as far as I can recall. So during the massacre, Itachi tracks her down and wants to give her a mercy killing, right? Because it's not her fault that she's wrapped up in all of this. So starting from the top of page 168, let's read. So that she wouldn't sense him, he ran down the hallway and hid in the room next door. And then, once he judged that her aura had passed by him, he slipped into the dining room, and before the mother had a chance to shout upon noticing him, he knocked her out with a Sharingan. He's in Izumi's house, right? Once he had soundlessly put her to sleep, he waited silently for the aura to return. Mom, it was just the garbage. Having gotten this far, Uchiha Izumi stopped herself. Itachi. Glancing over at her mother on the floor, Izumi stared dumbfounded, not understanding what was going on. Why? He couldn't stand to listen to Izumi's voice any further. He concentrated his chakra in his eye, the Mangekyo Sharingan. Tsukuyomi. I fucking did it too. Tsukuyomi. Izumi froze in place. Itachi focused his thoughts on his own genjutsu. Tsukuyomi allowed him to completely control time, space, and matter. It was a power he had gained when he activated the Mangekyo Sharingan. The time that passed within this genjutsu was 1/100th of 1/1000th of 1/1,000,000th of that of the real world. Itachi drew out a clear image. Peace in the village of Konoha, the clan tranquil, his own form freed from all trouble, and Izumi beside him, smiling. Izumi becomes a Chunin as if chasing after him. At that time, Itachi's already a Jonin. He hands up pouting Izumi an engagement ring. Izumi retiring as a ninja. Okay, and then it goes through like this whole sequence over here. After this sequence, says the Mangekyo Sharingan consumed an enormous amount of chakra and so placed an equivalent burden on the user. Shoulders rising, Itachi took a deep breath as if crawling up from the depths of the ocean. Before him, Izumi's knees gave out under her and she collapsed, smiling. Sliding over, Itachi held her up, tightly gripping her slender shoulders. Thank you, Izumi's voice sounded like that of an old woman past 80 years of age. Okay, etc., etc. So that goes on for... Oh, wait, actually, no, let me keep reading. Me too, thank you. He squeezed her shoulders more tightly and could say nothing more. With a broad smile on her face, Izumi took her last peaceful breath. The mind and body were indivisible. If the mind decays, the body also falls apart. Izumi died, joyful. So, it's actually kind of heartbreaking, but, yeah, essentially, I think this is the second time that he uses the Tsukuyomi, because he also kills this other clansman who he's had a rivalry with. Oh wait, no. I think this is literally the first time he ever uses it, right? Because then he fights Yashiro and he kills him in a more brutal manner, and then he sees Sasuke and he uses it on him. I'm not 100% sure. He might have used it one more time, but anyway. So the actual sequence that happens here is he shows up in Izumi's house with her mom. He knocks out her mom with base Sharingan Jutsu. Then he decides to use it on Izumi, and he prepares the Genjutsu. He gets ready. He gathers the chakra up in his eye, and then he says Tsukuyomi and activates it. And then after the jutsu has been activated, he then focuses his chakra. After the jutsu has been activated, we then get this statement about how he can control time, space, and matter after the fact. So to conclude, let's go back and see how Sage presents this.
The reason I say this is Itachi is...
He starts off by saying Izumi froze in place. So again, doesn't mention the exact novel it comes from, doesn't mention the page, doesn't mention any of the context that's surrounding this, and cuts off the part where Itachi actually activates the jutsu. I guess that wasn't necessary context. I guess that wasn't important to know that Itachi actually does prepare and activate the jutsu before we get the statement about him controlling space and time and matter and all that stuff. Since this is going to expand on or clarify the statement about him being able to supposedly use it at the speed of light or whatever, or that not being a contradiction, that's important context that, again, we didn't get. I don't know if we should interpret the picosecond thing as literal. That is included. It's up to you what you want to do with that. But then also, I genuinely wonder about this, right? I wonder if we're supposed to interpret what happens next literally, or if it's supposed to be interpreted as Itachi planting this vision inside Izumi's mind and basically coaxing her mind to have this experience. Again, or just to be clear, this is no longer in the realm of expository text, right? This is a novel. This is a story. This is a completely different sort of writing, and it's being presented in a totally different context. We are no longer in the realm of supposed grammarly certified, highly strictured, we can assume this is all literal, blah, 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 all that bullshit, right? We are in a fucking novel now. And so there is no inherent reason to assume that everything that's being described is meant to be taken literally for power scaling or whatever else. This is not a fucking dictionary anymore, even if I were to agree to that. So if this is true, if this literally happens, it has weird implications for the series, because Itachi goes inside like drags Izumi inside this space with her, and basically like lives with her, so to speak, gives her the vision of a life where they spend like 70 years together or whatever. Does that also mean that Itachi himself mentally ages by 80 years in that same matrix space? Is he actually there, like mentally, cognitively developing for 80 years? In the same way that, like, when he's in the nightmare realm with Kakashi and he's stabbing him over and over again, does he actually distribute his consciousness amongst all of those individual, people, and continue to stab him, like all the individual, like, nightmare clones of himself? And does he cognitively, cerebrally experience the act of stabbing Kakashi over and over and over again? Or is he creating a dream, setting the parameters of the dream, setting like the illusion, and then essentially giving it to the other person and trapping that other person in that space and then stepping back? I will leave that open to interpretation, but I will just say that these statements about him controlling things with picosecond level time dilation and living out entire lifetimes and stuff like that, especially since he's 12 and he really shouldn't know anything about child rearing with this other 12-year-old girl that he hasn't even kissed or even really seriously hugged. I mean, he's in the Anbu. He probably has heard about birds and or bees, but like, he really shouldn't know anything about a lot of what he's supposedly creating for Izumi over here. Do we really think this is literal and should be interpreted as something that we should be using for power scaling arguments? I will leave that up to you, but the answer is no. That being said, I have been going for almost 5 hours now. My voice is doing that thing where it's super gravelly. I'm sort of sorry. I feel like I should like low-key apologize that I branded this video as like this is going to be the debunk, and really we're just getting started. So I'll probably change the title to like part 1 of N, and we'll see how far we get next time. But I do want to say, to reiterate, this is offered in the spirit of peer review. My hope here is that although I'm being pretty harsh, it will have the net result, the net effect of encouraging better discourse for everybody, as opposed to being like perceived as some kind of a put down or whatever. That being said, my vibe, so to speak, so far is this is pretty not good, and we should probably not do this kind of shit anymore as a community. But that's just me. Thursday, more Armored Core. Next Sunday, more whining about this. I really want to talk to you guys about laser weapons, but I guess I have an X-Timer lasers, but I guess I have another week to prepare for that. So stop by for a little Naruto laser lecture next time. Worm says, I read the Itachi novels a few years ago. They're fun. Not a huge fan of Itachi, but it's neat. Yeah, I felt like there was a lot of Itachi glaze, so to speak, in the novels. It's basically like a lot of people just saying how awesome he is and how more awesome he got, how much faster he got so awesome before anybody else, or blah, blah, blah. It's like, there's a lot of glaze, but, there are some genuinely really cool images and moments, and like I like some of the stuff that they do with Danzo and that Aburame clan guy who follows him around, and like it expands on his relationship with Obito in an interesting way, so it's pretty cool. Thunder Strangle says, Sage, guy standing next to Blackbird meme explaining why Naruto has light speed. One Piece, a character made of literal light, says, have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? Yeah, well, that's the thing. We're going to talk about like the dragon made of light, and I'm sure like White Extreme Attack and stuff like that next time as well. So thank you so much, each and every one of you, for spending time with us tonight. Hope you have a great Sunday and great week, and I will see you again next week. Bye-bye.